All right, hello everybody. Welcome to the Trans-Tasman Challenge. Man, this is a really cool tournament. I am Josh Sokol. I'm joined here by another Josh, Josh Watt. You can call me Sokol, you can call him Watt, or you can call us both Josh. Um, and Josh, you've played in this event many times, and you know a lot more about it than I do. So please let us know what this event is all about. And hello to everyone on YouTube.
Firstly, hello everyone. Welcome to the stream. I've actually never played in this event.
Oh,
I actually only started playing Scrabble a year ago. But the tournament has a rich history over the last 25 years. And it's actually quite fitting that we get Bob Jackman in the first round because he is one of the people who started this tournament back in 1996. It's held every 2 years, so we alternate between New Zealand and Australia. This year's being hosted in New Zealand. 12 players from each country taking part in a 24 round tournament. Great fun.
awesome. Yeah. I've played some team tournaments in my day, but it's only been, I don't know, it's been a long time. There is a similar tournament in North America that no longer exists called the Can-Am Challenge, where it's only five players from each country playing against each other, US and Canada.
Okay.
And so I love these team events. I'm curious about one thing. Is this a tournament where it's really just tallying up all the wins and losses for each team, and at the end, the team is crowned? In which
Yes.
case,
Yeah.
does the spread factor, the factor of tie breaks, how much you win the game by, does that not really matter?
To the best of my knowledge, there is an individual winner crowned. Um, but yeah, the most important thing is which country comes out on top. So New Zealand's won a handful of times, but Australia is the overwhelming favourite.
Yeah, and I see that New Zealand won for the first time, was it 1998? This has been going on since 96, is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
And 98, who was playing for New Zealand?
Oh, none other than Nigel Richards.
That's a name that's going to get us like 20 viewers immediately. They can hear us. They can hear the name Nigel Richards.
Yeah, they felt the
He's
aura.
not here this time, unfortunately. He has since moved to Malaysia, but that's a really, really cool factoid about this challenge. Has a rich history. Sorry, I mistook your knowledge of this rich history for just like anecdotal knowledge of having played. But yeah,
I'll definitely be there in
really
future
cool
years.
event. Awesome, yeah. So where are you from? You're
Yeah,
from
I'm
Australia?
streaming out of New South Wales.
Cool.
So I yeah, live close enough to Sydney. Um, Lots of the players that you see, I go to a club with them on Wednesdays. So I should be able to offer some personal anecdotes and some some more intimate knowledge than you'd get from just looking them up online
Or from me, because
or
I
from you.
don't really know
Yes.
anything about these players. But yeah, we're gonna be nice nice commentators. We're gonna talk about mostly the good. I mean, a lot of these
Yes.
players are just extremely strong. So who are we gonna feature in game one?
So round
I think I
one
see
is
Dylan.
yeah. So round one is New Zealand's Dylan Early, who's a very strong player, and Australia's Bob Jackman, who has won Australian nationals multiple times. He's actually our most prolific top 10 finisher at our nationals. Represented in the worlds multiple times, and he's the president of my state. So
Ooh, okay. So do you have a little bit of bias there, don't you?
well, as the vice president, yes, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I think I played with Dylan a couple weeks ago. So this is the first time this is being live streamed on this channel, this tournament, any tournament, I think.
That's correct.
And it's been a long time coming. We have people like Chris Tallman, who is I think the vice president of the New Zealand Association, and of course our producer in the back, Alex Gander, is doing an amazing job bringing Scrabble, bringing oceanic Scrabble to a greater audience. So it's gonna be awesome. It looks great. Can't wait to see what's in store. So a little bit about the two players. So Bob Jackman, like you said, he is the president of New South Wales Association, and says he's rated 29th in Australia, which is a uh, very good placement. Australia has a ton of super strong players, including current world champion David Eldar.
Hmm.
Um, Says he won in '93 and 2003 the national champion. So is that national Australian?
That's correct. Yeah.
Or that's awesome. Okay, that's 1993 and 2003. So he's been around for a long time.
Yes. Yeah.
Um, so that's really cool. And Dylan, I played him. What was I about to say earlier? They're doing. Alex is doing a couple of fun streams, just with some online games. 4 person, 2 people play, 2 people commentate, and I played against Dylan and commentated with him as well. So maybe I should balance out the bias there in favor of in favor of Dylan because he's a very strong player. I've never played Bob, but yeah, I know that Dylan's really strong. So it's gonna be a great game, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm very excited for this matchup. We're in for a real treat.
So you've only been playing for a year. Here we go. We got the board. We got some funny little squaring there. What is that? A
Yeah.
nine
Seems we're
by
yeah, 4 tiles short.
10. Yeah, 4 tiles short. I wonder where those four tiles are. I'm sure they'll find them somewhere. So we got the board view. We got the 2 players. We got the rack cams.
Hmm.
Looks awesome. And I guess Dylan is going first. I think he's on the left. I'm pretty sure. Um, yeah, Dylan is first. Oh, question of who won? Who won the game between me and Dylan? I think Dylan won. Yeah, so the player on the left is always going first. There's 25-minute clocks. Is there resignation allowed in this tournament? That's the one question people have.
From my experience, Josh, Bob is quite the traditionalist. So even if it were permitted, I can't imagine it ever happening.
Got you. Traditional. Yeah, I like the traditional approach as well. But I know that when there's no tiebreak, when the tiebreak is not important in like such an event,
Hmm.
there are certain players that if they think the game is lost, they might want to just stop playing or give up. Um, but we'll see. I think both these guys at least are fans of the game or fans of the gameplay. So I don't think we're going to see much of
Yeah.
that.
We just got word from our producer that there's definitely no resignations.
Oh, okay. It's not even allowed. Man,
Not allowed.
dude, that's not even. There's no content there. I guess it's a good thing because if a
Well,
game
there's
ends
there's more
early on
content.
stream, like what are we gonna do? We could play a game against each other or something. All right, so the game is starting. It's Dylan to go first. Does anybody get the reference from what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Do you have a vision?
Good David Webb
Uh,
impression.
yeah. All right, let's see what he gets. Is that UEH?
Hmm.
W. Oh, the WU
Oh,
combo.
Uwu, nice.
Ooh, it's not playable yet, right? We still
No, not
have.
yet.
We're still playing in is it CSW 22? So 21?
No, so this
That the
tournament's run in CSW 19.
19. Okay.
It'll be the last of its kind before we transition.
Yeah. So yeah, ooh, still not playable. Very unfortunate. We might even just see. Would we see him keeping 2 U's here? And
Yeah,
playing for 30?
Hor or Hauer keeping 2 U's, but you'd hate to do that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but it might just be worth it, right? I'm not sure. Probably Hauer a little bit better, a little bit more defensive. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
you
agree.
hate you hate to see that. I wonder if an exchange is warranted, but I don't think Dylan has good enough letters to merit
Yeah,
just scoring
would you
zero
change
points
the
here.
2 or would you change 5? Like, I don't know where you'd
I
start.
could I might exchange the two. I don't like
Mm.
this idea of you I would expect sometimes that you would give this. Is this what's the challenge rule here? Is it 5 point, 10
I
point?
believe it's 5 points. Yeah, we can get
5 point.
confirmation from our producer, but yeah.
Yeah.
One thing to note is that Bob actually makes these little books. Um, he's done it from letters of words of 3 length up to 9, and he organizes them by common verbs, uncommon verbs, all those sort of things. So um, that combined with his experience over the years, he knows a ton of words. So I wouldn't expect to see too many challenges.
Yeah, little word lists. Those are nice. I think a lot of players do that for themselves, but it's also super useful for everyone else.
Hmm.
So yeah, I don't know what to do here though. Now, like, what do you play? Vend for 8? Like Wed for 7, Vend for 8. Not really liking this position. Down 71 points. Sure, you can bonus at some point, but I think Dylan's gonna just keep scoring, and yeah, Bob's gonna have a mountain to climb here.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Do you see anything else other than just like Vend?
No, I think I would have played that faster. Maybe Vint through
Vint?
the
Oh
eye,
yeah, that works. That works as well.
or Bind
Scores a little bit
if
more.
you're okay keeping the V again. But
Yeah, I don't know about you. I hate the V. I've started to hate it even more ever since I started playing CSW Dictionary.
really,
It just feels like such a burden. Um, but maybe I've just gotten into some bad situations. So bind for 14, keeping VOT blank, setting up an I hook as
yeah,
well.
that is a consideration.
So maybe the bonuses are likelier to fit if you draw an I. And a
Yeah,
very
I think
awkward.
the consonants that are left are more flexible now as well.
Yeah, yeah. I bet you most likely a bonus through the E is what's likely to be drawn by Bob here. But what a weird
Ugh.
draw for Dylan. 2 G's and that U and those 2 S's. I don't want to
Mm.
play that famous brand of boots, Uggs.
Yeah, not
Is
quite
that
yet.
is that good?
No.
It's not good, right? Yeah. I don't know much. I don't know many fours. So if there's a 4 that I'm missing, please let me know. Or if I'm
Yeah, no, we'll do.
saying something that isn't good. But this is kind of weird. What do you do? Like guts, tugs, skag through the sea? Maybe skag.
Maybe egg for content.
Heck for content. So you've been watching a lot of um you've been watching a lot of streams I can see.
I have, yes.
That's an inside joke for those. Well, those watching this stream might be aware. But yeah, this is weird. I mean, since there are only 2 U's left, maybe playing something like Gags isn't that bad. Keeping the U and keeping the T instead of the G. Another letter I hate is
Yeah.
the G. What's your
Yeah,
opinion on the G?
I like the G. I've noticed in the streams lots of North American players say they hate it, but I love keeping a G.
All right, I'll be sure to use that against you in the court of Scrabble.
I see chatter
Yeah,
pointing out
it's
that Bob has drawn Joko through the sea for a nice
oh yeah, that'd
score.
be nice if that stays open. So you've only been playing a year, and
Yes,
I
yeah.
guess you've been making a really nice impression for that one year. So, like before you started playing tournaments, were you playing like online or anything?
No, not really. I played back when I was really young, like 10, 11, 12, with my parents. Um, but yeah, no, I stopped playing with them once I started beating them. And yeah, I didn't pick it up until I was 22 last year. Um, I had some free time, so I started going to my club. Um, yeah, and we're coming up on a year in a week or two.
So yeah, I got to look out for you on the international scene. That's awesome.
Thanks.
Um, so wow, we see Joko come down very quickly
Yes,
for
yeah.
Bob, and the draw of FOQE for Dylan. Hate to see getting rid of the U and getting rid of one of your S's, and now it looks like your only playable keyword is SUQ. Through the U of guts.
Yes, yeah.
Just not what you want. But Dylan still has a nice lead here after his early bonus of Cheddite. So if he wanted to exchange, he could, but I think you want to play through here. Just play something maybe like Fog on the top right, making Go and UG. Not really sure.
Yeah,
What would you do?
I'd be okay with that. Um, yeah, I can't see any opportunities to set up the queue.
Oh, you can just play Quag. I don't know why I was only seeing SUQ through the U. You just play Quag here. 28. I think that's gotta be it.
What are Bob's last two plays signal to you?
Well, bind signals consonants and Joko signals anything because you're gonna play Joko with so many different racks. So I wouldn't gather that much information. But it is true that even going back, Wed for 7 is a very suspicious play.
Yes, yeah.
So I would think consonants, but I wouldn't think much more than that. Maybe a blank, maybe an S, but I think playing for 28 here, setting up your S just in case um, Bob doesn't have one is probably the right call.
Yeah, I think Wed plus bind signals S to me. Um, but yeah, I don't think you can pass up Quag.
Yeah, it's too much stronger than anything else.
And we've got
We have a
confirmation as
question
well
in
that
the
it's a
chat.
5 point challenge.
Oh yeah, it is 5 point. Great. We have a question in the chat. Is a cheddite a cheddar-based snack? Could very well be.
I believe it's a type of explosive from memory.
Oh, a nice find of overtame by Bob. That's certainly a word.
It is, yeah.
That's gonna score a nice 76. I know how to count. Yes. So that's gonna be an R, a blank R. Sometimes you don't know what the blank is in these streams. We need confirmation from the producer. But yeah, overtame, beautiful find. Probably his only bonus there. That ties the game up pretty much.
Yes, yeah.
So look what Dylan drew. He drew
Ease.
EN. It's not going to help him score well with his Quags hook. So would you maintain that hook, play something like Fee underneath the ERT of overtame? Just keep Fee or, yeah. Fee is 25, keeping NOES. That looks pretty good. You have the Weds hook. You have the Quags hook.
Yeah, I think I leave it because although Bob's drawing 7 random tiles, 2 of the S's and a blank have gone. So I don't think it's too risky to leave it.
Oh, we have a definition. It was probably actually we have the definitions between the scores.
Yes,
So we probably had the definition shut out, we just missed it. And
Yeah,
what a
that's
draw
it.
for Bob. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
6
no.
consonants and the Y. So the question is the Y a vowel? Consonant?
Definitely
Neither?
not.
Neither.
It's definitely a consonant.
You think it's a consonant?
100%.
Okay.
I feel very strongly about this.
I think it's closer to a consonant than a vowel, but to me it's in between. I think it's called like a semi-vowel.
Yes, no, I think you're right, but I don't think it's common in Australia to refer to it as like a 6th vowel or an in between. I think you just say 5 vowels and 21 consonants.
As we see Fee come down, we like this play a lot.
Yes, we do.
And Bob's gonna try and play through that O of overtame, but what do you play? You have Oryx and Onyx. I think he's lined Oryx up.
I think so as well.
Do you do that? Do you play? I guess you kind of have to. It sets up the K with KY a little bit.
It does, but it's a horrific leave unless you're gonna pull
And it's
Kelvins.
Yeah, and it's gonna open big triple for pretty much any vowel Dylan draws.
Yeah, and it seems he's doing a good job of drawing them.
True, wow. One of my claims to fame, Josh, is at a Niagara Falls tournament in 2017, I convinced David Eldar that instead of counting the Y in his vowel consonant ratio counts during the game, because a lot of top players, they in the middle of the game they see if there are a lot of vowels left, a lot of consonants left, so they look at the ratio and compare it to the original ratio of 42 and 56 or 44 56 42 50 something whatever 44 54 however you want to count it and he was like talking about it, and I was like, when I do the count, I just leave the y's and the blanks out of the equation completely. He's like,
Right.
oh, that's a great idea. Oh, I'm gonna start doing that. And at that time, like I was nobody, right? I was just like some American player, and to have like David just agree with me in that way, it was it felt nice. Felt nice. But I don't think he does it anymore.
Yeah, well, I have my own personal score sheets, and I break the consonants and the vowels down and track them, but I just leave the blanks out.
Hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. So we see Vox, which I kind of like more if it weren't for the fact that you're less likely to draw vowels after it. It's more defensive and it gets rid of that V. I hate that V. Already heard enough of me on that subject.
Yeah, I
And
would
we
have
got a
played
tie
Vox here
game.
as well.
We got a completely tied game, and Dylan, as we saw, has drawn some more vowels. Definitely not what he wants to see. Would you play something like Oho through the H and Cheddite and keep two A's? Would you try to do something more like play an A and an O off? You could even exchange down to A and S if you really wanted it, or play Aeons next to the X. There's a lot of options here.
Yeah, Aeon's. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it. I think if you're gonna do something like that, you probably want to do a Noah's.
Hmm. Yeah, Noah's is
Um,
better.
yeah, I think Oho's fine in this situation.
Yeah, Oho scores 17,
Hmm.
and I think your best option playing an A and an O scores well. Oh no, you have Oda, 4, 6, 9, 15. So maybe Oda through the D and Cheddite look good, making Mob and AN. Maybe that's what I'd do, but I wouldn't be happy about it.
No, yeah, well,
You
and
need
it
you
yeah,
need
it
at
sort
least
of
one
it
consonant
telegraphs
there.
what you're what you're keeping as well.
Yeah, some tough strategical decisions for both players, but they're navigating very well. And that's really one of the things that you'll notice when we watch very strong players is they run into situations that we run into, like having too many vowels, having too many
Mm-hmm.
consonants, but they just seem to know what to do on a higher level, and it seems to work out for them in most situations. So it's great to see. It's great to see the level of play here at the Trans-Tasman Challenge. So Eoin is another option we did not see. That's a good way to get rid of an extra vowel and not commit to really anything in the position. Like,
Mm.
we don't like fishing going straight for a bingo, just trying to keep those bonus tiles. So Eoin is a way to block the line that was created with Vox, score a couple points, and leave ourselves open to few different scenarios. Like you could still draw into a bonus, you could draw some scoring tiles. But I think the main thing is Dylan just does not want to deal with maybe drawing a couple more vowels immediately after a 13 or 15 point play.
Looks like Bob is considering Narkly. He set it up earlier, and I thought he was waiting for an S, but he's set it back up now. It's not a word, but
But it could
it's
very
obviously
well
ringing some
be.
bells.
Yeah, this is tough to pull the trigger on or not, but we are going to
He's gonna
see
do
it
it.
played. And the question is, will Dylan challenge for 5 points? Any
Look,
ILY word, I think I just immediately challenge. We see a hold, I think, from Dylan, but this is the question: Will he sacrifice a potential 5 points to make sure that this word is indeed an adverb of narky. And I guess it helps to know what narky means.
Yes, yeah, it does.
But yeah, as I said, like any word that is ILY, I just immediately will challenge, and this is what is happening. So it looks like Bob's gonna lose a turn here, um, which yeah, it's tough to lose a turn like this. What's crazy is this gave Dylan a double double of Sartoriai through the eye, and I don't think he has anything once this comes off the board.
No, I don't think he
So
does
that could
either.
be an extra consideration. Because yeah, that would have put Dylan in a good position, but he's in a good position anyway if this comes up the board. So I like the decision, the
Yeah, I
challenge.
do too.
Yeah, very interesting. Definitely, when you see words like narcly, it just hurts so much to not pull the trigger, and then end up learning that it is valid. And that's probably happened to Bob more times than you can count, where there's a word he's considering, he doesn't play it because he's unsure, and then it turns out that it's valid. So
Mm.
you gotta try your hand sometimes.
I think I would have just played KY above Eowen.
Yeah, that does score pretty well. That's what he's set up now, Bob, for
Mm.
next turn. And we'll have to see what Dylan does with this.
He's lined up
'Cause,
Sartoria just a bit too late.
yeah. Do you want to play off IR, OR? You want to play a little bit longer? If there was a five-letter word making ox or axe that doesn't use the S, I would be very inclined to do that, especially considering that Dylan now knows exactly what's on Bob's rack, and so he can
Yes.
probably determine that KY is a good option for Bob and would
Yeah.
like to
Would you
block it.
would you consider something then like a riot?
Yeah, a riot looks very good here. Keeping just the RS. Dylan knows that Bob doesn't have a hook to quag, and that
Yeah.
it's his for at least one more turn, if not more. So it's a very interesting situation where quag was played many turns ago and it has not been hooked, and I don't think it will be unless Dylan decides to just blow up his rack, play something like Sartor, just probably wishing that that eye was still on the board, but that Bob still lost his points for Narcly.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
yeah, we should get that play off of the score, because the score is now very much in Dylan's favor. I think 199 to 102. So he's quite a bit in the driver's seat here. So pretty much anything he does, he'll be in a very good position. Yeah, I like a riot. I don't know about you.
Yeah. I in these situations, I think if you try and play off IR, you're gonna pick another O, and if you play off OR, you're gonna pick another I. So that just seems
The
to always
or.
happen.
Okay, so we'll see. We'll see if it rings true here, or maybe he'll draw like an E and an N. That'd be quite
That would be
nice.
that would be
Oh
nice.
yeah, this is an important draw. N.
Oh,
Oh, he
what's it?
isn't showing us. He isn't showing us. I love it. Hey, I predicted it.
No.
Let's go. Come on, come on. Give me the money, everyone.
This is
Give me
why
the
they pay you the
money.
big bucks, huh?
Amazing. All right. So OR to block KY, keep some good letters. Um, yeah. Um, oh, maybe. Wait. Maybe 182 is what Bob has before Narcly.
I think it's possible. He has bingoed and got the Z score, so he'd be over
Yeah,
100. So yeah.
26. Yeah, no, okay, sorry, I messed up. So he would have had 262 after Narcly. Yeah, I should have known that. So no, 182 is his actual score.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the dream. Yeah, this is the dream Scrabble rack AEINRST for Dylan. Little does Bob know what's coming. I would want to see I don't know if Bob reacts very strongly in games, but I'd like to see a facial reaction from him. I don't know. That's a little bit maybe asking for a little bit much.
This was
Man.
interesting. This player.
Yeah, Neri instead of Narky. Um,
You think maybe he's been spooked by the phony of Narkily, and maybe he's questioning whether Narky's good as well.
yeah, that's what I. That might be it. Um, that might very well be it.
I don't
Maybe
think
he
there's any
doesn't.
strategic considerations for keeping the K.
Yeah, you can draw some plays from the A like alkenes, alkyne, alkene. Um, but
Or
those aren't so great.
Alkali, yeah,
Yeah, alkali, and he almost drew alkali.
almost, yeah.
Um, yeah, this is not a good draw for Bob, but yeah, we're just whatever. What is Dylan gonna play? He doesn't take time. Okay, I'm glad he isn't taking time. He goes with nastier. I like playing. I mean, if there's something to consider here, which of the like five plays with quags you choose, I
Mm.
like playing up to the top, just so that if any bonus comes down on the second to right row, it will not hit a double word score and won't open the board so much. So I'd like that. I like that over like steer in or Stainer. Um, so yeah, good
Yeah, and
choice. And
the
Bob
The
hiding his
Zed's already
facial
been played.
reaction. Yes, of course that's important too. There's no ZE spot next to the E in that to worry about. And I don't know about you, but whenever I know my opponent's letters, I just sort of tank a lot. I try very hard to figure out what they're likely to do.
Mm.
And Dylan still knows ILK. And after this, he knows LK. But I think at this point in the game, I don't think you want to think about that. You want to think about the K so you don't open like a huge K spot. But other than that, you just want to focus on your own stuff. Especially half of the game has been played, but Dylan is under 10 minutes. So he's going to want
Yes.
to speed up a little bit with his advantage.
Yeah, the difference in in the minutiae of each decision probably doesn't it's not worth pondering about when your clock's going down. Like it's
Yeah.
probably just worth it to play faster so that you're getting the most value out of the rest of your time.
Yeah. What's been the most difficult thing for you to try and learn to do over the board since you started playing, Josh?
Um, Look, I think I've got a pretty good intuitive sense for the game. Um, and I'd watched a few streams, back when I was younger, with, Robin Pollock Daniel, those sort of streams from out of Canada.
Hmm.
Um, so, I sort of understand how, I didn't have any issues with the clocks or anything like that, but it's just word knowledge. Like that's all I'm focusing on at the moment. I'm aware I'm so far behind players like Bob who have been playing for, you know, twice as long as I've been alive.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to catch up. But sometimes more knowledge can hurt you. So, like for example, Bob knowing narky, narky, or narcus. If you don't know that word, you're never gonna play narkily.
No, you're right.
So sometimes knowing more confuses you, but it's only when you learn everything that you can really feel comfortable in any situation. So yeah, I totally feel that. Um, Looks like Dylan is considering Blair with BUR and LI, which looks like
Yeah,
a good play.
I don't like the position of the eye if you play Blair.
Oh, okay, interesting. Are there any Fs left? One F. Yeah, that's true. It's kind of suspicious. It also sets up an S hook, I think, but um, yeah, Dylan does have one of the last two S's. So yeah, it's interesting. I really would want to get rid of an I because look at how many I's are unseen to Dylan. He doesn't know that three of them are on Bob's rack.
Yes, well, yeah.
But yeah, I think I would play Blair, but I would play faster than this because yeah, the clock's ticking down under 7 minutes now for Dylan. So I would just want to do something relatively quickly here.
Yeah,
He's
well, another
considering.
consideration is that Blair isn't a word.
Oh, Blair is not a word.
No, just Braille and Libra.
Wow. Okay. I don't know if I would have challenged that. Oh man. All right. So Bale keeping 2 hours in S. Wow, that's crazy. Well, thanks for that. Thanks for that knowledge check. It's good we're sitting here. Bale is the play, keeping 2 hours in an S. I'm okay with this.
I would have
I would have.
preferred just BAR, keeping LIRS.
Yeah, yeah. That's also pretty good.
There's a few E's to draw into.
Yeah, something in that spot. But yeah, the most important thing for Dylan now that he's ahead by over a bonus is just keep scoring something and play relatively hastily because if he does that, he should not lose.
Yeah, and keep drawing bingos as well. That's handy.
Yes, that's a very good draw. What did anything play though?
Yes, to the left of Bale.
Oh yeah. Wait. Soarers.
Soarers, yep.
That doesn't work with OL, right?
SAIOI.
Oh, nice, nice. And a second spot's been given. Yeah,
Yes.
SAI. Need to start seeing that. It's still not natural for me to see the CSW3. It's nice. Yeah, Soarers has now 2 spots, and you just have to be confident that it's valid. I mean, why wouldn't it be?
Yeah,
But why would it
I
be?
think I think you send it.
Send it? Yeah. Then, I mean, if it's good, the game's over. No good, the game's still probably over.
Yes, yeah.
But we'll see. What is Dylan? I wonder what he's thinking. Is he maybe tracking? He has his fist up. I'm really wondering what that means. Um, but it looks like
Oh
okay.
no.
Looks like
Ooh.
he's missing the bonus or just not being sure of it. That's okay. As long as you do something here relatively quickly,
Hmm.
cement your lead. Um, nothing can, not much can come and change the result of this game. But yeah, if you're not sure, it makes sense. And that's a good draw as well. Word there? AEENRSS. Really
Yeah.
wondering about that. It looks good, but nothing's coming to mind.
I think and Sears might be good.
Oh, and Sears. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, that's a word. And Sears. Will there be a spot for it? As yeah, I mean,
No.
Bob's rack is just really poor, but he's able to score a little bit more than 20 and keep the board a little bit open. So he's hoping to draw pretty much exactly what Dylan has, and
Yes, yeah.
that second blank as well. If he draws the second blank, it'll be interesting. I don't think Sears is going down, and
Oh
yeah,
no.
here I'd be
No, it's
focused on
not. Yeah.
that. I'd be focused on that upside down I and PI. That's what I would address first. I don't know if anybody in the chat is getting bothered by
Look,
that.
I've played Bob once or twice a week for the past 9 months, and I flip over the so many tiles when I play him. He's actually doing us a favor on the stream and standing his tiles up the right way. Quite often, he'll play with them in Benji mode, just any which way. Um, it doesn't seem to phase him.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Um, People's brains work in different ways. Um,
I can't even imagine trying to process a position and also, orient the tiles in my brain. It just seems unnecessary.
yeah. All right, 61 point lead for
Mm.
Dylan, and his time is ticking, so I'm actually starting to get a little bit worried um, about the result of this game. I feel like a lot of games have reached a similar situation where one player has good tiles that don't really score much on a board where there are some opportunities for a comeback, and it's just hard to find the right play and it just keeps compounding and getting harder and harder to figure out what to do, especially as your time is ticking down. I would like to see something like maybe Wrens and Licks in this position, just
Yeah,
to get rid of that um, horizontal lane under the K that was just created, and it also scores some points. In
yeah. I
three and a
was looking
half
at
minutes.
something. I was looking at something like just ES and licks, but I think
Mm,
with a blank unseen, you can probably play the extra tile. My worry is that
yeah,
being uber defensive, if something does fit like Sora's would have to the left of Bale or to the right of Neri, I think you're putting yourself into a hole if you're scoring too little.
yeah. And Says does not score that much. It's a similar idea.
It doesn't
But
doesn't do
yeah,
anything to address the lane under the K.
yeah, it scores 8 less than Ren's would have. And with a 60-point lead, if you go up by 80, play 3 tiles, and Bob does indeed get a bonus down, Bob will tie the game up, but will draw 6 tiles, and you'll have 7. You should have a very, very good advantage in that end game.
Yes.
But okay, AEIMNRS, that should be good enough considering what we know about Bob's rack here. Because, well, Seminar does fit next to the I and the L of Bale, but maybe you don't want to do that with a blank out. This is actually a little bit scary still for Dylan.
Hmm.
But what do you do if you're Bob? You gonna play Bailing? Is that what he's looking at?
Can you? I don't know if you can.
Does that take an S is a question. Can you
Maybe you
pluralize
need that
Bailing?
sort of volatility. Not knowing if it takes an S. Maybe that's to your benefit when you're behind.
Yeah, I mean, but what else is there here? Turns out it does not take an S.
Hmm.
Um, but what do you do otherwise? Like, you can't really play OLF like you'd want to. You want to score some points. You want to try and draw that final blank. This is really tough. You could play something with FY, I guess. Maybe you could play Flog, but that opens a huge spot. I guess the amount of tiles left is really important here. There's 6 left. Wait, is there 6? There's 7 left. So if you play Flog and Dylan uses that scoring spot next to the OG, then he'll empty the bag, and if you get a bonus, you will win. Probably. Yeah, I think maybe that's the choice. Just play Flog and FY and just hope for the best.
Yeah.
18 points, going down 55. Gonna be close. Even if everything goes your way, it's gonna be close.
If you're Bob, do you need the S to be in the bag to win?
Uh, or the blank, I would say. You obviously need Dylan to not have what he
Marines. Yeah.
has right
Yeah.
now, Marines or Seminar. But yeah, I don't really know. I think that's the best bet. I mean, you need a lot of things to go your way. In this position, you're down 63, 73, and there's a blank out. I mean, look at those letters: AAEEIIMNRSTY. Those are just really good. All right. So here, Bailing is going to block all the 7s. It will give back something like Smearing, or Rainsman doesn't fit. But will Dylan take the bait and play something with Bailings? That could be the way for Bob to come back if he draws the blank here. But yeah, I think just Smearing will just seal the deal. And as long
Yes.
as
Yeah.
Dylan's not feeling too much pressure, he should just play that somewhat soon. But we'll see.
Yeah.
He's
Looks
seen
like
it.
it's
He's seen
coming.
it.
Hmm.
And for Bob, AIE. So the blank's
Hmm.
still in the bag. So not only is Smearing going to steal the deal, it'll also be a nice little surprise. Dylan's going to draw that final blank and not get bonused out on Bob. So going to be a nice victory for the New Zealander in round one of the Trans-Tasman
Yes.
Challenge. That's good for the underdogs because I mean New Zealand is the I mean can I say this on the stream? I think New Zealand is the underdog, um, just given how much smaller it is than Australia in terms of population. But as a Canadian, I know that the underdogs can often outperform the overdogs. So I
Look, it's
think it's going
something
to
we
be a
say.
fun
It's
fun
something we
fight.
say in cricket all the time. We say, "Oh, the New Zealand team. That we never expect them to like. We expect them to have a good showing, but never to really amaze us. But they're a great team, and we. It's very similar here. There's some great players for New Zealand, so we shouldn't be surprised ever at a New Zealand win. Um,
Yeah.
I'm just obviously rooting for rooting for Australia.
Yeah, definitely. Um, sounds like a nice friendly rivalry between these two nations.
Yes.
In Scrabble at least. So yeah, for Bob here, at least he's gonna be able to score over 300. He can play something like deal anything through the E and smearing, or maybe there's some way to score a little bit more than that. Um, but yeah, it looks like Dylan's gonna have many outplays to choose from. Play Tenny through the N and bailing. He could play Thais through the E and smearing,
Hmm.
or anything making ST, the S and smearing. So that, yeah, that's going to be good enough for a pretty nice win for Dylan. So who do we have up in game number two? Are we aware of who we're featuring?
I believe we are. Um, I'll have to have a quick look, or we can get our producer to tell us. But
Hmm.
I'll get
Well,
back to
whoever
you
it
on
is,
that.
obviously look forward to it. As this game is dwindling, yeah. What to say? I mean, Dylan had that Soarers play available, but either discarded it because he was unsure of the word or because he didn't see it. But he was always pretty much in commanding lead ever since Jedi. So I think the contention of this game was definitely the play of Wed by Bob. Could have gone either way. You could have maybe tried to get rid of the V instead of the W. Could have exchanged. But yeah, all in all, I mean, both players played quite well. Hard to hard to fault many of the plays.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if Dowd had come down, it gives back Cheddite with double D. So yeah, not a huge not a huge swing in hindsight,
Yeah,
but yeah.
I wonder if Dylan would have. I mean, that's such a deep word, Chedai with two Ds. I wonder if he would have played that. That would have
Hmm.
been over 100 points. Wow.
I think it looks
Well,
more intuitive than the single D.
oh yeah, to you. Well, I would trust that. I would
Well, it just
trust that
sounds like
feeling.
it sounds like it should have two Ds, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Like cheddar.
Yeah, exactly. So we have Rod T versus Lawson Sue. Okay, well that's
Okay,
quite the matchup. Is it Rod Talbot?
it is Rod Talbot.
Cool. Um, so we're seeing Bell. I think Bob deciding I want to keep all these vowels on my rack just to show Dylan. Oh, wait. Show Dylan what I've got. It really doesn't matter because Dylan's going out. You can put an A there and E there. Very funny. Um, and we'll see what the outplay for Dylan is. But yeah, what do you know about Rod,
Well,
Josh?
Rod also goes to the same club on Wednesdays up in Sydney. Um, I've played well over 100 games against him over the board. Um, he he's a very solid player. Like there's not many times that I've spoken about a word and he's not known what it is. Um, he's like a landscaper by trade, so he knows lots and lots of gardening words, which I'm sure you know come up a lot.
Yes.
Lots of plants, lots of trees. Um, yeah, I'd expect a good showing from him.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, it says he's played over 6,000 games, tournament games. Oh
Yes,
my
yeah,
goodness.
he loves the tournament.
Wow, that's okay. So he's got the reps, as we would say. Okay, so this game is going to end Let's just get the final score here. I think it is 440 to 308, possibly. Yeah, 440 to 308. Is that, you guys do the double the value of the tile thing at the end, or do you do take off
We do
and
the one up, one
add?
down.
Okay, so then it would be 436 to 304, I think. But yeah, our programs are American, so they don't understand that.
Yeah, they get the margins, but they're very generous and give everyone a couple more points.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we got some high average scores in America and in Canada. But yeah, definitely a tough game.
Yeah, it's very rare you'll see Bob score in the low 300s.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. He had some terrible racks there. Overtame was really nice though. Cool. So
Just
I
a
guess
little anecdote. Bob has the highest ever word that's been played against me. I was playing at the club one night, and I was behind, and I just sort of fought back into a lead, and I played Ernest, putting an E in the triple lane because that's all I
yeah.
had, and he tripled with hat boxes for well over 200.
Oh no. Oh my goodness. That's beautiful. Hat boxes. Yeah, I can never find those box words. But
Yeah,
maybe when it's staring you in the face like that, maybe you see boxes first or hoxes.
yeah.
Boxes. Yeah, I don't know how fast that came down, but
Oh,
that's pretty
it was
amazing.
pretty quick, and there was a bit of a chuckle before it came down as
Yeah,
well.
it's like a fall out of your chair type play. um, oh, interesting. So in I hear that in Australia you do the plus minus at the end of the game, but in New Zealand they do the doubling.
Oh, okay.
More influenced by the North American way. So I wonder at this tournament which function they're using.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Anyways,
looks like
we
they're doing the doubling.
yeah, interesting. Okay, so we're gonna be back in around a minute with the next matchup between Lawson and Rod Talbot. But I am Josh Sokol, joined here by Josh Watt. We are the Joshes. Will be here for these morning games, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Yeah, bye.
Thanks for playing on stream.
That's no worries. Sorry, I stuffed it up.
I was watching.
Stuffed it up. Oh, you'd try narkly, wouldn't you? You'd try narkly, wouldn't you? Narkly.
Narkly, I thought it was a word.
In a narky manner.
Yeah.
They should.
I did know that Beelings didn't take an S.
No.
I didn't know that. Narkly, I thought it was very good.
You
No.
have you done your hair and
No. No.
Don't give a moustache?
The result is as you would have liked. I tried narkly, which is stupid. Narkly. Yeah.
oh yes, and subtly.
Yeah. Well, narkly in a
Makes sense,
in
wouldn't
a
it?
narky manner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And take it off, he said darkly.
Yeah, that's right. There's 100 ways you put in a sentence. So, is the round finished, you know?
I don't know, I only know 4 results.
Didn't cost
5
it's a bit
results.
embarrassing, eh?
He was on our way with
Shut
one
up.
or the other.
Yeah, it was, yeah. You're here, are you?
I have no bingo. I won. Yeah, he seemed lovely. And then bingo. I hopefully not seeing anything to be gathered.
You dabbled.
He put down gathered.
Big Jabber. He puts ABRS. That's brilliant. How you go, Courtney? 7 points, almost blew it.
Okay. Okay. I just tightened it up, that's all. Lawson, you're going to be on this side, if that's all right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, eh?
Huh?
You guys do much of it?
A little bit. Yeah.
Hello. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to, what is it, the 13th edition of the Trans-Tasman Challenge. I'm your host, Josh Sokol, joined here by none other than Josh Watt. And
Hello.
we are going to be bringing you round 2 of the event. So Lawson Sue versus Rod Talbot, right?
Rod Talbot.
So Lawson from New Zealand,
Mm-hmm.
Rod from Australia. We see the second first in a row from the New Zealand side of things, and
It's
this is going
rigged.
to be a great matchup. Yeah, it's rigged. Yeah, exactly. So Lawson lives right here. I say here, near where the tournament's being held in Auckland, and he's played in this event every single time since it started in '96, right? Or was
Yes,
'96 the first one? I think it was.
I believe so.
And so he's top 10 in New Zealand. He plays bridge as well. Everybody loves this guy, I think, from what I hear.
Yes, he was one of the favorite characters in the documentary that is out on YouTube about New Zealand Scrabble.
Ooh,
Very
we
good
should
watch if
plug
you
that.
very good watch if you haven't watched that already.
Yeah, definitely should. I don't think I have yet. And yeah, they're talking. They're delaying the game because they're just so happy to talk to each other. Isn't this is what we want? This is the Scrabble that we know and love. Everybody knows each other. These guys probably played each other like dozens of times, right?
Yes, yeah, I'm sure.
You've played Rod hundreds of times. Is that right?
Yep, yep, very strong player.
What did you
Yet
say
to
your
play
record
Wilson,
against
but
him is these days?
look, it doesn't make for pretty reading. Let's say that.
Yeah, Rod. Okay, it says exactly 6,834 games played in Australia since '98.
Since
That's
'98. Yep.
26 years. So that's, if my math is correct, around 250 games or so per year in tournaments. He won this challenge. He got first place in 2008. Um, yeah, he's one of the top players in Australia and in New South Wales.
Yep.
Lives in Sydney. Landscaper, like you said. But he likes the cool words, right?
He does. Yeah. Yeah. He you won't find him studying by probability. Quite often he'll turn up to the club and say, "Oh, I've been looking at list of words ending in TOL or just random combinations of letters, whatever he takes his fancy for the day."
That's great. I mean, it's the love of words, right? That really
Yes.
brings a lot of us to the game. And even though we don't need to know what the words mean, need to know if they're valid. I think most players have some affinity for the words, and knowing what they mean is great. I mean, TOL words, it's just a chemical, right? Um, that sort of thing. But knowing the specifics of the definitions does tend to help you remember the validity of certain words. So it's not like it's not useful. It's just for someone that to learn like tens of thousands of words, really hard to also then learn the definition.
As we can see,
But okay,
Rod the gardener set up Tree Man on his rack.
that's hilarious. That's not it's Rumanette, right? Yeah, I knew that. I
Yes.
knew
Yeah.
that one. Yay! And Lawson has cow with ADEN, so he's looking to play cow. You can play cow here. You can play cowed as well.
I think I'd be inclined to play Cowed.
Yeah, just take the extra points. Cow is a defensive opening play, 16 points, but keeps really good letters, and it makes it a little bit harder for the opponent to respond unless they have like an L or a good overlapping play. But cowed, yeah, scoring 12 extra points is hard to resist. Dia
Yeah. There's
cow.
also no.
Is that a word?
No, it isn't.
What is he thinking of? Deacon?
Or Sea Cow.
Oh, sea cow. Nice. Yes, yes, of course. But yeah, taking an unusual amount of time, over 2 minutes on the opening play. But it is
Playing upside
close,
down
I
as
think.
well.
Cowan. Oh, that's a good choice as well. Scoring 2 fewer just to keep the DE together.
Yeah.
I like that choice as well.
I like it more than cowed for sure.
We're gonna see a nice. I guess we're gonna see a nice underlap, right? Unless there's a double through the O, that I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing one.
So Romanet making ORWEAM and NE looks to be the play for Rod. I think he spotted it already.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Now this is good. Your
Good
opponent
stuff.
takes over 2 minutes on the opening play, and you play a bonus within less than a minute. But we're gonna see. Oh, we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see a double as a response from Lawson, right? Just demitted.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah, we'll see how long that takes. He may not spot it. He may spot it, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
We'll see.
I didn't know that word.
Demitted. You might not know if it's like verb or if you might not have even seen demit before. To me, I don't know why. It just seems like a common word, but it probably isn't. I mean, I don't really
feel
have
like
a
I
good
should have seen it, I
vocabulary.
just haven't.
Yeah. I don't have a great working vocabulary. Speaking of like knowing the definitions of words, so when I say something is a common word, it's just an assumption most of the time
Sure.
because I don't actually know. But it hasn't come down yet. I mean Lawson's maybe doing some tracking because he did take a couple minutes and his opponent played instantly, so it's always good to make sure that you've got the work done, like the paperwork, before you make your play, because you might forget later on if you've actually tracked certain plays. He's he's one letter, like one shuffle away from lining up demitted,
He is, yes.
but who knows if it will come down. The suspense is palpable. Is that right? Is that a word? That's a
Palpable, yes it is, yes.
palpable. He's seeing maybe some nines like meditated.
Yeah, I was looking at this as well. The triple letter squares underneath Reminet look very
Juicy.
tempting and metered as a 5 overlap. It scores a lot, firstly. But yeah, it looks very attractive.
Yeah, I mean that scores over 40 points, right?
Yeah.
What's funny is mited. So mited not being valid,
49.
that might mess some people up. But the reason I know that mited isn't valid is because of demit.
Right.
So
yes.
it just goes back to the same. So that's another way to maybe see the double is, you know that that mited is invalid because of demit. Well, not because of it, but as a replacement. Yeah, I guess if it's not a common word, like there's no reason that that it's necessarily a word that Lawson is familiar with. So we'll see. We'll see if he ends up spotting it. It's sort of like a too good to be true thing, right? Like your opponent opens with 80 points and you just somehow have like almost a 100-point response. 94 points. Whereas Rod is looking to play wiry underneath the E and the T, I think.
Yeah.
Which I don't think, regardless of what Lawson does, will come down.
Here's the thing. Lawson's seen metered for 49. The only way he wouldn't have played it is if he smells something. So
Yeah. I think he's still smelling it. Oh, I thought he was gonna play. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's good. That's good. I've done it before where I've played like half or more of a word and then stopped. Like I once played TURR keeping ICAL in my rack. Miracle. Which was just like, oh, oops. Like I hit the clock and it's like, wait. Oh, too late.
I've got more. I've got the rest.
Yeah. Yeah, item comes down, so that's a stroke of luck for sure for Rod, because if demitted comes down, I mean that's a very big margin. to come back from pretty early. So Wyrie is the play really quickly. So do you think Rod knows something about Lawson's game where sometimes Lawson will take a little bit long in the opening stages of the game, and maybe he just wants to play really fast? Or is he just that confident that that's his
He's a
play?
fast player, Rod. He's been around. He knows when with his rack. There's not much else happening, is there? Like he knows he's not gonna happen upon a super low probability bingo through the E or anything. So no need to waste time.
Yeah.
That's sort of
Especially
his
since
MO.
this does great things to the board. It prevents bonuses, hooking Romanet, playing through the E and the T. It also prevents plays to the right middle triple.
Yes. Yeah.
It scores really well. So yeah, this is a good board to be on when you have a 50+ point lead like Rod does. So
Yeah. It also blocks Lawson's bingo, sort of fortuitously.
Oh, blitted?
Blitted, yeah, making
Blitted is good.
Wemb.
Wow. Yeah. I guess bitted still fits there, which is
It
a
does.
ton of points. How much is that? 30 to 43, I think, if my count is right. That's very nice.
I'm so slow at counting.
You'll get there. You'll get there. Yeah, Wem setting up the Y hook, right, for your NBA fans. I don't know how many people in the chat got that, but as long as one person gets a reference, then it's a successful bout of commentary, right?
Yes, yeah. We're really commentating for ourselves, though, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, bitted. I guess the only other question is blighted a word? I don't think it is. I think blight is some disease. Blite.
Blight is a type of herb.
Oh yeah, close.
Yeah, blighted would be GHT.
Oh wait. Oh, blight. Yeah. Okay. No, just don't mind me. Yeah, Victor Wemby. There you go. So yeah, if bitted
Wembanyama
doesn't
would
come
be a
down,
good Scrabble word.
yeah, it really would. Like Jambalaya Wembanyama. If bitted doesn't come down, what does Lawson do? And he's already down to 16.5 minutes after making 2 plays. I wonder what he's thinking. Is he thinking, oh, I just found my bingo, my bonus that was blocked by Rod? You have to just move forward, right? So both times that the New Zealander, yes,
Yes.
has
Kiwi, yep.
been, yeah, Kiwi is the more common thing, I guess, has been down on time pretty early on. But if the same thing happens as last game, then it won't matter so much. But it looks like tables have turned. I mean, Rod's in a great position. After bitted, it's close, and it's gonna be weird. Like, what happens after bitted? Like, what does Rod do? Actually, okay, he plays lead. Maybe being unsure of bitted. Probably.
Keeping the B for bled as well.
Yeah. So this is actually quite interesting because, again, we know Rod has a lot of problematic consonants. He's one letter off of cyborg through the Y of Wyrie. There's no clear play here to me.
Bigot.
Oh, that's
Or-
great. Oh, that's a clear
Small,
play.
Yeah, I like it.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, well,
And fast as
Rod
well.
knew. Rod knew what he was doing. Yeah, when you can think on your opponent's time, like, okay, if they play there, I'll play here. If they play there, I'll play here. And if they do this, maybe I'll look to see if they gave me something. But like with racks with one consonant, it's pretty easy to find candidate moves.
Yes.
Or with one vowel,
One vowel,
excuse me. So you can spot C-ball pretty quickly if you know your fives very well. And just be like, okay, well, that's my play if that's not blocked.
And he's
There's
from
nothing big
piloting through
changes.
the L, but it's going to get blocked.
Ooh. And Bigot is going to be played.
Yeah, I like
So yeah,
this.
B2 is also available, BITOU, but Bigot's scoring 3 more points, keeping a U instead of a G. And yeah, this is nice. Nice way to get closer to Rod's lead here.
Yeah, and throw some
But yeah,
floaters
that
out there
blank
as well.
draw. What's that?
Throw some floaters out there as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but blocking piloting. I don't think there's any like PITOT is a word, but that's not a verb. So I think yeah, Rod's gonna have to wait at least one more turn.
Hmm.
Um, with
Yeah, we
this
might
play.
see him slow down now as well.
Yeah, especially since his play was blocked. Yeah, what would you think to do here?
Um, I would be looking parallel Sabol. Maybe something just like just peek to the right of Sabol. Um, yeah, I
Ooh.
didn't see too much wrong with that.
Are we gonna see a phony? He quickly
Dioptic
he
or
had
optic?
no he had tiptoeing lined up
Oh,
on the
really?
T but without
Right.
the E, which
Yes.
is
Yeah. Yeah.
a phony I've seen before. But optic is a great move
Hmm.
to open more space. You might be thinking, why is Rod opening the board? He has a lead, but he has a blank. You have a blank. It's pretty much only a matter of time before you get a bonus down. So I like this decision, but it might not work out for him. Look at that poor constant draw. Things are getting spicy.
Lots of clunk on Lawson's rack.
Yeah, this is. I mean, sometimes with letters like these, you just have a clear play, but
Yes. Yeah.
XI, is that what you do? XIOX and LI? The OL?
Yeah.
The C-bowl?
Keeping ZV.
Yeah, it's not pretty, but it scores something. There's XI as well next to the OP, but that just scores less. I don't think there's any reason to do that. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you'd want to play off at least the V as well, but you
Yeah.
just sometimes you just can't. Sometimes you gotta gotta take some time. I mean, the X is good on this board, so you could consider keeping it for next turn. Maybe trying to set up some sort of. Oh, he's look. Oh, okay. This is a very interesting. I actually like this choice a lot by Lawson. Putting the V out there isn't that dangerous. You're getting rid of all of your junk, and you're pretty guaranteed to score 40 next turn and the turn after. I really like this play, actually.
Yeah. Interesting that he's playing upside down as well.
Oh, that's what you noticed.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if Lawson is if anybody knows that he does this regularly, but I know a lot of players that play upside down. It's just normal for them. Oh, E blank U. Wow. Is like, am I making this word up? Let me see. Before I say something silly. Yeah, I'm making it up. Okay. I feel like there's potentially a 9 or 10 letter word with these tiles that Lawson has. Anyways, back to Rod, who has drawn consonants that he surely can't like. Now with the play of Virtue being played, he has no way of scoring through that V unless he wants to get rid of his blank and play like Vivda, which can't be worth it.
No, I think he's much more likely to play Vig through the V to try and block it.
I like playing Vigs, Hog, and Ups more than that, just because it scores pretty well. And he's playing through the Eye and Optic,
Very
just
interesting.
leaving it all hanging. All right. I mean, when you have blank, be aggressive. This also sets up Bid and Gourd, which is maybe consideration as well. That does score like 29 points by itself. But yeah, XU is going to come down very quickly, which is very important. He needs to keep playing a little bit fast. I think that's fine. I think that's a fine play. It does create a big spot on the left, though. Does Rod have anything there? I don't see anything off the top of my head.
No, it looked kind of promising, but I've just put it through Zizova. There's no sevens and no eights.
No eights at all.
No.
No eights at all with this rack. That's crazy. So are we gonna see? I mean, Rod takes. He doesn't know this, like that there are no eights. Is he gonna take some time here? Because it just feels like you have to have something through the T, a bigot, or the O. There's just nothing. Wow.
Yeah, I'd imagine he'd look for a while. But
Yeah, I mean,
what? I don't know what he's gonna land on.
because now, I mean, the scores are close,
Mm.
and his lead is somewhat gone. It just feels like after building towards this rack, it just feels like this is the pinnacle. This is where Rod retakes a bonus lead. Like it just feels right. Like even a bingo to the Y should be like if I.
Mm.
Anyways, I don't know. This is really good. I think for Lawson. I think Rod's gonna take a while. He has the time to do so, but Lawson can now just chill out a little bit and just wait and see what happens. He has some very nice options himself. I guess he probably wants an R or a D out in space for re-zeroed.
Re-zeroed.
Yeah, that's good, right? Yep.
Oh,
But
to reset.
in
to
lieu
zero.
of that, in lieu of that, I guess for Lawson, question is, does he play Z to the left of C-Bowl and open a huge
Yeah, that's
hook?
scary.
So he's gonna want to think about that at least right now and wait to see what Rod does. And I wonder how long. Yeah, this is very interesting to see how long Rod is gonna take here. I would take at least 5 minutes, I think. And then
Are you
be
seeing
sure
any
I'm missing
candidate
something.
plays?
I mean, if there's no bonus, yeah, sure, I'd play like diff from the D and item or
That's what I was
something.
looking at, but keeping the U.
Yeah, if there's some way of playing the U be nice, but I don't really see a great way of doing that. And yeah,
Unless you
I
just
mean the
play
U,
food, Foud, through the O of Sabol.
yeah, you could do that. I don't think that's. I feel like diff is good enough. Um, like you want to play AUF somewhere in order to play that. Yeah. Oh, he's. I thought he was about to play. I mean, it'd be very impressive. Oh, he just goes with Viv does. Okay, that's very smart.
I
Yeah,
like
we're
that,
talking
yeah.
about Vivda last turn. Yeah, just Vivda's keeping you scoring 42 points. That's got to be right. Yeah, that's so many points. Yeah, good play. We do get the rack cam tilted a little bit. Hopefully we can get that fixed at some point. But for now, Lawson has this position that he's been thinking about for a while. I wonder how quickly he's going to make a decision. Because nothing much has changed. The V has been blocked. No real plays have been given by this play of Vivda's. So maybe he's just going to go for it. See the D and the A were just played? Oh my goodness. Wow. What? That's incredible. AE for 2 immediately.
Yeah, that was way too quick to be doing something like that, surely.
Well, it's just so incredible though. Like, what is he going for? I mean, he's hitting a lot of stuff. That's for sure. Is there something specific that he wants here? Huh.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
so interesting. What a I don't really mind, like, sure, there's probably other options, but I think this, I don't know, he has something cooking. Something is cooking here. He drew the P. Joy comes
Yeah.
down pretty quickly.
I like Joy.
Jurying did not fit. Wow, this is very unfortunate. And yeah, you look at this. Look at this.
So,
This is
yeah.
what he had in mind. Wow. What an awesome play by Lawson. I can't
That's
even.
nice.
I mean, to even see that is just so. you have to see Zo, and then you have to be like, oh, I could set the Z up. I don't know, man. It's so hard to block that, even if you sniff it out. I don't know. That's the coolest play I've seen in a long time. I don't know if it's the best play, probably not, but it's really really cool. And I mean, he's gonna bonus next turn. So it's gonna be a close game.
Yeah, and he's got
Gaumier is
biggest
gonna come
to the
down.
T as well.
What does he have to the T?
I think he's got strepent or strepent. I don't know how you pronounce it.
Stripent. Yeah, what a cool wow. You guys like nobody in chat would have even considered AE for 2. I was like, wait, why didn't you just play that for more? It's just a Nigel play.
We'll have to
The
get
spirit
some
of
confirmation
Nigel.
on what this blank is because there's 4 options apparently.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it could be it doesn't really matter. It could be
No, you're right. Yeah.
could be a lot of things. But that's really, really cool. Yeah, the spirit of Nigel looms large, right?
Yes, yeah, no, that's very impressive. Speaking of Nigel, I've just seen that he's currently 12 from 12 in the Spanish championships.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, he's
He's doing it again.
a different breed.
Yep. Yeah, Spanish championships being held at the same time as the Trans-Tasman. Um, and I think that's also being streamed. But you guys stay here. No leaving to watch Nigel dominate yet another language.
Yep,
Yeah,
we've got
so-
confirmation as well that the blank is a D for Gordia.
Makes sense. And will we see stripent or entrepot to the T? Entrepot is very hard to spot.
Yes, yeah.
It's just serpent is going to come down. That score is just about as much. 81 versus 81 versus 80.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Okay.
So serpent scoring a little bit more. Mount Eden in Auckland. Yes, that's where this tournament's being held. I really hope that I can visit this area of the globe at some point soon. I mean, have you been to New Zealand before?
No, never.
It's kind of far, right?
For you, yeah. Yeah, it's only a 3 hour flight from me.
3 hours a lot. That's
I
like
suppose, but it's further for me to go to Perth, which is in the same country. So
true. True. And the reason this is called the Trans-Tasman is it because between Australia and New Zealand it's the Tasman Strait, is that right?
that's correct.
Or-
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I know
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, named after Tasman. He was an explorer who sort of founded this area, or a very early explorer of this area.
Nice. Oh, we have someone in chat that's been watching both. Who's very tired because of the time differences for the Spanish championship and this one. Well, welcome. We're happy to have you. We're happy to have everybody in the chat. Well, this very, very interesting game is underway. So we saw Rod take a very commanding lead early on, but drawing a lot of clunky consonants, and Lawson just drawing nice scoring plays. We saw Virtue keeping ZX, then XU, and then the amazing AE for 2 from Lawson setting up Zoe for 64 points, pretty much guarantee 60 point. And yeah, now Lawson's ahead, and the time is evening out. Once again, Rod's just struggling with only one vowel, and Lawson is going to have a pretty easy decision next turn to just, I think, plunk the Q down somewhere, like Cot next to IGO and Bigot, or just drop the Q. He likes the 6 other tiles on his rack. And Rod, I mean, is looking to play Held maybe through the E of Serpent. I mean, this is not good. I don't know. Do you see anything else?
No, I'm looking for ways to get rid of both H's, but there's nothing really inspiring.
Yeah, and I mean, this play is just admitting that you're in a pretty awkward position. I mean, this blocks the lane above the AN of Cowan. It scores only 12 points, and the letters you're keeping are just not very good. As Cot comes down,
Yeah, this feels right.
Lawson counting. It looks like he's counting out loud. 30 points for Cot. And anti-hero just blocked. That's sick. Wow. Nowhere to bingo now, I think. For Rod. Yeah. I mean, these are decent letters at least now, but the
Yeah,
board is
you'd
dead.
have to think he's close, but yeah.
And it's still, it's not an insurmountable deficit. You're down 34.
Hmm.
But yeah, he sees anti-hero now. You much like rather just not even see that the bonus was blocked, Like just move on, but we're all human.
See, hands on hips from from Rod, ruining the block.
Yeah, is Gore good? G-O-R-E-R. That's not good, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what does one do here? Their Rod.
Yeah, I think
Like, play
you want to get rid
HAO?
of HO or HAO, but
HAO on top of the AN, maybe. There's somewhere good to play HO.
yeah, I like HAO, HAO.
Yeah, it brings you... It's 26. It's not terrible. But you're gonna need some help. The blanks are gone. There's a few S's left, but there's only a kind of hard to access S hook on the play of Serpent on the top. And there's that T and Bigot that you can maybe draw a bonus through. But more likely than not, I think neither player is going to bonus again this game. But we will have to see what happens. Oh, Elastane fits. Never mind. Maybe we will see a bonus. Yeah, I mentioned in the chat.
HAO, yeah, I like this from Rod.
Yeah, how is good, but yeah, if Elastane comes down, it's pretty much game over, I think. That's a tough find, though. You have to have studied it and like made sure you're aware that you could still potentially play through that T. You just kind of blocked. Let's see if he sees it. I wonder what he's writing down. If he's writing down the alphagram, AAEELNST, if that's how Lawson studies, then that could be it. Yeah, this could be game over, but he hasn't spotted it yet. If you don't see Elastane, yeah, playing off A&E, ALE somewhere seems pretty good. You could play... Okay, he's playing A&E. He could play Jean or Jane. I mean, probably Jean for more points, but he's electing to block that T. But scores are close, so there could be some... Yeah, there could be some weirdness here, depending on what Rod does.
Yeah, I think
Lawson's only up
I think it's a bit
by-
slow, that move.
Yeah, it's a slow move.
To borrow chess turn.
Definitely. Taking a 22-point lead, but what's left? There's 5 in the bag. So Rod can, he's looking at playing Fini through the N of Serpent, I think. Leave 2 in the bag, which is quite nice.
Yeah.
And tie the game up. Take a 1-point lead. And now, if you're Lawson, you have to also wonder, there's a threat with serpents to see what comes of this, because you can score well, because Lawson did draw the K, which is pretty good. If he hadn't drawn the
two
K,
S's in the bag.
if he hadn't drawn the K, he would not have an easy way to score here. Let's see. See what Rod draws. Aranus. Okay. That U kind of ruins it, doesn't it? Yeah, I think Lawson's gonna be able to eke this one out a lot of the time, but there are 2 letters in the bag, so there's some uncertainty. I think he had OAK lined up. Not really sure what he was looking at there. Yeah, something like Jake from the J looks a little bit scary, but if you're Lawson, you can realize that there are no scoring tiles unseen to you. So the worst that could happen, 3-tile overlap of Jake, which only scores 24 points. Jake itself scoring 32, keeping some nice letters. Keeping also possibilities from that B and C bowl. So after the play of Vig, now that's actually a scoring spot. You can play BES, BOS, BAS. That scores pretty well. So I think if Lawson plays Jake here, he's going to win, but from his perspective, is there something to worry about with Serpents? Anything you see, Josh?
No, I'd like the play of Scar, where he's just played KA. I'd probably tack the S on.
Oh yeah, that looks very good.
Scores
That's
a
probably
lot,
a better
and there's 2
version.
S's unseen to him. So I think you're okay parting with it. I just think it scores. I
Yeah.
just think it scores too much.
Yeah, 37 is good here. There is something to be said about playing an extra letter when you're emptying the bag.
Yes, exactly.
But this seems to do like the same thing. And maybe there was like some 9-letter word threats through the TE, potentially. And what's good about this is sometimes I think Lawson's going to threaten an out bonus with Serpents, which would just throw a huge wrench in Rod's endgame as well. Anyways, what a weird game. I think Lawson's going to eke it out, but amazing play of AE. I just can't get over that. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Feel free to like and subscribe to this channel, of course. Doesn't hurt, right? Have you done that, Josh? I hope
I
so.
have indeed. Yes. Yeah, I was in on the ground floor. I was the 4th subscriber.
Very nice. Very good. I think I was like a little bit after you. So you're a founder.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, there's just going to be more and more coverage like this. I mean, just out of nowhere, these New Zealanders have just these Kiwis have just started streaming amazing Scrabble content. And you know, if you know me, you know that's my life. And it could be a small part or a large part of your life too.
Yes,
So yeah,
if there's a game online, I've probably watched it.
Fabo, I like that. I like that. Is Fabo a word? Should be.
So,
Yeah, you've been enjoying Scrabble streams ever since ever since you got into the game. So, I mean, take it from Josh here. It's just awesome stuff. This is their first stream, first tournament stream. Oh, look at that like bubble. That's so cool, so cute. Yeah, thanks to everyone on the floor, making this possible. And it looks like New Zealand's gonna take game 2. I mean, I don't actually know what's happening in the rest of the tournament, but from what we're seeing, New Zealand is killing it.
yeah, it's a good showing. Good showing for the rest of the world to see some strong New Zealand talent.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
besides the best player ever, there hasn't been a lot of representation at World Championships from New Zealand players in recent years. So, yeah.
Yeah. So what are you thinking here in this endgame? Maybe like, I mean, the first thing you have to do is give up, and that's the hardest thing.
But after that,
Maybe just Gene setting up yours or ours.
yeah,
next
that's
year.
what I was looking at as well. Yeah. Yeah, no, I like that. That's what I'd probably land on.
What does it say on Lawson's shirt? Scrabble something. Eat a cheap. Can somebody translate what's on Lawson's t-shirt? I really want to know.
Well, now that you bring it up, Lawson actually makes his own t-shirts. He has a
Oh
business in
yeah,
New Zealand making t-shirts,
I
selling
think I knew
t-shirts.
that.
Um,
Yeah.
Important for us to plug because they're quite cool, as you can see.
Yeah, indeed. If we could get a moderator of the YouTube channel to post the live results, that would be nice. Because yeah, regular people cannot do that in the YouTube chat. It'll just be blocked. Oh, it's loins. True. So what I was saying earlier about how brutal this endgame is, like, yeah, S loins is being threatened through the Y
Hmm.
of wiry. So I mean, either Rod doesn't see it or does see it and hopes. Um, I mean, it doesn't matter since Red's not a factor here, but 7 points. Wow. Yeah, those are the results. So what is... Yeah, Rouse is being considered Rouse with serpents. But yeah, this is just so brutal. So brutal for Rod. He was in such a good position, but he just kept drawing those awkward racks filled with consonants.
Maybe
He
you
was...
play something like reason underneath, making Ewer and Tide.
Oh, that's interesting.
Like blocks the art bingo. I know you're opening in triple, but all one pointers.
Yeah. Problem is that would give back triple.
No, well, besides that, it's a good play.
I was like, I always see like noneless, and then I'm like, oh, loneness.
Loneness.
Yeah, that's... So Gene is
Yeah,
being
okay.
played, so let's see if Lawson sees his out bingo here. I guess you also have to be 100% sure that S loins is good. So many spellings of that. To make the play, because if you play a phony here, you lose.
Yeah,
So that
so
could be a nice...
maybe it's not right if you're not 100% sure.
Yeah, certainly not. You got to play with no pride and no ego when you're playing with it in a team tournament.
Hmm.
And yeah, looks like he's gonna play boss. Nice. Yeah, boss is a very nice score of 40 points, I think.
That's a lot.
Yeah, there's no question that those are all valid words. And we're gonna see ours is 17, yours is 16. So ours is better. Better than yours. We like these puns, don't we?
We do, yes.
Oh, I guess Rod is magnanimous guy. Plays the rest of 16, but it doesn't matter.
It's all academic.
Academic. Do you play any chess?
I'm very bad, but I've started playing, yes.
Sorry, you were gonna say something relevant. to the discussion.
Yeah. I was gonna ask if you had any questions for Lawson, because it looks like we're gonna be getting to do a little interview.
Oh, nice. Um, yeah, I mean, if anybody in chat has questions, feel free to relay them. I'm sure I could come up with a couple things
Yeah, obviously we need to
myself.
talk about the AE play.
Yeah, of course. Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna ask. You know what I'm gonna ask him. So, what's on your shirt?
Yes, well, yeah.
Yeah, a great win for Lawson. He's taking a picture of poor Rod there, whose time is still running, but not gonna. Yeah. Yeah. Anybody in chat that has any questions for the victor here, feel free to speak up or forever hold your YouTube chat. We have 2 questions about the T-shirt. Anything about the game? Would be nice, but not necessary. You know. We can for our first interview, pretty much ask whatever we want. It's a family affair. But yeah, great showing there. What a comeback! What a comeback!
Good, yeah. Real good game to watch.
Okay, so we're gonna get that set up, and I guess come right back to the interview, I believe. So yeah, all right. See you guys in a minute or so. All right, great. It looks like Lawson's ready to be interviewed. And yeah, if you guys any last chance, if you have any questions to ask,
Oh, I know.
ask our friend.
Tribal and C.
Yeah.
Tribal with a H as well. Tribal.
Yes.
It's the same word. Yeah. Oh, there's a few.
Yes, John, yes.
I think it's the same as Cybo as well.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. And who am I chatting to?
Should I unmute is the question. Lawson, can you hear?
I
you
can.
hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Well, I can't hear him.
Oh, okay. That's
Why?
probably because I don't have much.
But once we get that sorted, I think,
Uh-huh.
I don't think
Sounds
YouTube-
like JK.
maybe YouTube can hear him.
Who is
If
it?
YouTube can hear him, then we don't have to hear him necessarily.
Oh,
Lawson, can you try speaking for me now?
yeah, sure. So I believe I'm talking to the infamous
Yeah.
JK. Can you hear me now?
It gets a bit complicated with all these mics everywhere. But it's great that he can hear us.
Yeah, I can
Feels like
definitely hear you.
he's peering into our souls.
No. I hold.
Yeah, so I can't sing just to kill the time. My jokes are crap if I. So whilst I'm waiting in between time, I acknowledge how good Rod is, and he's a formidable foe.
Who is it?
He just got a bit unlucky with the tiles at the end. And yeah, I can always snatch defeat from the jaws of victory any time. So
Got me by 15.
Anyways,
Yeah.
well,
2 S's at the end.
until we can hear the room,
40 points for
what should we
Boss.
say? What should we talk about?
Yeah.
Let's
Okay,
see.
and the 2
So
S's.
there was one
His last 2
amazing
goes,
play
37
that
and 40.
was-
Wins by 15.
That was a play that
Blue,
Austin
and
made.
I blew it.
Almost
I blew it against Blue. I should have won. I led by 100 most of the
That was
game.
AE for 2.
Yeah.
AE for 2, and nobody knew what was going on there.
Oh, I like that. I like the sound of
What
what
is
you
he
just
going
said
for?
there.
Like, for me, it
Hey,
was
can
like,
I go?
this
I
is
got a
awesome.
stone. Can I go?
For like an 8-letter word or a big
Can
play.
I go? Let's
next
grab
to
it.
R. And it wasn't until Austin plopped down for 64 that we realized what was going on. But yeah, I mean, if we can't hear you, Lawson,
Yeah.
at least I can say that was a really, really awesome
Thank you. Thanks for that. Thanks, Josh.
yeah,
That's,
everybody watching appreciated it.
That Josh or what?
That, then Zoe, then Serpent.
Oh.
That was an amazing comeback.
I had to do something. Plus, I had 3 E's at the stage. I had 3 E's at the stage. So that was.
The impressive part about it was that the spot wasn't there, obviously, until Victor's came down. So
Correct.
he saw the possibility for the setup immediately. It's not like he'd been looking at
Sneaky
it
setup.
during Rod's turn.
No, exactly. And that, just getting rid of that E there confuses everyone.
Also interesting is that he had bingos through the T, but it's still definitely correct to play Zoe. Like I think he had Poetizer maybe through the T.
I missed that.
Preserve the
completely.
blank. And obviously bingo next turn, like he did with Serpent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really impressive.
No, that was just lucky.
The other question we
I had no
have
skill.
for you, Lawson, is what does your shirt say?
Oh. So, you can see the shirt okay? Can you see the shirt okay? Okay, so it's a play of both sort of Aussie and New Zealand sort of slang terms. And hopefully you've heard the term before that put another shrimp on the barbie. It's a very common sort of Aussie ockerism, is the way I put it.
Sure is.
And I also wanted to,
Scrabble, Thunder Down Under. No shrimp on a barbie here, mate. Here we like to eat a Cheerio.
and then that was the highlight of It's Aereo.
That's great.
Main thing was to try
Awesome.
to get It's Aereo in there. So.
Cool. Thanks for that, Lawson. Yeah,
thank you.
we're plugging your shirt making
You're a good
abilities. Yeah, I guess that'll be it for our questions since we can't actually hear you, but YouTube can. So we'll unfortunately have to end the interview. But really cool to get your thoughts. Thank you for joining us, and congrats on your win. Keep it up.
Rod was unlucky at the end. That was all. It was just luck. So take care.
Alrighty.
Oh, there were
Great.
technical issues.
Cool.
Yeah. We'll work on getting that fixed for the next interview.
Yeah. As someone that's produced streams before, I know the audio is just so difficult to get right, especially when you're doing something for the first time. I mean, you could have entire rounds where there's just some source of audio that's just, where's this coming from? Oh my goodness. But yeah, we'll work on that as things go by. Hopefully you guys were able to hear much of what Lawson had to say. But yeah, great victory. So, I mean, should we be keeping tabs on who wins on stream, Josh? How would that feel to you? Should there be some like award of like who won the most games on stream?
I can certainly keep a tally. Yes. I'll be watching all the games. So yeah, for sure.
Nice. Yeah, I'll be asleep through a decent amount of the games, I think. But actually the time zones, I mean, I'm here in Montreal, Canada, on the east coast of North America, and the time zones sort of work out pretty well. So right now it's 5 p.m. the day before Friday here. And I guess like after lunch there's going to be some games, and maybe it'll go a little bit too long for me. Maybe I'll be asleep at the tail end, but I feel like this works out somehow. Like the time difference just somehow works out.
Yeah, it's funny. The worst time zone I think for watching is over in Western Australia because it starts too early.
Yeah. Yeah. How many hours is that? 4?
It's another two and a half from me, so
Two and
I
a
started at
half.
6. So yeah, nice and early.
Oh my goodness, that is very, very, very early. Yes, I didn't even think about that. So what's the difference between you and Auckland?
2 hours.
2
Yeah,
hours. So
so
wow, that's
6:30
yeah,
start for the stream. First game at 7. Yeah.
yeah, wow. So where is everyone watching from in the YouTube chat? We'd like to know. And while you're thinking about that, what is our next matchup?
Next match is Russell Honeybun from Western Australia against Andrew Bradley.
Nice. Okay, so we'll be back with that in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. This is gonna be a great matchup. We'll have more to say in a few minutes. So see you all then.
See you soon.
Is he wearing? What is Russell wearing?
I don't know.
Maybe he has an exemption with like noise canceling headphones. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
I was wondering. Sorry, let me just talk out loud. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if Russell has some noise canceling headphones. Hello, welcome back to the Trans-Tasman Challenge.
2 seconds.
Whoa. Okay, one sec. Yeah, we're about to start game 3 between Russ Honeybun and Andrew Bradley. So we can jump right in and start talking about the players, but this is gonna be an exciting one, right, Josh?
Yes, yeah. Russell is a very, very strong player. He's probably as deep into the studying as any player in Australia. I know he likes to use Elise as the software, which I can't get the hang of. But I'm sure he's onto the nines. He pulls out some really, really fancy words. He also holds a few Australian records. He's got the highest ever game in Australia, which was a 764 back in 2007. He's also played the longest ever word in Australia, which was uncomputerized through computer already on the board.
Wow.
Yeah, very impressive. And I think he might also have a highest spread record as well from a tournament.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, that's really well, it's good to have so many records for one nation. I mean, it means you are just a prolific player. You've done it all.
Yes.
So yeah, Russ is playing against Andrew Bradley, and Andrew is also a local player. He lives nearby in Auckland, where the tournament's being held, and he looks like he's played in a couple of these challenges before. Most recently in the 2018 version, and he's a top 10 New Zealand player as well. I think he's slightly higher rated than Lawson. And Arter is what I would have played here. I just question the placement of that play. It looks pretty good to me, but maybe I would slot it one spot over.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Josh?
I think it's much the same to me. I'm happy with this. I think whichever way you slice it, you're gonna be putting one vowel next to a double square. So yeah.
Well, not if you slot it one spot over, right?
Yeah, well, you'd be putting the O. Oh, right, one to the right. Yeah, got you.
Yeah, sorry. One to the right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
no, you're right. Yeah. And the R in the triple lane is a bit volatile, but maybe he wants the volatility.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting. I can't speak. Interesting choice. I mean, it's definitely hard to over or underlap the R in Arter. But anyways, on to Russell's rack, which looks pretty good actually. But maybe there's no 8. I see like S and a C. Yeah, maybe there's no 8-letter word here. Maybe we'll just see like YE come down somewhere.
Yeah, YE looks like the equity play for me. Yeah.
There's only one 8-letter word available that rack. Cystine through the T.
Sting.
Yeah, YE for
Is it
20,
an
which
acid?
it would have been a much harder decision. Yeah, just in hindsight, if Arter was placed a little bit further. But this looks pretty good. Yeah, this looks quite good for Andrew. He has at least like dilators.
Yeah.
Is there some 9-letter word here? Like idolaters. Maybe not.
No,
Yeah,
they all
dilators
go,
at the
they all
very
go
least.
ER.
So we're gonna see that come down. And are we gonna see a comeback from Russell? He drew UN, duplicating his N's. He has
Yeah,
at least
so-
nuisance.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's a cool one through a K.
Hmm.
Anyone find that 8-letter word with the Russell's rack plus a K? Oh my goodness. In suckin. Sorry, I already spoiled it. Some random Scottish adjective. We love those. So yeah, nuisance is the only. It looks like the only playable bingo, um, for Russ.
Yeah, and
But
I'd expect him to find it as well.
yeah, but he's gonna look. He's gonna do his diligence because there's so many open letters, so many letters to play 8-letter words through.
Hmm.
It's important to go through all of them and make sure you're not making a mistake.
Yeah, and also if you've been studying nines, sometimes it can be tempting to see an RE on the board and think, oh, you know, these are pretty friendly tiles. Maybe I have something through here to the triples.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Um, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe another minute of consideration or so from Russell. Maybe a little bit longer. I would certainly take probably another 2 minutes from this spot.
Hmm.
We're playing nuisance, which I mean, it scores 70, but yeah, okay, he's seen it. But look at that E placement, just
Yeah.
not very appealing. That E there in that spot. Uh, likely the opponent will come back with around a 50-point play most of the time there. But when you have it, you gotta play it. So nuisance comes out, and actually nothing great for
No.
Andrew through that E, right? So we could see some spiciness. If he does indeed play Fuji, which he's looking at making ref for 36. Anything else in this position that you see, Jeff?
No, I'd be looking for a long time, I think, because I'm not too inspired by that play. Um, yeah, it's a shame that something like Hefe doesn't reach the triples.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the board doesn't lie. You can't bend time. You could try to put the F and the E like in between the two squares and announce the score as 60 points and see what your opponent does, but I wouldn't recommend that behavior. But yeah,
Maybe
in
something like feline through the E, if you wanted to take it out.
oh, there is a play, just Jeune.
Well, yeah, okay, play that.
Yeah, yeah, that's wow. That's for some reason that's just so hard to spot. But yeah, his job to Katipo in the YouTube chat for finding it. But it is being lost. Oh, and Fuji not making ref. We're missing plays, Josh. We gotta put our thinking caps on here. So Fuji here is 46, rather than 36 with the ref. But yeah,
Yeah,
Zhen is
and dumps the F. Yeah, I like it.
yeah. This is definitely a miss. But if you're gonna miss June, um, yeah, the score 46 points. So I think Andrew's having a little bit of trouble hitting the clock there. Um, yeah, there were some issues actually this summer with the Ulu clock is I think what they're using,
Right.
where you're supposed to just tap it rather than like try to push it with more than one finger.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully he's going to be able to figure that out. And back to Russ here. So 40-point deficit, that wide open E. What are you looking to do other than playing to that E? I mean, I guess you want to look for 8-letter words, but now the word's pretty close for those. What do you
Yeah.
think?
Yeah. I I'd be looking at just balancing the rack, just equity plays, but he's behind, so maybe you want to keep the E open. I don't know. It's scary to do that, but
Yeah, for me, I think being behind makes it even more attempting to just cover that huge scoring spot, but there is now another scoring spot under the F of Fuji, where you can hit that
Yes. Yeah.
middle left triple. So maybe it's okay. Maybe you just want to, score some points and keep some good letters. Because, yeah, something like a mate, AMAT, is just so unappealing to me. And
Yeah.
maybe you can play like Tempe.
I'm leaning towards Metepa through the E. I know I just said not to play through it, but I think it just
Oh,
scores too
nice.
much.
Yeah, good find. Both of you at the same time. Got to make sure there's no, there's no, nothing being translated through those headphones. As we know, obviously there's no chance of that. But if you do it again, I'll start being nice play of Mitsifa through the E. That's
Yeah.
by far
Yeah,
I think
I
the
think it
best
looks
thing we
good.
saw. And Lineolate maybe was being seen, but Nielo'd, great find by Andrew to I think that's gotta be he's playing it without hesitation. Very nice. That's the second bonus in 4 turns. So that'll give him a nice 63, nice 103-point lead. Through no fault of Russell, of course.
No, it's been a pretty strong game from both of them so far.
Yeah, and with this Q draw, it's gonna be hard for us to claw back into the game. Sort of stuck between like wanting to play the Q and wanting to cover those triples that were just open. I really wonder. You could consider just playing off the Q. You hit a lot of 7-letter words. There's also the possibility of playing something like Linga with FA, something like that. And none of these look very appealing. Would you rather drop the Q here, or would you score something like 30 and hope for a better life for your Q next turn?
Are you
Just
seeing
QI.
any way to get rid of the Q and an A? Because I think if I can't get rid of an A, I'm more likely to play and keep the Q.
Yeah, I think all I'm seeing is QI for 23, making IN, or
Or
QI for
slightly more
11.
above if. Yeah. Oh no, less above. No, you're right.
Yeah, I'm not liking any of these things. But we'll see. We'll see what Russ does. And these positions are always difficult because it's really hard to evaluate how good Q is here. There's all three, like 3 out of 4 U's have already been played, so you're probably not drawing a U. You already have an I, so you can play QI in certain places. Is there anywhere to play QAT? Is there anywhere, like, there's some possibility of a big Q play somewhere else, and it doesn't really look like it. So I'd be inclined to just, I don't know, just play QI and IN, sort of eliminate a lot of the hard-hitting plays up there, and just hope for a decent two-tile draw here.
Yeah, it looks like he was looking at a play underneath the F to the triple. I don't mind that. You're not really close enough to fish for something like qigong or anything like that with the Qs. So yeah, I don't know.
Oh, but I like your thought process there, Qigong. Nice. Okay, so wait,
Maybe he
maybe
is.
that's what.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm starting to get
Someone check his
suspicious, like I
headphones.
said. So AAL taking out the hard-hitting overlaps of those 1-point tiles on top of yellow. And there may be something he's seeing that he can likely draw. I mean, Qigong, where were you even thinking that?
No,
Go.
yeah. There's nothing really inspiring, is there?
Yeah, especially not with this 4 constant draw. You might even see an exchange next turn. Yeah, it's not looking great for the Western Australia. He lives in Russell's from Perth.
Yes. Well, I don't know if it's from Perth, but yeah, definitely Western Australia.
Okay. Is there anywhere else that people live in Western Australia? So-
There's bound to be, right? It's huge, but yeah, no, I don't think so.
you guys can cancel me if you want. So yeah, Hawks comes down for a nice bold 59, putting Andrew up by 200 or 252 to 130. So 120 point lead. That's 2 bonuses, and Russ's rack is just horrendous. Now you have to
Do
think.
you think it's right to play Hawks there, or do you think? I mean, there's a bingo, but is this still right?
Oh, there was Oxheart. Fair enough. Yes, I think. I think
I think I might still have played
this.
Hawks.
Yeah, because you're up by so much that you're pretty much only losing to 2 or 3 bonuses or a triple. And Oxheart, no matter where you place it, I don't know. It's like 95 points with Oye.
Yeah, but keeping RATE. Yeah, I mean
Yeah, I
he's
wonder.
drawn into another bingo, so
I wonder if Andrew noticed that. I don't know if he aligned it on his rack. Well, if he does end up winning this game, which it looks like he should in most cases, but there's still both blanks out. We will try to remember to ask him if he saw Oxheart. Very interesting. So yeah, Chin coming down for 14. You hate to see it. You're still down over 100. You need a really good draw here if you're Russ.
now what
Okay,
do you
should I
think
try to
for
predict
Andrew
it
here?
again?
Do you? All right, go on.
Blank E.
Blank E. Jeez. No, you're washed.
Okay, yeah, I'm washed. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
Do you think you should play Apteria for score next to like where he's playing it now, or play it up above Nuisance, opening nothing?
Definitely up above Nuisance, I would say.
Yeah, I don't like the positioning. I mean, it scores significantly more, but I think it's just the only way you lose.
Yeah, triple is pretty much the only way. Um, so yeah, I mean, this is 82, the other placement is 73, but I think for 9 points, especially since you're giving back a lot on the triple anyways to begin with, I think, yeah, I would have played it with AN, but I mean, if Russell doesn't have anything through this A this turn, I mean, it's pretty much game over. So, yeah, this is looking very, very bad. If I were Russ, I'd try to open a second triple here.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it's that desperate.
he's got nothing to do that with. I mean, like even if he can, he's going to be using his best tiles and keeping, 2 of the KV or the F.
Indeed. And we see a blank draw for Andrew. Man, this is looking pretty bad.
And another bingo.
Yeah, their bingo's up the wazoo, as we say. I don't know what that's from, but yeah, I don't know. Do you just? I mean, the thing is, this is a team tournament, so the only thing that counts is the W. Only thing that counts is winning. So I think you just have to just go for broke. If you're Russell, like, but how do you do that? You play Gonif and off, and just hope for like 3 bonuses in a row. Just Knag.
Yeah,
Okay, he's
I
covering
do
the
like
spot.
that, actually.
Okay, covering the spot, trying to keep space open and keep the score somewhat within range of like 3 bonuses, which makes sense.
It
But
does.
it's
Yes.
not going to work.
Yeah.
It's not going to work out, it looks like. Let's see if Andrew opts to open yet another triple. It looks like he has armor to set up. Maybe he's thinking of armorers. Is that a valid word? That is
I
a
think I would look at Armoire above Nuisance,
word. Armor there is great, yes.
but The floaters of Apteria look good as well. So maybe something like armored with the English spelling
Hmm.
Oured. Obviously, you're doubling the blank, but I think it just takes up space in a spot where you want to take up space.
Sorry, armored.
Through the E
Where?
of. Oh no, you're right. Yeah.
There's also like earworm. There's a lot of options, but yeah, again, since Andrew's up by 150 here, I mean he's pretty much guaranteed to win, as long as he doesn't let Russell score 300 or 200 points on a triple triple in one move.
Yeah, the
Because
word
at
that I'm
some point there's just
seeing.
not enough turns left.
No, yeah, you're right. The word that I'm seeing through the E of Apteria is actually a CSW 24 edition.
Oh,
Yeah,
tell me.
yeah, it's Ramona through the E, as in someone who's moaning about remaining.
Remoner.
Yeah,
Nice. Remaining where?
I believe it's Brexit related.
Brexit. Yeah, that's what I would guess. Nice. Remoter. I like it. But yeah, this is gonna be brutal for Russell. Like he knows that he's probably gonna lose, but he's now drawn a blank, which is like, okay, there's some hope.
Hmm.
He probably would have preferred to draw it later rather than now, but you can't count on everything. I mean, you need to count on everything going your way, but yeah, he's gonna be in store for a very cold shower, regardless of what Andrew chooses, unless Andrew finds a phony here that decides to play, which seems extremely unlikely. But yeah, we just have to wait and see what Andrew chooses. But very unfortunate game, definitely for Russell. I mean, maybe there was something to be said about the play of AAL.
Yeah.
Um, maybe playing QUA through the U of nuisance was keeping ALIGN, but I mean, these are. It wasn't like AAL was terrible. Um, yeah, this was very, very rough game. And yeah, I really
Sometimes you
wonder
just
about
get.
Oxheart.
Yeah, I don't think he saw it.
That's such a hard one to see. The way I see it is, I think of Thorax,
Yeah,
and
that's
I
okay. I saw
remember that.
Thorax's first.
Okay, another triple triple. Is is Russell gonna
Goodness.
try forgive?
It's
Maybe
probably
that's what you
not
gotta
the worst
do.
thing in the world.
Maybe you gotta try forgive. Ouch. 75 points for roamers. Basically, just like I don't know, this just hurts. Like if you think about it from Russell's point of view, and you recognize that maybe Andrew could have not opened a triple triple in that spot, it's just like this is the worst way to go, I think.
Mm.
But I mean, kudos to Andrew for just throwing punches every single turn. Um, and some great finds as well. Yeah, that's 409 to 186. You hate to see it, but this does happen time to time. How do you deal with oh, there goes Russell's camera. As if to say, I don't want to be here anymore.
Who could
How
blame
do you
him?
deal with one-sided games like these, Josh? I know you're
Oh,
somewhat new to the
yeah.
scene.
Look, I've been on the back end of a few droppings, as you can imagine, just starting out. Um, Look, it is what it is. I'm pretty what's the word? I'm pretty practical with that sort of thing. Um, Sometimes you just, to borrow a North American term, sometimes you just get bagged.
Mhm.
Like it just is what it is. I don't think Russell's made too many mistakes. Like he's not made 220 points worth of mistakes in this game. So you can't take it personally. You just gotta find the best player in each turn.
Yep, definitely agree there. Yeah, there might be some small discrepancy in the score. I'm counting it correctly. 151, 165, 184. Yeah, Russell should have 204. With all of the plays combined. But we'll get that. I mean, the scores are pretty close to accurate. I mean, Andrew's up by like I think over 200. And yeah, Forgived would be really funny. Maybe you play DO for 3 and go for Forgiven
Yeah,
or
maybe.
Forgiver. Just try and like hope that Andrew has maybe all consonants or something and can't do anything. Block the triple. But yeah, that's. I mean, against the player Andrew's strength. I mean, he'd have to have the worst possible letters for that to work. It's just kind of brutal here. Probably just want to play something like making Doff maybe, like Vid
Even that
or something.
God.
Yeah. He's looking at Vigor, just kind of giving up, leaving, covering the triple. I mean, when you're desperate, I mean, triples are the only thing that will help you. But when you have a situation where as a consonant next to a vowel, your opponent should always be able to interfere with the triple. The only triples that might not be able to be fully blocked tend to be ones that have 2 consonants back to back next to each other, and just have to hope your opponent has 7 consonants and can't do anything about it.
Yeah,
In
I
any
think
case.
Vigor just loses. Like, I mean, I think even in a best case scenario, oh, is he gonna try it?
Wow. Andrew looks at him. Look at that look. Like, what? He's trying it. I mean, this is what I said. This is what I said you gotta do. The team tournament. I love it. He challenges instantaneously. But hey, maybe some lapse could have occurred. I like it. That's the spirit in which to play these lost games. Beautiful. Unfortunately, yeah, English doesn't always work like that. Even in the CSW lexicon with so many interesting alternate spellings of verbs. But I like doing that. I mean, you never know. Unless you're 100% sure, even if you just checked before the game that forgived is not valid. I think this is the correct decision to try to win the game. How much would that have scored? 8, 10, 16 times 9, 204.
194.
Oh yeah, that's how math works. 194. Brought him right back into the game. Anywho, Forgived is on Wiktionary. Well, hey. Oh, what's Andrew gonna
He'd
do?
still be down 35 off turn, so it wouldn't have even have won him the game or anything.
Yeah, to quote our favorite Marvel anti-hero, all that for a drop of blood. Man, yeah. It's just up to Andrew now to, make sure he scores like more than 0 points for the next 6 moves in a row. And I mean, he's looking at playing Cow and Waff just completely cold-blooded. Even knowing Russell has the blank, like, no way.
I don't mind it at all.
Yeah. That's interesting. It's giving Forgived as 146 points. I wonder why that is.
Is it not adding the 50?
Well, it's 48 off, right? I wonder why that is. That's so interesting. Yeah, anything goes here now for Andrew. I really loved his facial expression after Poor Gift came down. He just looked up like, "Are you serious, man?"
I like cow and waff because it sets up the C for scow as well. Sorry, the
Mhm.
S for scow.
Yeah, it sets up wafts and sets up scow as well.
You know what I think the issue is with the quackle?
What do you think?
I've just read the message from our producer. I think Matepa was scored as 39 in the game, but Quackle gave it as 26. So I think there's a chance that the middle triples are actually doubles on the Quackle that they're using.
Oh,
Like the board's just formatted
interesting.
wrong.
Very interesting.
Have to get some confirmation
Yeah,
on whether that's right, but
that
that that
could
would
very well
that would
be
explain Matepa.
because they're using Quackle in the annotation, and Quackle, unless you do it properly, you have to set up a board first and create the bonus squares. And if you click one time too little, it will definitely have those as doubles. Let's see. Once Cower comes down, let's see if it says
30 or
um,
20.
20. Yeah. Um, but it's probably worth just leaving it for next round. Yeah, it says 20. Very nice. I like it. New variant. New variant alert. Um, so Cower comes down, just be safe. Block the triple. Um, now Andrew has close to boudoirs through the R and Epteria. Probably gonna see something like uh, I don't know, Dobie, something. It'll score something like 30 points. And again, it doesn't really matter. But Andrew's gonna try and milk Russell for what he's worth, and he's worth a lot.
Yes.
If what I'm hearing is correct. But yeah, these games do happen. Sure, Russell will be okay with how he played here. Just sometimes that's how it goes. And it's interesting. It looks like the Ardor play favored Andrew a lot more than it favored Russell, because Russell did get YE for 20, but Andrew got 46 for Fuji, then got 59 for Hawks. So the added volatility really seemed to work out in Andrew's favor. And if he's the underdog, which I think he probably is against Russell, I don't know how many times they've played or what their record is. Playing a little bit more volatile can definitely be a good strategy against a player of Russell's caliber.
Yeah, I think from here you can pretty much do anything, but are you maybe something just like uh, Dobe, DOBE, underneath Romas? Oh, sorry, Bode,
Like
not Dobe.
Bode,
Yeah.
yeah, Bode looks good. Yeah, I guess since there's no Q, I'd like to get rid of the U. The unseen letters are pretty good, except there are 2 V's and 2 G's. I know you
Yeah.
like the G. Sorry.
No, that's all right. Well, I
I'll
know
try
he's got.
to.
I know he's got the. We know he's got the blank.
Yeah, I mean, you know that Russell has one of the V's already. From his forgived play. Yeah, Bud comes down. Russell is just playing
Very
instantly
big. Yeah.
jived. I don't know if he even wrote down the score for Bud.
No, I think I don't know what New Zealand rules are specifically, but I think Westboro rules are you just need to write the cumulative total.
Yeah. Yeah, before making your play, but it looks like Russell is just like, whatever.
Oh no, I just watched it back on the YouTube stream. I think he did.
Okay, nice.
I sometimes do that.
Yeah.
I sit with the pen hovering so I can write it as quickly as humanly possible, and then
Yeah, just to
Slam my
you know,
bow
get
down.
it over with. Yeah. Yeah, I know how that feels. Yeah. When you know you're gonna play, just you want to play as soon as possible, not waste any time. So the Z was drawn to add insult to injury, I guess. No N for ionizers, no D for iodizers.
No. Do you play Zo atop roamers, or do you play Zaris through it?
I think I play Zo in the spot. Yeah, I think I just go with Zo.
Yeah, it's 46 versus
Relatively
48. You
quickly.
keep your S. But you do get rid of one of the eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, the eyes are kind of a problem. But yeah, I think either works here. I mean, if the scores were close, it would depend for me on the vowel consonant ratio. So if there are a lot of consonants left, I'd be happy just playing Zo. Which there seem to be a lot of consonants left. But I'd also be happy playing Zaris because likely to draw some more consonants. But it would all depend on how many eyes are left. There
Yeah,
are
I
two
mean, it's
unseen
interesting.
eyes.
But it's not really. It's only one unseen because Russell showed you one.
Right. So, yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, we got a discrepancy
Score.
for Bud, I think. 31. What it should be. But it depends on the bonus squares on the board, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Just having to stop the game for a score discrepancy when it's just over. Brutal. Yeah.
Yeah, I know in North America you can do recounts after the game, but definitely in Australia that's not a thing. If you want to initiate a recount, you have to do so in your own time.
Very interesting. I'm pro that rule. I feel like you should. I know that Scrabble is supposed to be a word game that focuses on finding plays and knowing words, but I feel like in terms of math, you should try and get it right the first time because it's part of the game.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, I quite often say when it's my turn, I quite often just say the cumulative, just so that, just every couple of moves or so, just so we're on the same track.
Yeah, I agree. All right, back to Russell, who has 5 consonants, a blank, and an I. Guess you want to try and get rid of a W and a T. He's thinking of Ute for 12 from the E of Roamers, probably. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be much else than that, right?
No.
You might want to just get it over with and play like a longer word, burning your blank. But nothing looks good in that regard either. Yeah, it's
I
just
think it's just a bit of a painful situation for Russell here.
yeah, and we're gonna see 3 New Zealand victories on stream in a row. So maybe I'm bringing luck to the Kiwis. And if so, I apologize to the Australians who I appreciate equally as much. But yeah, this one is, wow, incredible accomplishment for Andrew. I mean, I'm sure he's beaten Russell before, but by this much, in this manner, just very, very impressive. So if we have the standings from round 2, that would be cool to see. Let's see who's in the
Yes, yeah.
lead. Maybe we could bring that up on the overlay if the producer is able to grab that. Yeah, they're gonna work on that. We'll see. I mean, it's still pretty early on. How many rounds is this tournament?
It's 24, so I think we're going to be
24.
streaming 22 of them. But yeah, it's a double round robin, so all 12 players will play all other 12 players twice.
Wow. Why 22 out of 24 being streamed?
I believe we're just going to give the producers just some time to break on each of the days,
What?
just because otherwise they're not going to be able to move from their station next to the board.
Nonsense. No, just kidding. But yeah, maybe you just play Nitwit here.
Yeah.
If you're Russell. Just
Yeah,
give up Nitwit
I
on
think I'm
top of
okay with
Neilode. And just say, haha, you don't know what I have anymore. Um,
Looks like I was right about the bonus square as well.
yeah, indeed, indeed. The no, it's hard. It's hard to create a Scrabble board on your own.
Yeah,
Usually we have
I
help.
forgot that I had to set it up when I first opened Quackle.
Yeah, indeed. The wit, writ. Oh, writ. Okay,
Okay.
writ for 16. Setting up the e hook right. And Andrew has drawn a G and an A.
Mm-hmm.
He might want to counter set up here. Try something like Ig for 10. He has
Yeah.
a famous chess player on his rack. Anyone familiar with Arjun Ergaisi?
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
if he lines that up, I'm going to jump out of my chair, but he's not going to. And what's left in the bag here? There's 12 left, unseen, which means 5 in the bag. So Andrew can play up to 4 tiles without emptying the bag.
So the bag is EEISV.
EEISV. Oh, is Eri Gaisi? It's Eri? Am I?
I don't think I've ever seen it spelled. I've just heard Gotham talking about him.
Oh, it is.
Noeen, who will be joining us in commentary on Sunday. Andrew Fisher. These players are all out of Victoria, and all in our top 10 in Australia, so I think it's
Yeah,
worth pointing out as well.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, Australia has a few of the top 10 players in the world, I'd say. Um, and looks like none of them are here. So Gari is the play from Andrew,
Yeah.
scoring some points with the
Probably going
underlap.
to reach in and draw that other eye.
Yeah, that could be some respite for. Oh no, the last letter of the bag. Last letters in the bag are EV. So looks like Russell's probably gonna draw the V in his next pull. But I mean, at least Andrew has EEIIISS. And he's
Yeah,
found Issei, which is really nice.
looks like someone's interrupted Old MacDonald.
Nice. Very nice. Why again is the blank sideways? What is it with Australian players and sideways blanks?
I mean, I
Seen it
suppose it
twice.
doesn't matter because he knows he has it, but yeah, I don't like it. It irks me.
Yeah. Oh, were we muted on the... apologies if we were muted on the standing scene. We can get that sorted. But yeah, we were saying how crazy it was that Australia's down 17 and that, but a lot of the representation isn't there. But yeah, what do you do here? If you're Russell, maybe you try to play TB off. You play bit for 5 and threaten something, but
Yeah, I think
it's
my
gonna get
goal
blocked.
my goal from here, if I was Russell, would be not to be double. Like I want to be more than half of Andrew's score by the end of the game.
Yes. So yeah, you could just play Henbit up top again, burning the blank. But HE comes down. EV's going to be drawn. I mean, Russell's looking at II. He's looking at if I draw IE.
Like bitter.
That seems pretty good, but yeah, EV is what's drawn, and yeah, look at his reaction. Is not. He is not happy, and nor should he be. But at least Andrew's not going to be able to do much of anything either. So S is the play.
Keeping IE.
Sticking himself IE.
Jeez.
Oh, this is going to be a long one. A long one, folks. Ooh, what's up to Lewis Sakai in the chat saying if Russell had played a T and drew an E, gets beneath, which plays beneath Rit and yellowed. Very nice spot there by our UK champ, Lewis Mackay. Welcome in. So, yeah. This endgame is probably unsolvable. Just because there's so many turns to look ahead and you have a minute and a half on your clock. It'd be really funny if Russell just decides to stick himself with a V. Just in protest of this game. Like, sure, you want to keep IE, I'm going to play Bitten underneath and yellowed and keep one V spot. Actually, it can be blocked, yes. If he plays Bitten, NE, and IN, Andrew has to play ENE for 3 to block the V, keep 3 eyes. Oh, that would be hilarious. But yeah, let's see if Russell's able to make his next couple moves before going overtime. Not that it matters. But yeah, he's realized that he's very short on the clock. He's probably going to plop down Vet any second now. Keeping the end.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he's got time. As in, like, time in the game. Like, not on the clock, but he's
Yeah,
got moves.
yeah, a good practical decision to stick yourself with so many horrible vowels. Make Russell think like, oh, come on, seriously. So yeah, BNT blank does that only go out in one spot? But not that it can be blocked. Knight and phone, okay. 12 seconds to play bent
Bunt, yeah.
or bunt, yeah. Oh, did he circle the blank in time? Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like a huge drubbing, of course, as we knew the whole time. But it looks like New Zealand takes game 3 as well on stream. And I wonder if they've taken round 3 as well. I'm not sure if those standings were updated from this round or just last round,
No,
but
just last round.
nice. I like how bent is short for bent grass rather than bent being, past tense of bent. But yeah, I guess we can hear from the victor, Andrew, if we've gotten that sorted out. But okay, no interview because yeah, this game was probably pretty late. Looks like everybody's waiting for the next round, so we're gonna jump into round 4. I wonder what that matchup is going to be though. Let's see who we got.
I like that it's defined as the grass because, Benty and Bentiest are all pertaining to the grass as well, so it's the definition that gives you the most information about other words.
Oh, really? Nice. Yeah, that is useful. So we have Esther versus Blue Thorogood. Oh, this is a matchup. Okay, I'm excited for this one.
Very exciting.
do you need to take a break, or can we could probably
I'm
just
good if
take
you're
it
good.
through? Yeah, I think we just take it through. So let's talk about the next players. So obviously, you're more aware of the Australian side of things. So tell us more
Yes.
about Esther. I mean, you already mentioned a few things.
Yeah, well, Russell was actually the only player I've never played, so I've played Esther twice now. Um, one up, one down, so I was happy to get the win. She's a very,
Nice.
very strong player. She's very, very measured, very calm, and has a deep word knowledge. And quite often the board just feels like she's just doing what she wants with it. She's been over 2,000 Wesper rated before. Um, like I said, she came third at, I think it was 2015 Westpacks in Perth, ahead of Nigel Richards.
Yep.
She's a very strong player. Um, she's won World Seniors. She's our highest rated player in New South Wales, and I believe the highest rated here from Australia at this tournament.
Yeah,
Um,
that's
yeah, yeah,
that's amazing. So
very
you played her
excited to watch this.
twice in tournaments. Which tournament or tournaments have you played
I
her in?
played her at the City of Sydney International Masters, which was my first major, um, and my fourth ever tournament. So I lost that one quite handily. But then in the Chris May Memorial Winter Masters, more recently, I played and won. I had a very, very, very lucky game against her. There was a two turn sequence where I played. I played a bit. I played nostrils.
Mm-hmm.
She had KEEUUOA or something. Change six, and then I had severity for 110 as a double double, and
Wow.
she picked up six vowels and I had to change again.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
that'll do it
yeah. You don't
against
lose
pretty
many
much
games when that
anybody.
happens.
Nice. Yeah, I wish I had played Esther before. But hopefully, do you know about the Australian contingent for Ghana next year? Do you know if there's any
Well,
people confirmed to play yet?
I'm hoping I'll be coming.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've put my name down. I
Nice.
mean, my rating is now. I'm now top 20 in Australia, so I believe I'd qualify outright. I wouldn't have to go through the last chance qualifier. I know a few people have noted that they're not coming. I believe David Elder said he's not coming. I believe Edward Oculus is not going. Um, it'd be interesting to see who we send. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in going.
Ooh. Yeah, it's that'd be really exciting. Um, I played my first world championship last year, and yeah, it was not like nothing like I'd ever experienced. So I definitely wish that upon anybody to experience
Yeah,
the best
it'd be
players in
nice
the
if it was in
world.
Australia. Not, I know you had to travel to what, Las Vegas? Was that right?
Yeah, indeed. Wasn't that far for me. It was pretty lucky
Hmm.
that it was on somewhat home soil. But man, yeah,
Yeah, we've
I'm
already
looking
seen
forward
some
to it.
Australian representatives from Vegas. I know Bob went to Vegas and played in
Hmm.
the main draw for Australia.
Yep,
Yeah, it'd be good fun.
awesome. All right, so let's talk about Esther's opponent.
Hmm.
Um, so Blue Thorogood. I mean, probably my favorite name in all of the tournament.
Yeah, it's a cracker, isn't it?
Lives in the Christchurch area. Okay. Um, and he won the New Zealand National Championship in 2013, and he won the New Zealand Masters in 2016. So that's definitely shows how good of a player Blue
Yes.
is.
Yeah.
Uh, played a bunch of challenges and is ranked number 4 in New Zealand right now. So grandmaster status right there.
Hmm.
So yeah, once we get those names updated, um, players are certainly going to be ready, ready to get cracking. Um, so yeah, looking forward to this matchup. Um, yeah, Esther's got 100 or so rating or 200 rating on Blue. I should check the Wesper ratings here.
I know Esther, she doesn't attend a local club in Sydney, although she lives in Sydney. Her study and training, if you want to call it that, she has Joanne Craig, who plays for New Zealand team here,
Mm-hmm.
come over to her house once a week, and so does Victor Tung from the Australian contingent. And they play at Esther's place once a week, and that's how she gets her games in.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's a great sparring partner if I've ever heard one. So
Mm.
it actually turns out, current Western ratings, Esther is rated 1 point higher than Blue in Westpa.
All
Just
right.
one single rating point. So, um, finally get a Australian going first, by the way.
Yes. And we've had three New Zealand going first, three New Zealand winners. So hopefully we buck the trend.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Let's see the opening rack. Okay, that's consonants. Okay,
Mm.
not the worst thing. Very quickly,
Yeah.
Esther considers exchanging 3. That's a very strong play.
Yeah. I
There's
like
also
that.
Trek, right? Treck. Their score's 32, keeping VS. Um, that's definitely something I'd consider as well. But ERST, one of the strongest 4-tile combinations you can keep. I wouldn't be surprised if those plays are neck and neck in the simulation. Actually, I can even look that up myself. Let's see.
Yeah. Trek also. I mean, there's a possibility of tracking extensions to the triple.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe consideration.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so we see the exchange 3. Yeah, very smart, strong play. The best time to exchange is on turn 1. Because
Yes.
nothing's going on.
So we're gonna see Fub.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good play. Trying to get that in. Trying to get that position in. Maybe I should just move on. Yeah, okay, very quick. MTT draw, mutt for 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like where this is going.
I'm happy with it.
I mean, there's nothing to think about. You drew MTT, you don't want MTT, you just got a spot to play them. And has Blue drawn his 3 extra tiles? Not that it matters. What is going on? Oh my god, JUV draw.
So
Very funny.
almost got Juventus, the soccer team.
Nice. Very nice. Yeah, Verjus would be really cool.
Mm.
If she spots that, but okay, it's Blue's turn. So we'll get those scores updated. I think it's 16 for Blue, 6 for Esther.
Looks like he's drawn teniably from the tee.
Oh, is that good? Teniably. Oh no, it's binately. Binately. It looks like, right? Teniably.
Oh, tenably. Yeah, right. Binately, tenably.
Yeah.
Yep.
See if he sees that.
Binate.
He's got the LY set up. And it plays through both T's actually, scoring a lot more through the first T. Just considering the overlaps.
Yeah, I don't think
yeah.
I'd see it.
Yeah, it's a really tough one. I mean, those Y bonuses are just difficult. I mean, he's half the way there. He's got the suffix. We also have to be sure that it's valid.
Yes.
Not a word you see every day.
I think I consider something like bite. Yeah.
Yeah, like bite comes down 31 points. He's thinking about it though. Oh, I like when this happens. Okay, 31. He's just counting. So are we gonna see Verjus? I mean, Juve plays now making BE.
I think you got to take the points.
Yeah,
Are the
22
Juves or
for
Verjus?
Juve. 22 for Juve, and Juve's is 37 with Mutts. And Verjus is, Verjus is 39 with Mutts and is 41 with Fubs. But it must be really frustrating. You're so close with ERST, then you draw MTT, then you draw JUV, and it's almost as if the bag is telling you, nope, you are not going to bonus this game.
Yeah, I often think like, the bag's punishing me for making a suboptimal decision when that happens.
But I don't think anything suboptimal occurred
Yeah.
thus far. So JUS is also an option with Fubs. Just Ju keeping
Yes.
VERT, which if you're going to keep a V, VERT is pretty good as far as that goes.
And we see over on the other side, Blue's drawn IIE into his leaf.
Yeah, someone needs to shake the bag. This is too random. Oh, wait. Yeah. Now that could be considered punishment. Because,
Yes.
yeah, Binately was available there. Yeah, down by 40 points. The board is really, really S heavy. So if you have an S, you're going to want to keep it. You can, just because it seems hard to access the top right of the board without making Fubs.
So are you leaning towards Juve and BE?
There could be some. She's playing Jube, so she's fully fishing there for a couple vowels. It could be that there's some hidden value to these fishing plays. But I don't like... I wouldn't have done this just because it's very dependent on drawing at least one vowel. And even now, you draw a vowel, but I don't think there's a 7. And so you're sort of putting yourself in a, okay, I need to keep fishing situation where you don't have to.
You've committed to the strategy.
Yeah, but I think if she had seen Verjus, which is just a really weird 6-letter word, I think she probably would have gone with that.
Yeah, I didn't like Juve's putting the J right above the double word, so I think if I hadn't have seen Verjus, I would have gone Juve and BE.
Yeah. Yeah, and the problem with that is it blocks the better of the two S lanes, so I think that's why she chose Juve, just hoping for a bingo draw here. And actually... gotten an I. I don't think that helps though. Gotten an I to play through. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Privates does fit. Just perfectly there. Gonna look a little bit longer just to make sure there's nothing that she's missing. But yeah, Privates is gonna fit, and we'll see what Blue draws, because that's gonna be important. There are 2 blanks out. There are some really good things that Blue could draw here to respond to privates. And I like this play of Ilya. Just not really caring.
Oh.
Just getting rid of 2 of the eyes. And what a draw. Wow. Okay. Is that good though? What do you even have? Sneezy? That's not great. It feels like you should have like a huge play here. Or at least like a combination of 2 huge plays. Huh. Blue has a lot of good plays here, but I'm seeing like SYPH possibly through the P. 48.
Yeah.
AZ is 38 through the A, leaving everything hanging. Probably something I'm missing. How much is Sneezy? 52? Sneezy is 52 through the E in privates. There's probably just Yes probably, right?
Yeah, that was very strong.
Yes for 59. And you're pretty likely to draw into a play from the S or through the P next turn, doubling that H and tripling the word.
Yeah, Yes would also block the bingo that Esther's drawn.
Oh! I don't see it.
Through the E?
Drearier. Nice
Yeah.
one. Wow. Wait, rared is a word, but it's
Rarid.
not. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like yes. Wow, so quick, so good. Okay. It took me so long to see that, but yeah, blue's not taking any time.
It also sets up the H.
Yeah, it sets it up really nicely with white YAH. And Drury are blocked. We'll see what blue draws here, but the game is pretty tied now. What should I say that was? 59. Yeah, 118 to 105. Esther's turn. Play rapid. You could play.
Rad and Yar.
Oh yeah, just rad. That's a lot of points. 36.
And I think it's clearly the biggest spot on the board as well.
Mm-hmm.
Although you've got the R hook for Raya as well.
That's true. Yeah, a lot of hooks. Oh, that was amazing commentary by me. A lot of hooks. Yeah, I think the points are just so good, even though you're keeping 2 R's.
Yeah.
And
But
now we're gonna see what happens.
Yar has a front hook as well.
Yes, it
YAR.
does.
So that's another level of complexity.
What's the hook you said?
The K.
Yeah, just the K, right? Yeah, that's the only one.
I'm saying it's like it complicates the turn.
Yeah, it really does. Maybe she sees it and is like, uh-oh. Yeah, I think you have to do it. There's only 1K.
Yeah.
You can't be worried. And I think we're gonna see umph if blue spots that play through the P. That looks very, very good. UMPH.
Yep.
And
No, I like
barring that, I don't really see anything great. It's like the only good play. Let's see what Esther draws. Still 2 blanks out. Still some interesting stuff to draw, but IIT is not interesting at all. I definitely jinxed that one. Retiree, I like it. She's obviously thinking of retiarii if there's an A.
Yeah, not gonna get one though, unfortunately.
So yeah, umph. I mean, if you don't see umph, he's looking at hup, which I guess
you've got
is
the
decent.
M hook from Ilya as well.
Mm-hmm. Hup sets up the S.
It does, yes.
Oh, he sees it. Yeah, that's so good. Once you see it. And that also takes an S, which you might not be sure of, because it seems like an interjection.
It does, yeah.
Or hump. But I think harumph is also, like, isn't that like a verb? Harumph. Harumph. Yep.
Yeah,
So a lot of these interjections are actually not just interjections. So yeah, this is definitely looking good for blue if you can draw a couple of vowels.
Yes.
Because Esther might have to exchange again. I'm looking at this properly. Yeah, this is very interesting game so far. Very cagey, very tactical. We might see down the line. It doesn't look like, I mean, the bottom of the board's kind of inaccessible right now. Unless there's a hook on RAD. Oh, RADE is a word, so you can access the bottom with that. Oh wow, Blue's just drawn Vox out of the bag and another S. And if he gets that down next to... Yeah, next to Jube, oh man. That's like 40 points.
It shuts down the top right
Shuts
quadrant.
everything down. Keeping 2 of the last 3 S's for all of the S hooks on this board. So this is going really well for blue. Yeah, hard to hard to say how Esther's going to make it back into this game without some luck here.
Yeah.
Exchange
Ooh, change
6.
6. Interesting.
Okay, not even keeping an R. Probably to try and get an S or a blank, recognizing how vital those letters are on this board. Even if you draw a 7-letter word with an ER, where is it going to fit?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, Vox instantly. This is starting to look pretty rough, but if Esther draws something, there'll be some play left. But her first exchange did not go very well. Let's see if her second exchange is a little bit better. Oh. Oh. Okay.
Faina.
Yeah, that is a word. Maybe just FAE now, or FAA. Yeah. FAE underneath Ilya for Esther, or FAN. And at least that creates a line where you don't. It doesn't require an S.
What do you think
Play.
about, yeah, FAE under Ilya? Yeah. You like keeping the N's?
I don't know. I think I like. Yeah, I think I do. I think I like playing FAE. Because you're really just going straight for a bonus, and I think that might be the way to do it to maximize your chances. If I had an I instead of the second E, maybe I'd certainly play fan.
It just looks like there's so many vowels unseen to her.
Yeah, like all of the O's. Only one of the O's has been played. Oh
jeez.
my goodness. Hard to keep a straight face when that happens. Okay. So that's something. For blue, I don't think blue has anything. But yeah, what a again, like what's crazy about this is I still think that blue is favored here. Just because he's so likely to draw something in a couple moves on this board.
Yeah. Yeah,
What are you
ideally
thinking
she
here?
wanted them in 2 separate turns, not in one.
Yeah. What sort of play would you make here, Josh? Weird spot.
Yeah, I think right now the board is how you want it to be. So something that doesn't interfere with that. Maybe something, I mean, it looks crazy, but something like SI and Zs.
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're giving away too much to put an I there.
I'd wonder about just dropping the S with mutts and fans and saying, okay, what are you going to do if you don't have an S?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, yeah.
But I'd have to see how often I'm drawing into something. So I draw scenarii. Anyways, it looks like the play is going to be Rins, which is a little bit of a concession, I think.
Maybe
Blue's letters were really good.
Maybe it's like a word knowledge thing as well. Maybe he thinks he can get an extra 5 points from ups.
Oh, yeah, it could be. It could be as well.
It also sort of smells like an F setup or something like that. I know the Fs are gone, but something similar.
Yeah, it looks interesting. It also blocks the best lane on the board as long as you have an S or a blank, and it scores well. So blue being up by 55 after this play can probably joust with a response of a bonus by Esther. I don't know how long Esther's going to take here.
Yeah, do you just play
in this position,
Serenade?
Serenade. Oh, that looks great. Yeah. And she looks like she's... Oh, you're doing this again. You're doing this weird thing where you say it and they find it. Yeah. I would be directly searching for a bingo starting in SE. And yeah. Play SE Serenade.
Yeah, she doesn't like the vowel placements.
Yeah. Definitely doesn't look great, but we're going to
There's two of
see
them,
not...
so blue takes one. Quite often you get the other.
Yeah. And we're gonna see a bigger response. So, Orioles is gonna come down. Well, that was interesting. Someone looking for the
Yeah,
blanks.
I think Rins signals all one pointers to me. So
That too. Yeah.
yeah, the hotspots above the E's aren't necessarily a huge consideration.
So the question here is, where do you play Orioles?
I think you have to play it underneath fan.
You don't want to play it with Serenades. That's
No, I
71.
don't think so.
But it's the highest. The highest score is with OD and RE. This is actually really weird and really deep.
Orioles
Do you really
creates
wanna
a
leave-
huge E, the hotspot above the E in Serenade.
Yeah, but a lot of those letters are gone. There's only like W's and H's that score 4 or more. I can hit you there. And yeah, it's really bizarre because Lou's gonna be taking like close to a 50-point lead. And yeah, they're just fixing the score, but I don't know what I would do here. There's so much to consider. If you play on top of Serenade, making OD and RE, you're scoring 73. Or 72, is it? And you're opening a huge lane ending in an S, but probably only for like a turn or two. Then after that, you can relax if nothing happens. So you're basically just saying, okay, I'm giving you one turn to make something happen.
Yeah, this is
After that, the
this is my
board
least
is-
favorite spot.
Interesting. Yeah, I would say that in a vacuum, you're right, but based on what's unseen, I'm not too worried.
And the I is just one tile too much to the left for Quadlin.
Quadlin, nice. Yeah, I mean, obviously we know that Esther doesn't have a huge response. But I think I like this placement the best somehow. It just looks so weird and unintuitive.
Do you think you play Qual here, down to the L?
Pole looks good.
And do you play it through
I
the L
might.
or to the L?
Probably to the L, just so that I don't get hit with like a blank L blank T play on the bottom row.
Yeah.
But I'd like quad as well, just on the left side of Rins. Although you maybe want that to stay open for later. There's also the possibility of keeping the Q, playing something like Nolo underneath for 28. And the idea of that would be try and draw a Q play next to Rins next turn, but I feel like that's too likely to go away.
Yeah, it looks like she's looking at coin through the eye and Rins.
Oh, that's pretty good. I didn't see that. Looks quite good. Leaving things open.
Yeah, I think I'm coming around to that one.
I was looking at Tainga and I was like, wait, that looks like a word. It's good with KAI, not KAAI. But you never know with these really cool. A lot of these Maori words that I'm learning for the first time, studying Collins. But yeah, if that S stays open, I think we're gonna see KAINGAS for a huge score.
Fingers, yeah. Hopefully he doesn't try it with the two A's.
Yeah, that'd be very interesting. The coin comes down 36.
Yeah, I think I like this.
Yeah, seems simple and totally
So
Totally
15
workable,
points. 15 points the
15
margin.
point. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Kani. No good. I need to check my force. So yeah, we'll see what blue does here. Not a great draw for Esther.
No.
But not a terrible one either.
No twaddle.
Yeah, that's not good, right?
No, it needs an A.
Yeah. So yeah, it looks like Kainga's is being considered. I mean, that looks so great. The Q is gone now. You don't have to worry about QI.
Yeah.
It's nice 42. But it will give Esther a decent play of Wold. WOLD. She's checking it. Okay. Just making sure. So that's going to be 47. Increasing the lead to 62. But yeah. I think now Esther a little bit of trouble. That play does very nice things to the board if you're blue, but not if you're Esther. So
Do you think can you play Wold?
yeah, because there's some R's out for ROK, and there are some possibilities still. You're keeping.
Especially you can reparallel it.
Yeah, you can reparallel. There's also there's still the lane under the N of fan. You kind of like to keep your L for BAAL, but
Yep.
I don't think you can afford to. Without blocking yourself too much. And it's funny, we saw the K come out finally for Kayar, that it's completely irrelevant at this point.
Yeah.
You could consider WO for 28 above the EN. And think about if there are some things that you can draw as 7-letter words. But yeah, I don't think that works. Anything else you're seeing here?
Maybe a play like Dow underneath Orioles. Yeah, I think I like Wold. I think it just scores enough.
Yeah, and obviously Esther probably needs a bonus to get back into this, right?
Yes.
So you want to leave space open. You want to keep scoring because you're down by almost 70. And yeah, not looking great, but there's still some possibilities here. So they're just recounting the game right now, as you were mentioning. I've never witnessed this before, but maybe they just have the whole score wrong. You know, sometimes two players just like face each other, and they're totally like neither of them has any issue normally like keeping score. Then the two players, like their energy together tends to cause some like. Do you think there's a little bit of that going on?
Yeah, maybe. I've just read in chat. Someone's pointed out that Kainga, obviously Ka is good, but Kai, Kane, Kaing, and Kainga are all good as you add each letter.
That's really cool. Yeah, that's a good way to remember that that's valid. 27. Actually, that's probably what Blue was saying. They weren't fixing the score. Blue was like, "Hey, don't you know this? K.
Well, Alex had just pointed out, our producer Alex in chat, that Kainga as a Maori word shouldn't take an S because there's no S's in Maori.
Yes, but there are S's in English, so
There are, yes.
who are we to judge? So, a decent balanced draw for Blue, who's in the lead in this game. I think he's in the lead by around 35 points there. It's just updated now. And so if he can just keep the scoring pressure on, I like something like Palter making Rock and EW. Just scoring well, playing a lot of tiles. blocking the lane, keeping a scoring tile.
Yeah, maybe
Pretty
maybe
much.
Plater is a slightly better version of it.
Yeah, later a little bit better, just to cover those scoring spots a bit better with those consonants. Good idea. And yeah, I mean, it really just checks all the boxes. You don't need to be worried about trying to bonus yourself at this stage. If you can stay ahead by 60, 70 points and keep scoring tiles, you should be okay.
What do you think about a play like Taha above Orioles, blocking the lane from the N and down to the O?
Yeah, that's a good option as well. I would say that the lane there is less worrisome because it's the two lanes, they score a bit less
Yeah.
than the lane on the top right, and the lane on the top right also will create some play that you're not really you don't actually know what's going to happen. So okay, this is a very similar decision. Yeah, lather. This does
Doesn't take an
create
S.
an S hook
Yeah,
and a B hook, but
that's interesting.
that's not relevant. So this is a similar idea, scoring 2 more points, but creating a little bit more comeback options for Esther, I think. So, oh, there was a play of Pelta on top of the ORIOL, which scores really well for 38. Which I don't know. I still like later. For 31, I'm not sure. But yeah, this is a good play by Blue. Let's see if he gets more than one vowel. Okay, now it's interesting. Because he's not gonna have a lot of wiggle room with this rack. Esther might already be thinking about trying to create some setup or some options on a part of the board that's not currently open.
Yeah. What do you think about something like I don't know, GEED to the left of
Taking EL
Lambert?
and DA.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works. I think you can work with the S hook though. I think if you just play something with rock. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that's asking for too much. Maybe Blue's going to be able to defend the board if you block the space that's in the bottom middle there. That's still somehow open.
So do you think something like Deg U to the U of coin?
Yeah, I'm not seeing that really as working so much, but yeah, I'm not sure. This is a really tough spot for Esther. If I were gonna play up there, I think I would rather play. I don't know. I don't think I would play up there. Maybe GIED is what I would do in the end.
Yeah.
Just hope that, that G doesn't really help Blue.
Yeah, I think I might play Deg U to the U in coin just because it keeps TIRE and it's sort of.
Oh, I like this. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, TIRE is very strong. But look at this. This is a play neither of us saw. I mean, she was looking at it the whole time.
Yeah,
This
so now
helps.
there's fingers through the L to an S if she draws it and below fan.
Yeah. Yeah, this is
And
nice.
to the O with TIO if she gets an M. Oh, God.
Oh, that's blocked off now, though.
Oh, yeah, true. Sorry, I was looking at the YouTube monitor.
No, no worries. Alright. So... Oh, another scoring discrepancy. 28 for that, I think. But, yeah, this is looking a little bit tricky now for Blue. Do you want to play on the bottom? Play something like GNOW? Block the space down there, balance the rack a bit. Or would you rather try and block the TRINS spot with something like wing, but then if you play wing, you're setting up like owing, awing, and swing. This is pretty tricky. I like playing GNOW or something similar to that on the bottom. But GOP is good as well. Not addressing any space, but just trying to power through the position.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
It does. I mean, it does
60.
block potential bingos through the L.
That's true as well, and setup plays as well. Scoring plays as yeah. This is a good play. This last S is going to be key. There's a good chance that Blue's about to draw it, as we see our producer working himself so hard. Hello. Say hello to our producer. So let's see if Blue draws well here. It's hard to draw badly in this pool if you're Blue. But we need to get the clock restarted. Okay. Yeah, that's a draw. So Blue should be up by 66. And Esther's clock should be started. Esther hoping for an S for like, yeah, Otitides. But hey, if her clock is never started, it's gonna be okay. I think it's the producer that stopped the clock. So they're allowed to restart it if they stopped it. Yeah, this is the turn. This is the most important turn of the game for Esther.
Yeah, I agree.
She's got to find something worthwhile. I don't know what that something is. How many tiles are left? Another 5 in the bag situation, just like last 2 games. How do you just go for something in 2 spots, like in the 2 spots that remain with Trins and under fan?
Yeah, I think you have to.
But then what do you even play? Like, if you don't score anything, you're running the risk of getting outscored. You have to leave, I think, 1 in the bag. Maybe you could leave 2 in the bag.
Yeah, 2 eyes unseen. What's actually in the bag? Have we worked that out? And so A, C,
yeah.
E, I, S.
Pretty good.
It is, yes.
Obviously, Esther doesn't know that, but
No, yeah.
pretty much has to assume something like that is in the bag if she wants to win. Do you play... Yeah, the problem is if you play something like Topi for 6. If she's considering... Oh, this is... Actually, I like this. She probably has to assume the S is in the bag, so if she plays something with Trins, she can still draw something in 2 spots with Slather and underneath Fan. I would be cautious, though, to play off all 5. Maybe do it in Trins just to leave a little bit more lack of information, but I think she's seeing that there's 2 eyes unseen to her. I mean, if you do that, if she plays Idiot and Trins, she's drawing AECIS. Is there a 7 with that?
No.
And is there... Oh, man. Yeah, this is so difficult. You play Do It. You even draw anything. I wonder. Because, yeah, you can get away with playing else. Like, you can block something here as long as you draw the S.
Yeah,
You
I
kind
mean,
of have to assume.
Tio Topi threatens players like Acidist.
Yeah, but my problem is if you play Topi or Topi, you're down 60 and blue can just play one tile off.
Yeah,
And that might
yeah,
be good enough.
yeah. If you drew the right tiles, Topi can give you day sights up top and Acidist down from the end, under the end.
Yeah, that might be good enough. This is really tough. I would not want to be in this position.
No, me either.
Maybe TOIT. You really like your T. Your T is really good. You can't duplicate it.
Do you think she's considering whether the end's in the bag? There's ING bingos to be drawn.
Maybe. Yeah, that is a lane. Maybe she's thinking of playing Dit underneath Orioles, or maybe she's thinking of Toile, Toile, through the L. Which works somewhat well with the unseen letters. If she plays 12 for 10, she might win.
Yeah, but isn't there only one lane after that?
Well, there's still the two. There's still the Trins and the
Oh, right. Yes.
Slather.
Yes.
So Dacites would still fit 2 spots. I don't think you can block both. I mean, you can try, but Acidist will fit with Slather.
Again, we've got another huge discrepancy in the time used by the players.
Yeah, it's getting really, really tough. You have to make a decision soon because she can't afford to go overtime. She'll probably get outscored in that situation.
And we're privileged to be able to watch turns like this because these are the really instructional turns. Good players making tough decisions. It's really good to watch.
Absolutely. So she's gone back to Idiot, which you basically have to draw something that fits in both spots. Whereas if you don't empty the bag, you can draw something in one spot and the opponent might block the wrong spot.
Yeah, Idiot also plays above Orioles making Dodd. So maybe it can preserve the Rins.
True. And she's thinking about it through the O in Orioles as well. So OI, so it's not it's not that she's keeping 2 T's, it's that she's allowing blue another turn. That's what I'm concerned about here because she's down 66, she's down 56 after this play. And if blue simply, what did she draw? Oh, AE, CIS in the bag. Oof. Yeah, I think blue could simply play something like Dow through the W and GOP and have enough to win.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, 3 in the bag. I think you needed to play a little bit more there, but yeah, getting low on time, not really knowing what to do. These are the toughest positions.
Yeah, blue may take a bit of time here. I think we've got... Oh, no, we won't. Straight away.
Oh yeah, simple. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, just that's too much. Like, even if Esther had a bingo or made another move and had a bingo in 2 spots, it wouldn't be good enough after this play. 28 points. Taking a 74-point lead. Wow. And yeah, I mean, blue might bingo out here. CS is drawn. Even if IS is drawn, yeah. Iodines. It only fits with Slather. But yeah.
Ionized.
Yeah, ionized iodines, yeah. Wow. Alright, well, this one's gonna go to New Zealand. Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to say at this point. Do we have the standings for round 3? Let's see
Yes,
if
we do, yeah.
Australia made some headway.
Should probably wait until after the game, just before we go to the break, just because Esther's getting quite late.
Right. You're right. Don't be disrespectful, Josh. You know the game. You know the game is...
You, Josh, or me, Josh?
Me. True.
Yeah, it
Don't
looks
be.
like we're also going to be able to interview Blue after this game as well. So want to start thinking about questions to ask. Also throw it to the chat if there's any questions you want answered from Blue after the game.
Yeah, as Esther goes overtime. I would have gone overtime in this position too. Yeah, what do you even do? Yeah, any questions for? I mean, this is a great game. Super tactical, super interesting. Lots of fun decisions. Lots of very smart decisions from both players. Very, I think this is the best played game so far.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe. But yeah, that sequence early on. Boy, that sequence early on with what was it? Yeah, ID. That's a good decision. Sequence early on with Vox and like Yez Vox. That was just brutal.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. On a different board, those tiles aren't helping you at all.
Mm-hmm. ID should be 34.
Yeah. And then we'll see ionized to go out.
Yeah. So I guess Blue was a 1 rating point underdog in this game. And overperformed. Especially with the first turn advantage is actually like 20 points, apparently. Yeah, apparently if you go first you're scoring 20 points more on average than if you go second. So
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, with Blue should be very, very happy about this game. Oh, he looks like he's gonna play iodines. That's what I saw. That's what I saw too. Rather than ionize. So that'll be 70. Go out.
Well, he'll get to.
Yeah, we'll
his
get to interview Blue after this, and then I think we're gonna have a lunch break, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
And well, both of us are taking our leave. Is that right?
That is. Yep.
So who do we have in commentary after lunch?
That's a very good question. We'll get Alex to let us know.
Yeah, I think I have the list here. Yes, we have Kenji and Scott for the
Kenji
afternoon.
Matsumoto and Scott Chapu.
Yeah, Chapu. However, I could try to pronounce his name Frenchly. Chapu.
Chapu.
Yeah, that's gonna be a nice couple. I know that they've both been at least at some points watching the coverage already. So, yeah, very nice. Yeah, very nice game here.
Kenji's obviously a long-time content creator in the Scrabble Scrabble scene.
Yeah, and he's written
Very
books too.
Hmm.
He has books available for international players, even though he specializes in the North American lexicon. So hopefully he'll be able to plug those, or someone will plug them for him.
Yeah,
They've
he's
helped
one
me
of
for
those
sure.
one of those creators that I used to watch when I was younger. That got me into Scrabble to begin with.
Yeah, awesome. So, last chance for people in YouTube watching the stream. If you have any questions for our victor here, Blue, about this game. It was a very interesting game. But yeah, it was very, very thoroughly played, I think. And no pun intended on Blue's name. I'm trying to think what position there is even a question about.
Kia ora, Josh. Josh.
Alright, let's see if
Hey,
we can
how are
hear.
Yeah, not too bad.
How's it going, Blue? Congratulations on your victory. This was a
Long way
clinic.
home in another couple of days, another 20 games.
Yeah, yeah. How you feeling about that?
Yeah, I do enjoy playing a lot of games.
Yeah,
But
so we had some very interesting positions for you. I really don't have anything uh to say about. I mean, you just played so thoroughly and well. I was wondering about the position where you played Orioles,
yeah,
and because there were three positions, right, in that move. So,
yeah,
if you had any thoughts about them?
well, I wasn't. Yeah, I just want to take that line out, and I also wanted to. If she didn't use it, I wanted to score off it.
Hmm.
So it's
Sure.
kind of, yeah, maybe give me a bit more options, whatever I pick up. But yeah, I turned out alright, right, for their kindness, and of course, being Māori, we must know that word.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's handy.
definitely. Yeah. I like the definition. I was like, oh yeah, okay. Well, certainly, I'm very familiar with that word. Um, yeah, I liked the placement. Actually, my co-commentator Josh was less of a fan of it. Um, to me, it just seemed like it was a do or die situation. Like, okay, if you can use the S or use the big scoring spot immediately, then it'll be a game. But otherwise,
Yeah,
you
would have
end
been
up winning pretty quickly.
yeah, because if I if I got a T, the Kati, Kati, I would have been worth a
Mhm.
bundle.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got to play with what you pick out.
Yeah. I had another question. Josh, did you have any questions about any of the plays? Maybe the lather play was
Yeah. I
interesting.
just wanted to ask on the play where you had lather and kept P.
Yeah.
There were a few other options in the same spot that we in the commentary booth thought might have been a little bit better.
Um,
Um,
what should I have played there?
well, we liked Plater or Polter.
Oh, okay.
Just
And
because it
keep the
doesn't
H.
create it doesn't create the big S hook at the top. There was still an S unseen to you.
Yeah, and I suppose if
And
I
it
had
just yeah.
deleted, probably yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, if they do manage to score the S, I should be able to score along the top of it.
You're
That's
right.
true, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it was nice. You were trying to power through the position.
yeah,
I really liked the idea of playing on
Hmm.
that column and keeping a scoring tile behind.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I ended up only picking up one vowel after that, but
Yeah. It
it's
got a
just
little bit
life.
dicey for a second.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just about had that too.
But
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
we
no.
think that Esther had some winning chances if she'd have drawn the right things right at the end. So it did create a bit of unnecessary volatility to the board that you probably didn't want.
Yeah, because when there was only 5 tiles left, I could have scored quite a bit just playing cooped or blocking off that slather line. I could have, I could have blocked that, but when there was 5 tiles left and she only took 2,
Yeah.
I didn't really, I didn't really mind if she had the S and she got a bingo along there because there's a spot down the bottom of the board too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah, there's a lot of weird lines that she could have had already.
Yeah.
So yeah, totally cool. Yeah, no, super well played. Really enjoyed watching you play.
oh, thanks.
And congrats again.
Yeah.
New Zealand's doing really well so far.
Yeah, I lost the last one to Chris,
Mm.
but
Yeah.
as you know,
Okay.
you gotta have some ounce of luck and play well.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Well, it was great to talk to you. Oh, there was somebody also watching the stream, Zev Kaufman, who recalls playing you at
Yes,
the second Worlds
yeah,
in '93.
yeah. No, he was he. Oh, he wasn't allowed to use his hand. He wasn't allowed to do anything manual, I think it was.
Yes.
Yes. So there was using page numbers for scoring, and or somebody else was turning the page. I think that's right.
Yeah. I think he was using his page system. Yeah, we can get into that. But all right, we'll let you go to lunch.
Thank you, mate.
Congrats on your victory, and great to meet you.
Hey, and thanks for
Blue.
doing this job you're doing too. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Cheers.
All right. Cheers.
Okay, guys. Catch you later.
All
See
right.
you later.
Bye.
See ya. Great. Well, that was Blue, our round 4 leader, victor. So yeah, another congrats to him, taking a win over Australia's Esther Perrins. So we're gonna do a little bit of a standings check here to see where we're at after 4 rounds, if we have all the standings available.
Yeah, we definitely have 3.
And yeah, we definitely have round 3, and yeah, we'll then let you guys, especially people in the studio, take a nice little lunch break. So okay, it looks like in the lead for Australia, we have Karen Richards, but still looks like New Zealand is up by a ton of games. This is after round 3? Okay, so 25-11. So it's at least
they've won every
26-11.
round so far.
Yeah, at least 26-11. So worst case scenario, if everyone else lost, 26-23.
Looks like
Or
we've got
22.
game 4 standings ready.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah,
If we have those, let's take
be
a look as well.
illuminating. We've had a clean sweep on stream for Team New Zealand.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm supposedly in the New Zealand side, right?
That's right. I must be the bad luck.
Yeah. All right, here we go. This is
Still game 3.
this is after game 4, but it says game 3. But
Yes, yeah, it has changed.
nice. All right, so Dylan in the lead with 4 wins and 217 spread. So 33-15. Oh my goodness. That's a big deficit. Well, good thing there are 20 more rounds to go.
Yes,
See
yeah.
if they get some fireworks in the next games to come.
So
And,
240 more games.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, anything can happen, but this is a very good start for New Zealand in this 2024 Trans-Tasman Challenge. So we're gonna let people take a break, especially the people behind the scenes who've been working tirelessly to bring the stream to you guys, but also to you, Josh. You deserve a break as well. It was a pleasure commentating with you. We
Likewise,
are the
Josh.
Joshes.
Yeah.
Josh from Australia, Josh from Canada. Your Joshes everywhere, but these are some of the best.
Yes.
Really appreciate your insights. Thanks everybody for watching. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel and come back once the lunch games begin in, is it around an hour? There's going to be a production break, so maybe it's going to be a couple hours before game 6. But yeah, tune in for that. Thanks a lot, Josh. Great to commentate again, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye. I don't know how to.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks, everyone.
It does. It is telling me, Alex, just so that you know, that it's wanting me to use my iPhone as a microphone. I don't think I didn't think that was a good idea. I'm just telling you that maybe something to do with it. Okay. I caught some of them. I caught, like, games 2. I think I caught the first 2 games and then I had to go out. Yeah, there's kind of a 2-tiered field here. So both sides kind of have like a 1A and a 1B kind of side. So, at least from my perception. I don't know if you all feel the same way. You probably know the players better than I do, although I know some of them. Yeah. Alistair hasn't played in a while, though. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're only doing 3 tonight. Okay. Cool. Yeah, no problem. Yep. Okay, I didn't know that. I'm not in the... Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Okay. Either way. Are we on? Okay. Hey everyone, welcome to round 6 of the Trans-Tasman Challenge. I'm Kenji, and this is Scott. Say hello, Scott.
Hi everyone.
As we can see, New Zealand's doing pretty well. We're up quite a ways, or I guess New Zealand's up quite a ways. This is going to be a game between Chris, who I know pretty well, and
Victor Tung.
Yeah, and Victor Tung. Yeah, that's what I thought. Any thoughts on the matchup, Scott?
I've only played Chris twice at our nationals, and I split with him, and I watched him rocket up our ratings quite quickly. At one point earlier a couple of weeks ago, he was rated #1 in the country, so he's doing very well. Victor, I think, is in the top 10 or 11 in Australia, so this should be a pretty good matchup. He's ranked 11th and 3rd in New South Wales. I'm pretty sure I played Victor when the Trans-Tasman in 2018 down here in Dunedin, where I am, and I tried to find my results, and I don't actually remember what they were, but I know I challenged one of his words stupidly, stayed on, but it unfortunately allowed me to play an 8 through it anyway, so...
Yeah.
Sometimes you get lucky by being dumb.
Well, 5 points is,
That's right. 5 points generally is not that big a penalty.
Yeah. I've seen Victor's name. Victor's not been that prominent, I think, until the last few years. I actually know Chris for a long time. He's from Canada. I'm very familiar with his game a lot more than I am with Victor's, for sure.
Yeah.
It's Victor's. I want to say that like Victor's been playing for a while, but that his results have like gotten better in the last few years.
Yeah.
Ever since maybe the pandemic or so.
A lot of people had some free time to study.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so you might as well use it.
Yep.
I got it. I could work from home. I had a job in Wellington at the time, and my manager said if you can get to your house, you can work from home for the pandemic, and I did. And because of that, now I've got a permanent job with the same organization, working from home.
Nice.
So the pandemic has been good to me in some ways.
I think we're just doing some technical difficulties.
Yeah, they're lighting up the cameras, explaining operations.
Get to break the fourth wall a little bit.
Yeah. Now, for those of you who don't know Chris, he is one of the fastest tile shufflers I've ever seen.
Yeah, he can be quite frantic.
Yeah, so don't when they start blurring, it's not the camera, it's him. Don't worry.
He doesn't shuffle often. He mostly he does do a lot of his thought alphabetically, like many of the. That's more of a North American thing that you get, where a lot of North American players just they have it alphabetized and they just stare at it. I don't mix tiles pretty much at all, and it's sort of a habit that you pick up from North America that Chris still has, maybe for better or worse. It generally is a lot better for alphagramming, particularly for finding bingos. Sometimes some players do mix when they're actually trying to find other plays, particularly like parallel plays or disconnected plays or things like that, where the ordering of the tiles matter a lot more.
Yeah, I generally just put my tiles on as they come out of the bag, and as they come out, I start thinking about words they form at that point, and I'll even put the words on, and then the next tile, move from a 5 to a 6 to hopefully a 7.
Yeah.
And then I have started to study an alphagram, and I'm finding it really hard because I'm just so used to just random scatterings.
Yeah, a lot of players. It really depends on how you come up through the game. So Chris has spent most of his time playing games on the internet with various other players, like Josh, who was the commentator from the morning stream. And because of that, you get, the titles always come alphabetically. And so you're just a lot more used to it. Whereas somebody who's much more of a live player who's been, just playing games naturally, they're not going to have the same amount of experience with alphagramming tiles. And so they are probably more likely to shuffle. And as long as you don't really give away too much information when you're shuffling, it's generally fine. Some players do that where they only shuffle when they have like a bingo rack, and that's where they only shuffle when they don't. And people can pick up on that, but I'm not sure how many players pick up on that. And you need to be watching and have a mini game sample to ever make that sort of conclusion. You don't want to just make that conclusion based off one game or one rack.
No, you can't pick up a tell from the first time you play someone.
Right.
Unless it's really obvious.
Yeah, or unless you have many people who are telling you what it is. Sometimes in these sorts of events, people do talk. I don't think that happens too much here, but I could be wrong.
You may get tips on, this person likes a closed board, this one likes an open board. This
Yeah.
one is good at bingos, but it's terrible on short words.
Right.
But you're not going to get that much. And even given our proximity to each other, there's not really a whole lot of crossover.
Right. I would think that's true. I would imagine that most of these players haven't played each other so much. At least the ones who haven't been playing like a long time. Like I don't think anybody's played Chris a lot, for example.
No, none of the Australians would have played Chris very much, if at all.
Yeah.
The one New Zealander who has is Joanne Craig, who lives in Sydney.
Yeah.
So she's played against them, many of them,
a
lot.
Yeah,
but in general, this would be this, and giving away our ages, a lot of them may have played in the Seniors World Champs as well.
Okay, that makes sense.
And of course, our most famous player lives in Malaysia.
Right.
So, it'd be nice if he would play once in a while, but he's apparently 8-0 in Spain right now. So domination of another language.
A lot of these people have played a long time. Like, Bob, for example, has played for 30 years.
Rob
you know,
Talbot, Howard Warner have played.
Yep.
Dylan
Joanne's
Early's
played. Dylan's played a long time, but not in this region. But has
he's been here since I want to say 2016 now, so it's gone on 8 or 9 years, 7, 8 years.
A while. Yeah.
Well,
Okay, it looks like they're getting started.
Yep.
Victor going first. BC, so lots of high point tiles. Does have the blank, which is extremely useful.
Hex jumps off. Chef's a nice.
Yeah.
Keeping BOX, possibly BOX.
You get some options for actually setting up the X, so you might actually consider playing this off center to try to get some sort of X setup. So maybe putting the H on the star is actually a reasonable option if some people would elect to do that. Victor does not elect to do that.
No.
You can go both ways. There's cases to be made. Usually the only time that you do that is when you have the X or when you have some sort of direct high point tile, and you do have to vary that because you don't always want to have the X when you do that. You want to have some sort of varying going on. As we see, Chris has DOing lined up. It's also windage. He's playing very, very quickly. Doesn't even think about windage. DOing is better. He does elect to play it over rather than under. Any thoughts?
No, that's probably what I would have done. Windage. Okay. Does it take an S?
Windage does take an S, yeah.
So you don't necessarily want to open the triple that as early, especially when you don't have any idea what's there.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be much of a case for that. And both players playing very, very quickly. Victor exchanges without much thought, almost whatsoever, before Chris is even drawn. I generally don't like playing that quickly. I didn't even see what he had, to be honest. He did exchange the X too immediately, which I would have at least thought of. You would also I'm not sure if there was something to the I that was like 40-ish, even if it kept the Q and burnt the blank. I would have at least thought about that. But
I think it's early. The board's pretty open. I think he's looking to score big, and the 3Es he picked up won't help the cause.
Yeah, there still may be bingos in that. There are good floaters for that. There's the N, the G, the C. Might be okay here. There are bingos there, I think. The other tiles are quite good. We do see Chris, also a little bit Val heavy. Setting up YEA. That looks good.
And then the chat says there was 2 tricks for 40, keeping BQ, which burning your blank and keeping BQ I'm not necessarily a fan of.
I'm okay with it, honestly. I'm not saying I would necessarily do that, but I certainly would have thought for more than 5 seconds about that.
Yeah.
40 points is 40 points. QB is, minus 10-ish, but you're keeping RT blank. That's roughly around 30-ish. It's close.
Yeah.
I don't know is the real answer.
There is no optimal answer most times, is there?
Well, there's always an optimal answer, but they may be close together.
Oh, that's right. There's an optimal answer, but there's no perfect answer.
Yeah. Chris still looking at YEA. I'm guessing he's looking for double doubles to the W or something like that.
Yeah.
But here comes YEA.
32 or so, something like that.
Yep. And I believe Victor has, a few bingos, but I think he actually has a double-double. But not the easiest one to see, especially since he didn't get to see that line beforehand.
Yeah.
But he does have to find it is a bit difficult to think about EEW here.
Something I'm thinking. Oops. The double W, you were looking at rewater?
No, I was thinking etagere. Making RYA and EEW.
Oh, going across that way. Okay.
Yeah.
The EW.
But he does play recreate. A good score. I do
Yeah.
think that it would be good for Victor to play a little bit slower. Makes commentating a lot easier as well.
Well,
But anyway,
yeah.
Chris with a good bingo rack and lots of floaters.
Yeah.
Does have a few bingo options. As you can see, Chris is mad shuffling that
Yeah.
we alluded to at the beginning.
And he's got Viragos through the A.
He does. Also has vertigos to the T.
Oh.
Maybe some other options as well. You want to be looking through the DE, for example. Other lines. You just want to make sure that you're finding all the reasonable possible options here.
Yeah. There's nothing through the DE.
Yeah. It's always important to even look through the bad lines. You've got plenty of time. As
right.
you can say, like the game is a quarter over, and both players have 22 minutes.
Oh, Victor picked up the Q and the X again.
He did.
After he dumped him back a couple turns ago.
But this is not.
Yeah.
He picked up the U here, and this is not such a bad board for.
No,
it's quite reasonable. As you see, Chris does play Viragos here.
Yeah. For those of you who are just joining this afternoon session, welcome to the Trans-Tasman Challenge. And the rules we're playing by, the dictionary we're using in this one is Collins CSW 19. So from time to time you may see an expurgated word. So don't panic. They are allowed.
So Victor has multiple high point tiles. He wants to make it as flexible as possible. So he wants to be able to play both of them. He does have opaque lined up here. The X is usually a really good tile, but it's not so great here. It is okay. There are multiple places to play some of these things. He does have APE lined up if he plays like OX off. So he does have some options if he plays the X now. I don't think
Chris
it's
just got
automatic.
the other blank.
Okay, that's
always
looking
a positive.
grim already. Victor already playing opaque here. He does set up his X by doing that, so that's a good thing. You definitely want to set up your X in these sorts of spots. Yes, it will get blocked a lot of the time, but not always. And people do overestimate how often that these overlaps happen, and an overlap might happen on the left side too, which will often still give you the X spot. So it is. People get a little bit saying, well, like, oh, well, he's just going to overlap it for 40. I mean, yeah, he might, but they might not, depending on what the rack is. People don't generally keep W's and Y's and whatnot, so a lot of times they never even have the tile, and even if they do, sometimes there's a better spot for it.
Yeah, and Chris essentially has 4 different bonuses using 3 letters.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see either one, and none. Yep. There's one that plays through the V.
Usually, in these sorts of spots, the board is so open that what you want to do is you generally want to try to just clutter space. You don't want to try to like block up lines. You'll never block all the bingo lines here. There's so many of them. But with this kind of lead, when you are taking bingos, you just want to say like, okay, we're never, all the quadrants are going to be filled. So you want to actually just kind of actually keep filling them, and you don't really want to go to the edges, but you don't really mind creating more lines because eventually you're just going to run out of lines. In 3 turns, the board will just be like, oh, we played to the entire board and now there's letters everywhere, but it's too cluttered so that it's hard to bingo 2 or 3 turns from now, even if it's easy to bingo in the long run. You can kind of see Victor having his like tiles divided in 3 and 4 like that and then just sitting there. That is a bit of a tell some of the time. You generally don't want to do that. I don't think Chris can pick anything off of it now because he doesn't, he doesn't have any experience playing Victor, but you do want to be a little bit careful when you do that.
I generally keep all 7 together. And I'll put the words and just slide them next to each other, so you can't tell.
Yeah,
I'm not somebody who would put the Q off to the side like it's a leper and leave it away. I just
right.
try to keep them all together so that no slight tells that way.
Yeah, and that is a good idea.
All right. Through, I think the best one I can see for Chris is through the V and with cavities.
You mean
Actually,
active
no,
eyes?
that won't fit. No, I see it.
I don't think he's likely to play that.
No,
If I
the
were to guess, I
active
think
eye. Yeah, but there's actually quite a few through the V with what he's got.
yeah.
But
Generally, he's going to be wanting to play through the.
A
I think through the
or the P.
OPA.
Yeah, and try and
You know.
take those areas out because V's generally are harder to play through.
Yeah, and although I don't think he's that worried about. Again, like I think he's much more worried about space than he is scoring. Like I don't think he really cares whether one bingo scores 74 and another bingo scores
No.
76. I don't think that makes even the slightest difference to him at all. I think this is all about positioning. Yeah, if one bingo scores like 10 more points, like if he has a bingo to the, let's say to the P, but it doesn't hit a double, I think he might care about that. But I don't think he's going to want to be doing like active eyes and putting like a huge hook on the bottom of the board that otherwise wouldn't be there. Like that just doesn't seem like he has inactive lined up. I think he's much more likely to play inactive, even though it scores less. But he's just looking. The bingos here are not easy to find.
No.
And he is taking his time. Chris can play an entire game in 2 or 3 minutes, so I'm not worried whatsoever if he spends even 10 minutes on this play. Though I don't think he will. I had no idea how he can see words when he does this, by the way.
When they just blur like that?
Yeah.
It's just practice, I would say.
Yeah, usually when I shuffle a little bit more controlledly. Like usually what I do is I'd like, let's say take the tile that I want to see at the beginning. So let's say the C, and I just leave it there. And then I like shuffle the rest of them, or like I take the C and then I like take like TIE, or usually there's like a thought process that goes behind I'm shuffling it in this way for this reason. When he's doing it this fast, I'm not sure if I know what his thought process is, but I'm sure he has one.
Yeah, it's not totally random. There's no doubt.
Yeah. The bottom left or the bottom right is a little bit like, and he is seemingly going to play inactive. I'm not surprised that he plays this, actually. It's also worth noting that active eyes, Chris is from North America. Active eyes is not a word in North America. It's only a word overseas, so he might not be 100% sure of it. But given that, also with the positional disadvantage of having that huge hook, I'm not surprised he's foregoing that.
And active eyes can be played with both an S and a Z here as well.
Yeah. Victor, again, nearly instantly playing XED.
I mean, a nice openings on top off XED.
Yeah, and he does have good tiles to overlap it on the left side, which is good for scoring. I mean, he is within a bingo now. You do want to create both of those openings. I don't think it's too likely that opening will stay there, but again, he does have it, and it is good to have openings like that.
Chris has set up train, man, but there's no open eye for it.
Yeah.
Given his tiles to block the triple at the top there would be not score particularly well.
Yeah. I do think that he's likely to just block the left side of that whole overlap. If I were to guess.
Something like Nam and Knox. There it is.
Yep. You might be thinking about remanent, which isn't, I don't think is a word, but again, you do want to be looking at other options. You don't want to just do autopiling. There are a lot of lanes still here.
Yeah.
Like you should be looking at nines, for example. You do want to be looking at like PE, for example. That could be potentially a place that you could find nines some of the time, like permanent or something like that. Almost plays. You want to be looking to make sure that you don't ever have things like if somehow permanent instead of permanent were a word. But he does play Nam.
Yeah.
And again,
Victor wastes
Victor
no time.
plays instantly. I think they're good plays. I'm not seeing any too many things that are instantly wrong with these plays. I just think that you're not going to go anywhere by speed rushing Chris, and
No.
you really should be looking, even if they do end up being fine, and they probably are fine. But I don't recommend most people play this fast.
No, I generally play fast, and when I started, I played fast. And if I just like Victor there, if I saw it, I played it and went on. Now I've slowed
Yeah.
down and taken a thought. What has my opponent given me?
Right.
And that's works out to be a lot better most of the time. Because sometimes there is something that they've given you that wasn't there.
And if you do think that you can get some sort of time advantage off of somebody, then by all means, this is a reasonable strategy. This is something I have done before, but you're generally not going to be. You generally want to have an idea that your time rush is going to work, and especially Chris is not going to work, and most younger players, especially. I know that might be a bit of a online
Ageism.
players who have played a lot online are used to playing 3-minute, 5-minute games. So, we grew up in the internet generation. Speaking as one of the people who has played a lot of internet games. So, if we're used to playing 3 or 5 minutes, we can do that at any point and still play not quite as well, but still pretty well.
Yeah.
So, if he's doing it for that reason, it's probably not a good idea. If he just thinks that that's the best option, as we see Chris playing Bergenet. Not gonna lie, I don't know that.
I actually think that might be right. Yep, that's fine.
Yep.
A visored helmet that can be fitted or attached to the gorget or neck piece.
Yeah, I mean Bergonet is North American, so I'm not as well versed as Chris is. Chris has gone through all of knows many more words than I do at this point.
It is an alternative spelling of Bergonet.
Yeah.
And Victor takes the A hook that he set up earlier.
Yep.
He also had Melodias down through the E at the bottom of the board.
Yeah, for much less, but yes. And you can see now that the board is actually dying, not because there's not areas, but because we now are in that situation I was talking about earlier, where it just there's letters everywhere, and all the natural lines are just blocked. Bergenets and Virgos block each other, sort of. There's not really much space on the left. There's not much space anywhere. And we're kind of just out of lines at this point. So Victor's actually going to have a very hard time bingoing again, which he's going to need to do if he wants to win.
I'm just looking. I'm wondering if Amidal's going down into the lower left once the board gets corrected. Might have scored a slightly more and put the S on the triple word and it'll open up a little bit on the bottom.
Yeah, it wouldn't open as much as you might think because Chris would block all of that, and once he blocked all of that, the entire bottom right would be dead, and Victor would have to bingo hooking where he did, and that's not an easy place to bingo.
No.
But that still is something that I think that he should have at least looked at. Especially since Chris is very likely to kill all of the lines from Birkenet, and then now Victor's going to have to bingo with the hooks from Recreate or the E in Recreate, and those are both not easy to use and don't score that much.
I suspect Chris was wishing that one of those L's when he could drop bolide right next to him.
Yeah, it would be nice, but he's still in a pretty comfortable position, I think.
You can only play what you got.
He is kind of wanting to he's thinking probably about trying to actually play along Virgos and just say, okay, if you can bingo on the right side, then you bingo on the right side, and if not, you probably just lose on the spot. So he isn't necessarily going to rush to play on the right side, even though it is by far the most obvious place to play something like bod or solid or something like that. Yeah, thinking something like that, but it is a pretty big sacrifice. So there is something to think about. He could also just say, you know what, Victor, if you can bingo, go ahead and play Oboli or something like that. That would also be an option. So not an automatic play here. I think that there is a fair amount to think about, and he does have time. Soon the plays will get much easier, because once there's no lines, then it will be just very obvious. It's like, well, there's one line available, I have to kill it, and then there's not too much to think about. So this is kind of the key turn for the rest of the game. He does play bod. Victor has to open the left side like that, and he does very quickly. He plays an inch. I would have given some thought to Rich, just because I really do care about that line that's on the very left side of the board, and I would much rather have the R as a line, even though he is keeping a better leave.
Yeah, keeping that open, you would have many more words end in R than end in I.
And you have an I, so creating a lane where you have the tile that is also your lane is maybe not the best idea. But again, he is keeping a better leave, and I'm sure that was a big part of his reasoning. He does draw the Z, and if he can play that for a big score, he will be back in the game quite quickly. And there are some decent racks for that, and Chris is actually drawing quite badly here with 3 L's.
Lolitis. Inflammation of boredom.
There is Lilliput's, which is not that far from that.
No, it's not. I wonder if Victor at top, something like fair is off the triple under the O.
Quite possibly. Probably waifs and not over.
Yeah, waifs would be better.
Yeah. Chris does play lull, which is I'm sure Chris did not want to do that, but his rack is just so bad. That is not what you want to be doing onto a board when you're up by 30 and the board is almost dead. He does have Zarf lined up. But he isn't playing instantly, which is good.
which should be a sign to Chris that something's happening over there.
Chris has actually drawn all of his tiles, and so he is thinking about this, which is good. This is a very good turn to think about. Again, there are several plays now. Waifs. You want to make sure that there's nothing to the O, and I don't see anything to the O. That's great.
Victor's going to count the tiles in the bag.
Yep. You don't even, but there is no need to keep to spend the Z here. I know that when you have the Z, it's kind of intuitive that you want to burn it as fast as possible. You really don't need to, though. The Z will score well now, but it will also score well later.
If anybody was watching our second game today, Lawson Sue played E, making AE for 2 points.
Yep.
And then in the next turn, he dropped the Z next to the E, making DZO for 60 odd.
Yep.
So when he did it at first, it was like, well, that's crazy. And then once we worked out what he was doing, it's like, wow, that was a very nice setup.
Mm-hmm. The Z is really, really flexible. Like it's not like the X. The X usually has one spot, and it's better in that spot than everything else. The Z pretty much scores all the time.
Especially with the addition of ZE.
Yeah. And you can see Victor's thinking about not doing this.
No, that's good.
And then that's good. You could also do Fizz in that spot or Whiz in that spot if he wants to. But I would, if he doesn't want to play Waifs for whatever reason, he does seem to have Waifs lined up now.
In the chat, somebody's suggesting Wazir. In the top right.
Oh yeah, in the top right, yeah.
There's Waifs.
I think I would prefer Waifs to Wazir.
So would I.
It's pretty close though. If he wants to play Wazir, I'd be okay with that too. He's taking a lead with whatever he's doing here.
Yeah. So RZ versus an FS leave.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'd prefer RZ personally.
I can't see the pool. Is there another? Does Chris have the case S?
Yes, he does.
So Chris should actually be thinking about joint here, very, very seriously. This is a very, very good spot for something like joint.
Yeah. Hopefully Chris does see something like that.
You don't really want to be hanging that S, but joint is almost impossible to block well. He does have like a good rack for it, and you're going to be able to get a lot more off of joints and putting the S than you're playing joints right away. So he should really be thinking pretty hard about that. It is something that I think not enough players do. I think a lot of players would just play joints instantly here. But I think that you should be giving some serious thought to just not playing the S here. Because most of the time, Victor's going to try to block, and when he does try to block, he's not going to be able to block well enough.
No.
So he'll have to sacrifice points, and Chris will still get to score like 50 or 60. And if he doesn't block, Chris might be able to score even more than that.
Yeah, and looking at the pool from Chris's view up in the upper left of our screen,
it's
not the most attractive pool as well.
Yeah. But it is attractive for scoring after a play like joints. So I would actually, the more I think about this, the more I really, really am liking just playing joint here. Because even blocking it is going to be difficult. Recreate blocks a lot of the blocking plays.
Yeah.
So a lot of the plays are going to be like, if you're Victor, for example, with that rack, what are you going to play? Like UR for 4 that still leaves RS plays? Like, they're horrible.
And after joint and he plays UR, the bag is empty as well, I believe, if I counted right.
Yeah, I think joint just wins, and he has it set up, and you will notice that the S is not over there. It's just joint by itself. And I think I like this.
Yeah. That would be a big tell that he has the S as well.
Oh yeah, but I mean, he may as well just show the S to Victor. But what's Victor going to do about it?
That's right. It'll be interesting to see Victor's body language if he just looks and realizes what just happened.
Yeah. I mean, Victor's rack is especially bad here, but even if Victor had a better rack, I think it would still be pretty difficult to do something. Like, yeah, some of the time Victor will have an O, and then he'll get to play like OR instead to the right, which would block it a little bit, but he's scoring 4 points, and Chris still gets SRI for 45.
Yeah.
And that's still more than good enough with almost every rack. So, like, basically Chris doesn't lose after joint unless Victor, like, bingos to the eye or something ridiculous like that, and Chris is going to lose to that no matter what. And I don't see... I'm not saying that there aren't things that could go wrong, but I think that that's the play here. You can see Chris is taking a very long time, and here it comes. Yep. And let's see Victor's response. He doesn't seem to actually respond very much here.
No.
He might get more frustrated as he realizes what his options are.
Yeah.
He does have like RUT, I guess. That sort of blocks it. But
Yeah, but then you could play something like Pits.
yeah. I mean, this game's just lost, honestly.
Was he setting up Scorpion there now as well?
Through the
There's no open sea, but that's
yeah.
just
Okay,
the way he
yeah.
set it up. I was like, oh, it's Scorpion.
Yeah. I mean, he has positron through recreates to the T and joints as well. If that just stays open, I'm sure it won't. But if he doesn't want to, for some reason, doesn't want to use the S hook, or if like Victor just plays and empties the bag, actually, that's probably what you should do.
If he finds it, yes.
Yeah.
Although
it doesn't even score as much as the S hook plays.
But it ends the game.
But it ends the game, yeah.
If there was an open end, there'd be, oh no, not quite spoonerism.
There might be some. He's not that far from some interesting paper plays as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, Victor's kind of seeing that from Victor's perspective, I'm guessing you're actually just kind of hoping that the P is in the bag. But even if the P is in the bag, then what?
There's 2 in the bag, so there's 36 possible outcomes. So that'll be reduced with the triple O's. You know, Chris has an O for sure. That's all you know.
Yeah, Chris doesn't actually always have the S here.
No,
but there are times that he doesn't have it, where he thinks this is the only way he could win if he has, let's say, something really bad. Although he has it a lot.
Yeah. Josh Sokol in the chat just saw positron as well. And scores looks like 3 less than joints.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I think he meant joints is greater than 73, not less than. Josh. That's what the oops was for.
Victor's still thinking he should be spending all of his time here.
He's got plenty of it.
Yeah, you generally are looking for like, okay, if I draw like OE, which is what's in the bag, or good tiles that are not the S, how can I win if I draw those specific things? So he's trying to look for some like Z draw, big Z draw that will maybe try to also outrun this. But I don't think there is anything.
No. He's leaving one in the bag.
Vape. I wonder why. I'm interested in what his thought process is here.
He can, if Chris bingos, he can't be thinking, well, I've got a chance.
Well, yeah. It is interesting to see whether Chris is going to play positron now, or if he's going to play something else. I think you probably should just took the S here, but I could be wrong about that.
Something like Snoop.
Yeah, that looks good. You want to make sure that if you draw like the worst tiles, that you have an out. So the worst tiles here are like the U, the K, and the Z, and the O. So you want to make sure that whatever you keep, you have decent plays with all of those tiles.
Yeah, there are at least 2 places for the Z or Z.
Yeah.
K, I'm just looking for single 2 letters. There's KO in the middle of the board.
Right.
There's sick as well up that way.
He has peons lined up, which I think is probably going to hit all of those tiles pretty well.
Yeah.
I don't see, you have KOR, you have OUR, you have ZOR, which is going to, which has multiple outs. He should be fine, I think, no matter what here. I don't really see any potential hurdles, I think, regardless of what he plays. Yeah, even if you played positron, yeah, all of the tiles there have multiple outs, I think. So, yeah, Chris is fine, I think, no matter what. Here comes
Pions.
and he will draw the O. Oh wait, does he draw the O? Yeah, he draws the O. And Zerk comes down. Might be better off playing Zek actually, because ROO is on the left is going to score a lot more.
Yeah,
after
that's going
Zerk
to score a
back.
lot more.
He does pick it up. Like he hasn't played, Zek is basically the same. It's 2 less, I guess 4 less because the R is still on your rack, but it's going to give Chris quite a bit less.
Yeah.
There may be other plays as well, but it is going to be academic here. Oh, he plays Zerk up there.
Making sick with hey.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And Chris is going to go out.
Yeah. Let's spend a minute looking for the maximum score you can squeeze.
Yeah, I should be a lot better at trying to actually find all of these. A lot of players don't actually look for the highest scoring play for very long in these sorts of situations, but
just end the game.
Yeah, it depends on how tired you are. Whether you feel satisfied with what you see. Like that's 10. So if you find something that's like 2 more, it's not a big deal. But if you're missing something that's like 10 more, then I guess that's more problematic.
Yeah. And Chris will pick up 6 from Tut off of Victor's rack.
Yep, and another win for New Zealand.
And nice high-scoring match here.
Yep.
Yes, another win.
Some interesting plays this game. I think Joint was definitely one of the more interesting plays. You had Opaque was interesting.
Yes.
Inactive was interesting.
Yes, Chris spent a lot of time trying to decide what to play when he played inactive.
Yeah. Chris is generally a more defensive player than most. Certainly more than I am.
Yep. Okay.
But he's always been playing on the more defensive side. That's just the way that he likes to play. He used to do it because he said that he didn't know any words, and then he learned a bunch of words. But he's kind of kept the same style.
No, I'm definitely more prefer an open gunslinging.
Mm-hmm. And there's something to be said about that too. You need to, if you're going to play an open style, you need to not miss words.
No,
and because it's generally a little bit more costly. But there's advantages to both. It's mostly based on personal preference. It is some of the more technical skills at the highest level do vary quite a bit. And there is something to be said for the fact that I think players are more defensive when many of your players are going to be that you're playing against are also going to have certain styles that they may be more used to. So you should be willing to play both. You shouldn't just stick to one all of the time. And Chris doesn't stick to. Chris does know how to play both. I'm not saying that he. Most players I think at this level actually know how to play both at least reasonably well.
Yeah. In the chat, Josh recommended res after joint, making earn an ET.
Oh.
Which would have made it seriously more exciting on that end.
Yeah, did he have that? I don't think he had that.
Oh.
I think that was just a possibility. Because he drew the E. He didn't have the E.
No, he didn't. You're right. He had Turk VTZ after joint.
Yeah.
So
But that
small-
would have blocked pretty well.
That would have really taken care of the S.
Yeah, the pool would have been really bad from Chris's point of view if the series was joint and res, and it would have emptied the bag. So
Right.
Chris is still heavily favored after that sequence, but that is kind of the disaster, I guess.
Yeah.
If Chris were to draw, I don't know, TTVU or something like that,
Ugh.
I think even then he might still be okay, actually.
Yeah. Oh,
Like-
it looks like he's smiling. He looks like a happy winner there.
He's talking to somebody, not sure
Yeah.
who, but
Yeah.
yeah.
We're hoping to speak to Chris after this.
Yep, I think we're doing an interview pretty quickly. He's talking. Evidently, he's talking to Kathy, explaining to how he won the game.
Yeah. No, I'd assume that's Kathy, who's the president of the New Zealand Scrabble Association.
Yeah.
Kathy Casey. We see a few people wandering around, finishing off their games. Probably a few others are playing more intensely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Kenji and I are going to take a short break now. And our director Alex is going to turn on the room mic, so you might be able to hear a little bit what's going on, some of the table talk.
Sometimes more interesting than listening to us talk.
Yeah, that
Anyway.
especially at dead time with no game action.
Yeah. All right, we'll be right back.
Okay, we'll talk to you later.
Mara's going to come and bring me a coffee from somewhere, so. And then she's going to go for a swim.
No coffee yet. Yeah. I'm just staying here until it's all good. Try to remember all this.
We've got the highest combined score now.
Yeah. Yeah, 9. I assume it's going to go. Me and Andrew in a tournament recently had almost the record in New Zealand, 1070 something. But this was 976, 974. I don't know if there's a bingo in that. I had Peronis. I wasn't going to try it. Yeah, no. Yeah. Isn't it a break after this? Or no? Yeah. So. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy. I mean, yeah. I mean, Victor plays really fast, and look at my time. Like, yeah. Well, it's because we just had bingos. It's not no strategy. It's just like if there's no strategy, it's gonna. If you see it, like the only one I was like inactive because I saw Kata, but I just never took an S. So like, yeah. About Kata? Think. I mean, maybe I missed other stuff, but like no. And we're crushing it in the standings too. So it's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry? And he's battling? Okay, I'll just go. I don't. Victor. Yeah, I made this setup at the end, and then that's how I won.
You played joint, did you?
I played joint because he just wait through 50. He used his last S to get his Z out. Yeah, so like I was going to lose, and then I played joint, and then he couldn't block it. So.
Good on you.
Well, it's not, no, that was case S. So like it was just like So his big score's up there. Like he played 55, but then he had the Zen. He was up by 10. But then I was like, well, I can just do this. What can he do? Like,
You can go out, can't you?
like he can't do it. You can't even he tries to block here. Then I just still you can't stop it, right? So
That's good. Yeah. So close second to win, was it?
yeah, it was crazy. 500, 474.
Nice, good.
We're gonna. I'm still getting interviewed. So
It's actually, it's not tight then. So.
to what?
I think it's still going to be.
Alex, you mind just putting it on my? Alex, put it on my head. I don't want to like. It was a setup, and I won with that.
I don't mind if you're going outside.
Yeah. Well, you want to stream too, so. Just put it on my head.
Hello? 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 I can hear a little... Hello?
Hi, Chris.
Hey, Kenji.
Oh.
Hey, Kenji.
Hey.
What do you think about that
How's
game?
the game? I thought it was pretty interesting. You had a lot of interesting spots.
Yeah. The thing with catives, I saw it, but I was in a situation where I felt like it's echoing.
Oh, that's...
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Sorry about that. Scott and Kenji?
I can hear you, Chris.
Yeah, I can hear you too. Yeah, I was just saying the catives spot. I saw it, but I was in a situation where I felt like I was ahead enough that I didn't want to risk like a phony. So and also inactive was pretty defensive. So yeah, that's why I did that. Hello?
Hello.
I keep hearing myself echoing.
Okay. Looks like I get to lead the interview, Chris.
We're just gonna leave the interview.
I am. Oh, we're just leaving it.
Okay.
I said lead, not leave.
Test.
Hi, Alex.
Things are okay. I'm not sure what happened.
No, I think Chris said he was getting echoes.
Yeah, probably on my end. but I don't know for sure.
Well, we're hoping that maybe we can get these technical points fixed and we can talk to the winner of our last game, Chris Tallman, but we'll have to wait and see. And we can see some other people coming and kibitzing over the board.
Anyway, Chris was talking about how he played inactive rather than catives. Probably because, I'm guessing because he wasn't 100% sure of it. I didn't really catch. I mean, we did hear a little bit about that, which does make some sense.
He said he was trying to play a bit more defensive at that point.
Yeah, which does make a lot of sense. Chris just generally likes to play more defensive in general as well, which I did try to talk a little bit about at the time.
Yes.
And why he probably didn't play active eyes.
Yeah.
But catives would have been more defensive. But you have to be really sure of it if you're going to play it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where the table mic and hear them discussing their game would be a nice addition.
There's no draw
Chris
where I
does
got stuck
talk
or anything like that, so I was just like, I didn't look for it.
I tend to not like to do so for
That's
a lot of different
interesting.
reasons. But
That's scored pretty much more anyway after that. So,
I think there was something interesting to be spoken about. Otherwise, if it's a terrible meeting, I prefer
I
just
mean,
to...
I didn't like my chance after a
Yeah.
while. I mean, it left IST, but like, I knew you had tons of scoring potential. You're still S's out. Like,
Joyce's choice was...
that was nice. I did like I chickened out of catives because I felt like I was up by enough at that point. I wasn't sure it took an S. So.
I do think that was
that's why I
game,
played.
although I think
I made the word I was sure of because I was up by
but I
so
think
much.
the joint was probably.
But catives would have gone to double. Would have been.
I mean, it turned out with what
whatever,
Victor had. It may not have mattered, but I think that.
And also not created this line.
That was probably the most interesting play of the game.
So not perfect. Good.
At least from a commentary perspective.
Yes. Hi, Scott. Hi, Scott.
Chris.
Hey, Kenji.
Hi, Chris.
Oh, hey Scott.
Yep. Well done on that win there, Chris.
Thank you. That was my first win on the stream, and I've been streamed twice before, and both of those Kenji has commentated, and I've lost both. I think that was 2014 U.S. Nationals and 2018 Canadian Nationals. So I'm happy to win my first game on stream ever.
Well, congratulations. Your bad luck charm has now been reversed.
Yeah.
Kenji's...
Oh, hi, Kenji. So I know I missed catives, but I was in a situation where I still mute. It's still echoing, but that's okay. I'll continue. And I was in a situation where I was like up 100, and I just didn't want a phony there. I thought my win percentage was high enough to just take the word I was sure of.
Yep. There's nothing wrong with playing 100% certain as opposed to a chance having it taken and coming back.
Yeah.
Now we were both admiring the joint play.
Yeah.
And then we were wondering.
Kenji, do you remember the 2014 setup, a very similar one, where I played something down there and it didn't work out against Colton Kaler? I don't know if you remember that, but I'm happy this one worked out.
Yeah, I think we've got Kenji muted because we're having.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Might difficulties with that.
Yeah.
Now, when you played Pions, did you consider positron through the T?
Yeah, I mean, Victor told me about that after the game, but I just figured like peons want 100%. Like I saw if I drew the via vor and I've rivo, like it's like I can't lose, so I might as well just not think and take the points and win. So I wasn't like it didn't cost me any win percentage.
No, win first, spread second.
Yeah, that's definitely my tournament style. So yeah.
wins come first, and might as well take them. And in a team event,
Yeah,
the win's going to help
exactly.
the team as well.
Well, I started 1-2, but I'm 4-2 now, and I see that New Zealand's crushing, and we haven't lost a game on stream, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, hopefully it continues. My other teammates.
We're still waiting for the full round 6 results to come up.
Yeah. But
we know after round 5, New Zealand's up 40-20.
Yeah, cool. Do you want to ask me anything else about the game?
We were wondering about DIing versus windage as well early on.
I think I just played super fast. I didn't even see windage, but I wouldn't have done it because it takes an S, right?
That's right.
So they're definitely 100%. I'm not doing it even if I see it. But I just saw DIing. I'm like, it's the best play. I'm playing it immediately.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to think what else we were wondering about in there. Oh, when Victor played Waifs, we were looking at that spot early on. And he kept RZ. So it's like
he put Zarf in there first, and I mean that would have been tricky because he would have kept an S. I couldn't play joint. I was thinking of like TP and Zep, but that I don't know. Like keeping that J, I think I lose a lot of the time if he does that. I don't know, but worked out. So.
Yeah, it worked out for you.
Yeah,
that's what we're hoping.
Cool.
And just a little about you here.
Oh yeah.
Did you want I will. I'm sorry, my cat's coming and joined the commentary right now and is getting tangled in my headphones.
No problem.
As an we're very happy to have someone like you who's done a whole lot promoting Scrabble for New Zealand and bringing it streaming in. You and Alex, I mean, they've been absolutely great for the game.
Yeah, I mean,
and we appreciate that immensely.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Scott. I mean, it's not just me and Alex. It's also people like Josh Greenway, Will Anderson, Josh Castellano, Shauna Bossy, who you'll see later on, and then also just the executive committee, which I'm a part of, but like I'm a newcomer. Everyone here, like they paid like $1,500 for all this equipment. I mean, the computer is actually like $4,000, and it's just like, yeah, it's all good. Alex, time to wrap it up. So thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone. Keep watching. Thanks.
Okay. So that was game 6. And as Chris said, New Zealand's won every single game on the stream.
Yep.
And it's just always, not that I'm biased in any way whatsoever, is a good thing for us. Because historically, Australia's dominated in the Trans-Tasman, so we're quite happy to actually see it balancing out. But yes, Chris has come here with his partner Tara, and it's been just really good for the game. All right, so coming up on round 7, we will have Andrew Bradley of New Zealand versus Jane Taylor of Australia. Now, I've played Andrew many a times, and I definitely don't have a winning record against him. I'd like to say I've had luck against him, but I definitely have not had luck against him. There have been a couple of times where I've been able to get in him, but he's usually gotten the better of me.
Can't hear anything now. Scott, are you there, or Alex? I can't hear.
All right, now we're having technical difficulties, so we're waiting as the players are getting ready now. Andrew's on the right, and Jane's going to be on the left. All right, here we go. Alex. I'll be back in a second. My cat knocked something over and I've got to go pick it up.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's...
Hey, people are trying to.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We're now getting ready for. Yep, we're setting up the formalities there between Jane and Taylor and Andrew Bradley of Dan Taylor of Australia and Andrew Bradley of New Zealand for round 7 of the Trans-Tasman Challenge. Thank you for joining us. I'm Scott Shepard, and I will be joined again by Kenji Matsumoto on the commentary for you. I'm trying to get an update on the results. Round 6 was another good round for New Zealand. New Zealand, after 6 rounds, has 48 wins, and Australia has 24. Now, in the bio I have for Jane, says that if she wins the second game that she wins at this tournament will be her 2000th tournament win. So good luck to her, but my bias here at this point says I would prefer that it doesn't happen on the stream. So Jane started with top and keeping IOUs. She's in dead already. Andrew, lots of high point consonants is going to make it challenging to play. But there's something like Zo, but that's not particular. Paw, can't play pause. So. Andrew does, when he have more challenging recs, does ponder a bit more. So that's what he's doing at this point. When he plays something like Fond and Of and Poe, we'll have to wait and see. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, he does come back with Bond this time instead of Fond on the other side. Well, personally, I think I would have played Fond because if I find Legendary will be slightly more flexible from my view. We're still having troubles with Kenji's equipment and the connection, so hopefully I don't worry too quickly. Jane quickly just trades on IOU. Didn't like being in debt, so she now has picking to a very nice leave of sign. Now it's Andrew's turn, and the board's not looking overly useful for his tiles. So we'll have to see what he decides to do. Jane would really like a W for dwindles, but Andrew's got to figure out what he's going to do with that. Those 2 R's and the F and the Z, not always the most helpful letters. It's come in the chat that from Galumba that Jane missed unionize. I'm making Topi. Yes, that would have been very nice. Sometimes when you get too many vowels, you don't always see what's there. Andrew's now played perf, keeping Riz. So he's holding on the Z. There's no need always, as Kenji said in the previous game, to burn the Z right away. Sometimes you can hold on to it and things will come out. He's got Fizz on the next turn if it's still there. No, Jane's lined up Slidden. And Dindles is also about. Slidden would be a... Yes, he played perf. And she hasn't challenged it, so it's going to stay. But no, perf is definitely not valid. There comes Dindles and stop. And some of the direct that Jane Trench has now picked up. Nick Ferns is asking, wouldn't it be funny if she played Slidden and Purse? And it would be even funnier if Andrew came around and challenged it off. Andrew's been on the scene for a very long time in New Zealand. And I believe it was last year's Masters Challenge tournament, which is a invitation-only tournament for usually the top 24 players, or the top 24 accept the invitation within New Zealand. Played over Easter weekend, 23 games, single round robin, and he won it, I believe it was last year, 2023. So good on him. He's been in the game a long time, and it's nice to get rewarded once in a while. And Andrew's based in Auckland. Jane's in South Australia, I believe. Yep, she's a second-rated player in South Australia. So she's doing well. She may have misunionized, but Dindles comes, and Andrew obviously didn't know it, so he took the 5-point. We play 5-point penalty challenge here, so there's no lost turns like there are in North America. And now Andrew has to figure out where he's going to go. Because whatever his choices are, he's not likely to have much of a lead. So he does play Fizz, which he had left the eyes of, had that left on his rack from the previous turn when he played Perf. Now, Josh Sokol says that perf is a New Zealand word, and says if it does list as a New Zealand word, the practice of taking early retirement with financial compensation from the police force. I've been here for 25 years, and I've never heard it. So I do sometimes wonder about the definitions of these in New Zealand-based words. So Jane comes back with 20 for 8, 12, 20, 26 or something like that. 28. Just keeping turnover and scoring reasonably well. Andrew is now getting to the point where he's got to decide what am I going to do. or from the Z and or Z and fizz, putting the C on the double letter in the triple lane. We'll score reasonably well, clear up a lot of the rack of it. 2 O's are not the greatest to leave, but it's better than some of the other alternatives he had. And we're back to Jane with Emma Button. She's got a Spice Girl on her rack with an A left over. Now, unlike the previous match, we had some relatively easy turns to pick good scores with. This one's getting a bit not quite as easy as yet. Andrew's picked up the dreaded Q when you're trying to come back is not what you want. Though only 18 back, it's not so bad. Jane just set up nanotube, which would have been a lovely play if there was an open E. Most of the E's are still in the bag, so they are starting to come. Butanone as well is also there. So just so you know, so far today, Andrew's 3-3 with a spread of 202. Jane's 1-5, spread of minus 302. So they're both probably not playing as well as they'd like, but you never know, things can turn around. Okay. So Jane just settled. Hello, Kenji, is that you? Welcome back. I would think the C wouldn't last for long. Yeah. Nope. Yeah. Gets rid of the curse as soon as you can. Yeah, that's right. It's the Q. The Q is rarely your friend. And then, yeah. No.
Good draw for Jane. Andrew's still with a pretty bad rack.
Yeah.
There are 2 S-hooks on this board, the Bonds hook and the Bops hook, and without those lines, the board is pretty bad, actually.
Yeah, it's a board.
Fjord looks is going to be the play. EEO still not out of the woods yet with that leave.
No, you don't like having an old McDonald type rack.
Yeah.
Leave after you're playing something.
Although Jane's rack not exactly good, she's going to probably shed the YU here in some capacity.
There's the Fjord.
Again, S hooks at a premium here. All the lanes here basically are S hooks.
Yeah.
It may be about to get even worse. Jane has AYU lined up, and if that comes down, then literally the entire board will be S hooks. And yep, here we come.
Yeah,
I may, if I were Jane, at least consider keeping the A here and just playing YU. The A is
Tails is a much better leave.
Yeah, the B hook, the opening that you blocked, the BA line is actually really good for that leave.
Yes. That's right. And
Andrew,
it's unlikely Andrew would have done anything around there anyways.
Yeah, Andrew with this weird situation where he has like ENOR, which is classically a good leave, but on this board it's actually pretty bad. These are not good tiles anymore.
No.
It really needs an S so badly that you actually kind of want to start playing off tiles. It does play ERR. I do understand. Like, if she does draw an S, this rack is great. If he doesn't draw an S, this rack is terrible.
Yeah.
Jane has ladies lined up.
It's going to come down very quickly.
Yeah, I'd imagine with bonds. It doesn't really make much sense to play with bops or fjords. So Andrew did not draw the S, although he still has decent leaves.
He's got a bingo.
Does it play?
I think so.
Kind of doubt almost anything would play. This is just such a bad board for this rack. Andrew desperately needs to open something that is a lane. This just isn't a good rack with this board, and even like EINRT is not a very good leave on this board.
Oh.
It's trouble.
He's got 2 sevens, but doesn't look like either one is playable.
Right. At all costs, he needs to think about what can I do to create a decent line on this board.
Yes.
WO and OF at least starts. It's not great. You do want to create something better if you can. You can even think about something like just dropping WE on the Ian Dindles, something like that. Maybe even WIT just to create a second something. Jane has drawn revokes, by the way, which is probably just going to end the game on the spot.
Yes.
But yeah, Andrew hasn't no way of knowing that. Really needs to find something that opens the board.
Yes, he can't stop it. He can't stop evokes or evokers or
EW under ladies, something that your primary thing. You can even blow up some of the rack. You can keep a worse leave. You just need to do something that creates something that is a line that's not easy to block. At least WO, you can play on the left side of the EW. You can play on the right side with OFT, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not looking good at all. And you can see Andrew's not happy about the situation, and I don't blame him.
No, I wouldn't be happy either.
Yeah, this is all about just Andrew's kind of just hoping that there's something better, and there just kind of really isn't. I haven't been paying attention, but there is kind of a look that, I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but there's sort of a look that Jane is very, very comfortable right now.
Yes, I don't. I think most people will be able to see that she's not. She doesn't seem like she's stressing.
No.
No, Andrew's thinking, I'm down by roughly 100, and I got a bingo that doesn't play.
Yeah, and not a lot of great options.
No.
You don't really like. It's not like it's just not very inspiring to take the points and leave here, like something from the L and Laertes. Like, yeah, you can do that, but like there's not a lot that's gonna the way that this game is going. You're not winning.
No.
You kind of need to bingo now, or you're not winning. Like if Andrew, like from Andrew's perspective, he doesn't know that. But even from Andrew's perspective, he's like, I have one turn. If I don't bingo next turn and I have to fish or score like 15 points again, the game is over.
Yeah, and he has no
Turns
idea
out
that
it's
she's
not
going to
gonna
bingo
matter.
again.
Right.
Yes, Nick Ferns and Jane does look content. No, Helen Hines says that she always looks that way. So maybe Kenji and I are reading too much into it.
Yeah, we might be. When somebody looks up, did you see when Jane like looked into space like that? That is the giveaway of all giveaways. However,
it's like, you guys see this? No, I'm not sweating it.
Even Nigel does that, to be fair. Like, Nigel will do that whole, like, look away thing and then just, like, okay. That doesn't mean that Nigel has a good rack, but it does mean that Nigel knows what he's playing next turn and that it probably doesn't matter what you're doing. Because I have seen him do it as well.
Nigel left New Zealand before. He left about the time I actually arrived here, so I'd never gotten the chance to play him. And there were people in his club in Christchurch who made T-shirts that said "I beat Nigel Richards." And I always wanted to make a shirt that said "I beat Nigel Richards," but it's been small printed between somebody else who beat Nigel beat. So I'm like twice removed on beating him.
And here does come WO.
Yeah. But I guess it sets up the EW hook.
Yeah, and the OFT hook on the right.
Yeah.
It does actually, like, stop the higher scoring revokes.
Yeah.
If that's any consolation.
It's a bit of a fork because it can't easily kill off both at once. Not that Jane's going to do that in this point.
Yeah. It does draw Odorine. I mean, he is going to get a bingo after this, but it's not going to be a very good one.
No. Odorine, so it's got something like... Yep. Andrew's sitting there stoically. And she drops her third bingo in about four or five turns.
Yep. Not every game is going to be interesting, and this one is about to not be interesting. I guess anterior comes down? Is that...
Yeah, he's got a G, not an O.
Oh, it's a G. Oh, okay.
So he's got granite and tearing.
Yeah, okay, Grievant.
And great.
Grievant and is that it? I mean, Interridge and stuff like that.
Kasipo suggested revokes an E-stop in RE, which would have been actually not opened up that so much on the top end of the board.
I'm just curious, because I don't know this for sure. Interridge, can you play Interridge and like try to like bait an S hook? Because I don't think Interridge takes one. But I think that's like kind of some sort of like gambity way to try to get back in the game.
Yeah, you could. Interridge does not take an S.
Like there's things like that maybe could some of the time work.
And it opens still. You can still play an 8 at the top of the board as well.
Just for what it's worth, if he does play Grievance, then Meringue comes down.
Yeah.
Through the blank R. Although that's not exactly the easiest find, but if that is, that is a very realistic possibility. Although you might not even play meringue because of the triple triples. No, you have to play meringue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to play meringue. Even like a triple won't even be enough, honestly.
No.
It might be like
Well, if he bingoes here and he can triple the next turn, he's likely to be in.
He's likely to be in the game. He's not likely to be ahead.
No, I didn't. At this point, you just want to get back in it. You don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is kind of interesting. I am interested to see what Jane does if she does see meringue, if she decides to play it, because I would be thinking a long time about grievant meringue sequences. There are ways to lose. Meringue is the best play by like 50. Like, that's not a good rack that you're bingoing with at all. That meringue is that rack is terrible. The best play is gonna be like 20. It does put an E in a really bad spot, but so I don't know. Andrew's still thinking.
Yeah. I'm not.
I wonder what he's thinking about.
You can't use the T because Gnatir is not going to play.
Yeah. Not really any other lanes. Maybe he's just seeing. I don't know what he's seeing.
No, neither do I.
I do think that in this situation, I probably would do the whole interridge thing just because I think it's the only way back. And I don't think that Grievant wins ever. Because after Grievant, Jane just blocks that area, and then like, what do? You maybe sometimes I guess you hit a random bingo to the T, and even then you're still losing.
Interridge also has the advantage of blocking that R from meringue.
It
does.
He would
know that.
Yeah. He has re-rating set up. Interesting. Okay. This does block meringue.
Yeah.
It does also create a G that's pretty annoying to block, although Jane actually has a pretty nice one. But again, no way for Andrew to know that. Lane is really bad, though. That G is usually going to be pretty annoying to block, which is definitely a benefit to this.
And she's going to let it stand because re-rating on Zizva said it is not
that's
valid.
The word.
No, I didn't think.
She did let Perf go.
Yeah, that's two.
I wonder if she must not have seen meringue. I can't imagine.
She was close to having it on her rack, so.
She does have EMU line. Well, I mean EME lined up. I'm assuming for EMU.
They've called a long-time stalwart of New Zealand Scrabble, Liz Fairland, over, so they're getting a rules adjudication of some sort.
Okay, maybe it's not staying on then.
No, they would have got walked up and looked on their phones and walked over and gotten it. Wouldn't check the challenge, but it looks like it's staying on.
Okay. Yeah.
He's drawn tiles, so.
Not exactly.
And that's not what he wanted to see. It's just one of those games.
Yeah. Here comes EMU, I guess. Looks like.
EMEU, that'll be fine.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, that's it. That's an alternative spelling of the more traditional EMU for emu, which is a very classic Australian word.
Yep.
No. Andrew almost has a very interesting spelling of magics. and that's what it's going to take to rescue him at this point.
Yeah. There's some hope still. Like, usually if you're in Andrew's shoes here, you actually want to open up some other, like, you're going to say, okay, I have the J, I have the V, I have a really terrible rack. If I open up something through Leiades, just open a triple lane, it gets blocked, and then I can hit the J for like 70 on the top. I'm not really in the game, but I'm like
not completely out of the game, at least if that sort of sequence happens.
So,
Whereas if I just play jam, I'm probably just dead.
yeah.
That being said, that's easier said than done.
Yeah.
I don't even see a play that really even opens the triple, which is what I'd be certainly looking for. Something to like the eye and ladies. Something like exam, except it scores more.
Yeah, exam doesn't get anything on that triple side. Yes, what would you do?
Like a 5 that went through the eye and ladies, basically any 5 that went through the eye and ladies would be fantastic here.
Oh, okay. So Liz came over because Andrew overdrew and had taken 8 tiles out of the bag.
Okay.
And if you have 8 tiles and they're all face down, you haven't seen any, then your opponent just takes one and throws it in the bag. Or if you do see some, then they can choose 2 tiles and choose which one goes back. So it looks like Andrew is seriously contemplating jam.
Yeah, I don't blame him. It just never wins here. You do want to like look to see if you can find something that like some perfect draw also that hits the T.
Yeah.
If you can hit some like JXT thing, then maybe you can get back in that way. I don't think there's anything with that rack specifically, but
14,
might be
42,
where his
43,
mind's heading.
46.
Yeah.
And Jane's still looking for an R. Drawing. Well, let's see if Andrew takes a deep breath before he turns him over. Not what? Oh, there's the blanks
Not
in there.
bad. It's probably not going to win them the game, but it's probably going to get the score a lot closer.
Yeah. He could play EXO just under her given there.
Yep.
Making Ox and Co. And that would score, but leaves CHVL. Well, that's not in a blank. That's not horrendous, terrible as it necessarily looks, but on this board, it's probably not beneficial for anything.
Yeah, you really, really, really want to get rid of something. Like even the H, even if you could play like HOV, you'd rather do that, even keeping the X, but you really can't. I mean, you can, but it's terrible. Again, like I'm really looking at the T to just try to see like, oh, if I draw perfectly, is there anything I can hit?
Oh, the pile's getting the bag is getting very thin.
Yeah, you might not even get another turn.
There's if I counted 11, so that should be 4 in the bag.
Yeah.
Which means he can't really do a whole lot. And if he keeps a CHL, I mean, from his view, there's 5 out of the 11 are vowels, so that's something.
I would be looking really hard if I were Andrew for if I draw the X and I draw the A, do I have anything? I'm pretty sure the answer is no. But it looks like there might be something like, something that ends like you almost have like Chevrolet or something like, Chevrolet or something like that. Even I'm saying to myself, like, even if I draw like if I play off CH, is there any like 9 that, especially with the A, because there's 3 of them, is there any like 8 I can hit that scores like a ton of points in that given spot? Just like going through all the permutations. It's obviously a lot easier to do permutations with 1 tile or 2 tiles rather than 3. He does have Vox lined up. That does make a lot of sense. It looks like actually he might hit something. LORU in the bag. Oh, maybe not.
No.
It is worth thinking, if you're Andrew, actually, even about playing Hawks, you're really just thinking about how many bingos you hit. And
Yeah.
Even though CHL is just a lot better than CLV, it may not necessarily be when you're only really shooting at one line.
Yeah.
Um,
And there's still no really profitable way to open up towards the bottom.
yeah.
And now he's just killed any parallels there. It's the T or nothing down there.
Yeah, and I think the T is about to go away.
Yeah.
Are there any bad lines? Not really.
Yeah.
It's difficult to block that, though.
Yeah.
At least in a way that feels good. If he draws, like, if he leaves the L in the bag, there might be some hope, maybe?
Yeah. He's down by 67. And it's going to be more than that very soon. Yeah.
Like, assuming we see, like, GHAT or something like that, though, I think the game's just over. Or aghast, if you want to be really sure.
So Andrew has chloral on his rack, making that
Yeah.
an A, but that's not going to go anywhere.
Well, there's some hope that Alchlor
Yeah.
ends up playing. But probably not.
There's nothing to the T.
Yeah. Is there something from the T from Jane's point of view with the U in the pool? I don't think so, but there might be.
T.
Yeah, I think even if you're in Jane's shoes, you block it anyway, even if you don't see anything. It's pretty much the only way you lose.
No, there's nothing.
Yeah. But I think Jane's gonna block it anyway.
Yeah.
Aghast is actually a really, like, you're gonna leave an out with anything in the bag with Aghast, so that's probably the best way of blocking. Even though it does shade your S. I don't think the S is that valuable here.
It's doesn't matter or not. There's nothing, no 9 off of the EN.
Yeah, the 9 wouldn't play because it'd have to end in T or something. It's not enough space.
She's just, no, it's just waiting, knowing what your opponent has and knowing that you're not, a miraculous mistake is the only hope you have.
Well, I would think from Jane's perspective she could lose to the T, but I think she's willing to, maybe she's deduced that that's not possible.
Yeah. And keep scoring, get it back over, get it near 100 again.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. She picks up the U. So it looks like Jane is going to pick up her 2,000th, 2,000 win, tournament win today.
Nice.
So good for her. I'm sure she'll be happy with that.
Probably a decent endgame here. I'm not really seeing anything that's great, but maybe just LOLL or something, but it feels like there's something better than that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's luck, and then you have 2 outs, but they're really bad outs.
This is Jane got up early and never looked back.
Yeah. It is worth noting, and I always give this obligatory message: challenge everything in 5 points.
That I generally agree with that. And if it doesn't do you any good, and you are not 100% certain, 5
You're generally getting
91.
or
Most
so.
of the time, the game difference is not 5 or under.
Yeah, and the
So
game difference when you challenge it is enormous. Even if it's like a 20-point play, like even something like if there's playing for 15 points, that means that they think it's their best play. So when you're sending back a 15-point play, you're not only getting 15 points, you're really getting back a whole turn. You're really getting something more like 35 or 40 back. So you're generally getting enormous odds. And as a result, you really should challenge everything that you're not sure of. Even if you're right, even if you're losing 85% of your challenges, you'll still end up being ahead.
Yeah. Well, the problem is if you challenge too much, then people will never play one against you. Just take the 5 points when they can.
That's okay though.
Yeah.
And people will phony that much accidentally.
Yeah.
Even at this level, they will.
We've seen Andrew play perf and get away with it in this game.
Yeah. As we see Oho getting played.
Yeah.
I don't see the out with that rack, but
No.
Guessing there is one. I don't see one.
Not on this board.
At least Locke would have had an out, but
And stop that.
I do wonder actually if Andrew played a phony and got it challenged off. I wonder if Jane would have played Algae like she did and then had Alchlor played. Because I think that actually some of the time that might happen. It's not enough though, right?
After Algae,
it's not enough. Yeah.
No, it won't be enough.
I do think though that
it would look nice.
Might work. Yeah, because Alchlor is not an easy find at all.
No.
As we see Andrew, I think Andrew has decided that there's another game to be played.
I think that's right. Fight another day.
Yeah.
She's gonna play something like Sun and Fjords.
Yeah, probably. That looks.
Now, when you came down here, was it earlier this year you were in New Zealand, Kenji?
Yeah.
Did you go down to the fjords?
I did not. It was too far away. I was stationed. I was near.
You were up with Chris.
Yeah.
Yep.
Chris is a good 5 hours away from the fjords. Probably more than that, actually.
It's significantly more than that.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's 5 hours to like Wellington, isn't it? So yeah, it's another, what, 6 hours to the fjords?
Yes. Oh, and you're better off flying down.
Yeah, okay. I kind of figured. I was only there for a week. It didn't make much sense to fly all the way down to the South Island.
No. Living in the South Island, I would wholly disagree with that statement, but there certainly is a bias. It's interesting she played us instead of Sun.
It is interesting. She probably. I think there's kind of just an etiquette thing of like the game is over here. Let me just.
Yeah.
You played. You played Claude. You're probably not making the best play. I don't really want to make the best play either.
Yeah, I saw this. I'll just stick with it. I won't spend the time looking for what squeezing an extra 4 points or so out. And if she getting the congratulations for her 2000th tournament win.
That's a lot of wins.
That's a lot of games. Yes.
It's a lot of games. Period. Actually, yeah. Just games. I don't think I've played 2000 live games in tournaments.
I know I haven't.
Yeah.
Part of it is that I'm most distant club in the country.
Okay.
It helps to be in the North Island because it's much easier to get to a lot more games.
Yeah.
And a lot more tournaments to play.
Yeah, but I don't think I've most people haven't even played 2000 games, much less won 2000 games.
No. And in New Zealand, we actually give out badges to those who have played milestone games like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000.
Nice.
And Australia does the same thing, and we picked it up from them. So it is kind of nice because people will come to tournaments showing up, and it shows their dedication to the game.
Yeah.
All right. According to Josh Sokol, you have played 1,297 games in NASPA.
Okay. Good to know. So I've probably won like, I don't know, 750 of them or something.
Come on, Josh, help fill us in.
I'm glad to know that Josh knows my tournament results far better than I do.
And I have played 754 tournament games and won 412 for some openness. So you possibly have won more than I played.
Maybe. I've played a lot more online games than that. I have won 2,000 online games.
Yeah, but those tend to go a bit faster and are available more than a few times a year.
Yeah. You can play a lot of online games. I probably played, I think I've played like 300 or 400 games in a day once. Like it's
Oh my
possible
gosh.
to play a ridiculous number of games online. So it's not, 2,000 sounds like a lot until you start doing the math and then you realize, wait, 3-minute games. There are, if you're at the computer 12 hours a day playing 3-minute games,
It's 20 minutes an hour, 20 games an hour, maybe slightly less because you got to restart them.
Yeah, and sometimes you can do, you're not doing 12 hours. Sometimes you do 18 hours, and you can play a lot of games sometimes.
I can tell you, if I did that, I wouldn't be married for very long.
Sometimes there's sacrifices you gotta make.
Yeah.
The last time we did this, I couldn't get on for 20 minutes, but it's up to you.
Yeah. Wait a Okay.
Okay. It's up to you
okay.
though. I'm that would be my concern, is that I don't know why I get cut off. So, but I'm fine. I can take time off too if you want.
Now,
I don't want to be Scott commentary by himself though.
Yeah, I find it much easier with two. Now, you want to give our congratulations to Jane there, Alexander? Oh no, don't interview her. Just go up and say congratulations on behalf of Scott and Kenji. That's all. Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right. Now our next game, round 8. Are two players I've played multiple times. One, the first sitting at the table already now is Paul Richards of Queensland, father of the New Zealand resident Alistair Richards.
Yep.
And he and his wife, Karen Richards, come over quite regularly to play in our national tournaments. So I've played Paul, 10, 15 times or something like that.
Yep.
And then his opponent will be Joanne Craig, who is the top woman player in New Zealand, even though she is resident in Australia. So she knows all the Australians very well.
Yes.
And Joanne won our national tournament last year, 2023, which I was leading into day 3, and then proceeded to lose all my games on the final day. Which is
both of these players, speaking of 2,000 wins, both of these players have played a lot of games.
Yes, they've definitely both played a lot. There is no doubt.
Even if they're not all necessarily tournament games, I know that both of these players have been around for longer than I've been playing, longer than I've been alive, maybe. They've been around a long time.
Yeah. And Joanne's played 789 games in New Zealand.
And how many in Australia?
A lot more than that.
Yeah.
A lot more than that. And Paul is got 142 games in New Zealand. So he's certainly come over quite a bit.
Paul and Karen have grown up playing in tournaments since its inception, I'm sure.
Yeah. And if you're new to the Scrabble world, Karen Richards is one of the biggest proponents of youth Scrabble in the world.
Yes.
She's done a whole lot of attracting young players into the game and setting up the World Youth Champs and whatnot, and discovering lots of good talent.
Yeah.
And Paul, at our nationals this year, we had a couple of young players in there, and Paul and Karen were working on them, teaching them to identify six-letter stems and things like that, and the words that they can make from them.
Yeah, and they're
So
going all over the world. They're not just staying in Australia and New Zealand to do this. They're
No.
going to Philippines. They're going to Pakistan. They're going to Thailand. They're going everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere in Asia and yeah,
Well,
lots of places.
They're good for the game.
Very good for the game. As you can see, a lot of technical work.
Yeah.
I always like to look at these sorts of boards and see if I can find, especially with the blanks, like find like tens or something like that go through. There's 2 blanks in the same row. There's probably some 10 in there.
Yeah. Kenji, Josh says that you've played, including WGPO games, you've played 1,590 games and have won 1,090.
Okay. Josh,
So
any questions
almost
from
perfectly
career? Just ask Josh.
That's better than 2/3. So that's okay. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Oh no, it's 1,019, not 1,090.
Okay, so not quite 2/3.
Yeah.
Good to know.
It's still 60%, roughly.
Yeah.
So
I'll take it.
plus thousands of online games.
Yeah. Many online games.
Yeah.
There are some people who have played even more than me online. There are a lot of grinders.
Yeah. Paul almost looks like he wants to talk to us. He keeps looking up. It's almost like he can see us talking.
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Paul. He's checking out. Obviously, he hasn't done live streams very often.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot. This online streaming for Australia and New Zealand both is a fairly new thing.
Yeah.
So many of these people, this is the first time, I think.
Barry Harridge is an long-time Australian player, suggesting, how about a Richard's Trans-Tasman? Paul and Karen represent Australia, and Alistair and Nigel for New Zealand. I know who would be the very short odd favorites in that.
Yeah.
No, I guess it could even it up, and Nigel has to play in a foreign language.
Well, a lot of foreign languages they score even more than in English.
Oh, that's true, and he's a French champion. He's winning the Spanish one, so it might make it more challenging. Maybe they would limit it and have to give them the blanks or something.
Well, I mean, Alistair can keep up with Nigel.
Yeah. So we got to handicap him.
Yeah.
So he's playing his parents, for goodness sake, right?
Yeah, that's.
No need to. You can't be disadvantaged against your parents, can you?
I do wonder a little bit if, Nigel knows. I don't really know. Nigel's very much an enigma, at least where I'm from. I wonder how much he actually knows some of these people. Like, does Nigel have friends out in New Zealand that he still keeps in contact with, or?
He's still in contact with Liz Fagerlin quite often.
Okay.
Who really is the one who got them into Scrabble. So, but other than that, I think is still kind of an enigma here. People tell stories about Nigel.
Yeah.
But many of them are getting dated because he hasn't been here in 25 years.
Oh, he doesn't even travel to New Zealand anymore. Okay.
Not very often, no.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I mean, most of the time when people see him, it's overseas at tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's an exemption in our rules that allow if the top-rated New Zealand player in the world, such and such and so and so, which basically is called the Nigel exception. So he's allowed to represent New Zealand no matter where he lives.
Okay.
And he proudly represents us as well.
Yeah.
I mean, when you go to a tournament, it doesn't say Malaysia, does it?
No, okay, yeah. I mean, Alistair doesn't play a lot either, so.
No, when he first came, he played quite a bit, but since parenthood.
Yeah.
And if you know Alistair is a medical doctor, so he was also had to do he moved here to do his residency and interns and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I mean that takes a lot of time. And he also studied to become a specialist, so that taken time. And then, as I said, marriage takes time. So he comes here, wins a lot of games, and then life gets in the way.
Yeah.
It's kind of like work gets in the way of life. But without work, you don't. There's not much to enjoy.
There is a degree too that Scrabble is a bit of bicycle. Like once you learn how to play at a certain level, you'll lose the word part of it, but like the learning how to play part of it is not something that you really forget. Like once you kind of know what you're doing and you get to that sort of level, like if someone were let's say like Nigel were to like stop playing Scrabble entirely for 20 years, if he and like something happened to his memory, he would still be ridiculously amazing at Scrabble, even despite that. You don't forget. You don't forget what you're doing. You might forget words, but you won't forget what you're doing.
No. Down here where I play in Dunedin, our best player is Peter Sinton, who's represented New Zealand multiple times at the Worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe he won a Trans-Tasman many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And Peter hasn't studied in years, but he still has incredibly strong. He's incredibly strong strategically.
Yeah.
And the old words he knows still pretty well. It's just the new ones that he's behind on.
Right.
Someone's asked if Nigel and Alistair have ever played. I'm not sure about that.
I'm pretty sure they have.
I would suspect they have.
But not a lot.
No, not a lot. You looking it up on cross tables?
On Westba.
Westba.
The site's not working for me.
We're trying to find out if Alistair and Nigel have ever played. Alright, we've got up on the board up on the screen right now the standings after round 6. We've just finished round 7, so the results are being tabulated. We should be able to update that too soon. Again, you can always go to the New Zealand Scrabble website, scrabble.org.nz. There's right on the front page there's a bunch of activities for the Trans-Tasman. And under Newsflash, if you click on the Elixis results, it will take you to the current standings, and you can also dive further in and see round by round. You can also see individual and not just the team standings as well.
Australia really needs to start making a run. Like it's only day 1, but they are falling pretty far behind here. Like that's not a small margin. That's 2/3 of the games that New Zealand has won.
Yep.
There's only one Australian player with a positive record.
Yeah.
So they do need to start picking it up a little bit.
Yeah.
I do think New Zealand was the favorite, given the players, but
I would say this year we would be the favorites because we have a pretty strong team.
Yeah.
Certainly the addition of Chris helps a lot.
Certainly.
But we've got most of our top players in there.
Yeah.
Or at least because to qualify you have to be on our ratings list. So someone like Alistair has fallen off because he hasn't played that much.
Right, but there's a good portion of the top 20 is
yes, a good portion. Yeah, and I would be playing there if I hadn't gone to Japan for 3 weeks leading up to this.
Yeah. Okay, so, Paul starting with Yuts.
Yuts. A nice Yiddish word.
Putting in the unconventional position of the Z on the star rather than the U.
Yeah.
A bit interesting.
Opens up the triple through the no, the double through the Y, which is.
It opens the double.
Oh shit! Oh my gosh! Is Jo gonna play that? She's gonna play.
I think she should.
She should.
And there it goes. Has a lot of extensions as well.
It certainly does.
Makes a lot of sense. It's the best leave.
That's right. Scores well.
Yep.
Cleans up the rack.
This is why Scrabble players like their offensive words.
That's right. They're just tools of the game. We're not worried about the meanings of them.
Yep. No one's calling. No one's saying that to Paul. It's just it's a valid 4-letter word that has multiple meanings.
Yeah.
Paul plays whiny fairly quickly. Looks good.
A Q sponge, is that something that you get at a hospital? A hospital run by a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, something like that. It is kind of an
Well,
interesting.
she's gonna challenge Whiny.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that.
As well.
Yep, Paul's gonna pick up another 5. I was pretty sure that it takes with and without the E.
Yeah, this is actually kind of an interesting situation.
Yep.
Here as well.
Yeah. Yes, John Lee in the chat. John Lee, yes, we're playing CSW 19.
Yeah.
So that you will see unexpurgated words from time to time. We did a live stream practice on Wednesday nights, and I threw Woogles, and it wouldn't let me play a couple of words because they are not in Collins 21.
So you can just drop the Q here, but I don't think you should. I'm not sure. Nothing looks great.
For 12.
I think if you're gonna play the Q, you definitely want to keep the N. You don't want to play the N off for
No,
1.
I agree. Sponge is a better lead than Spong, than Spog.
You can just keep the Q here as well, though. I know it never feels good to do that, but it's there's enough hope. It's not like Sponge is that great. Yeah, you get all the things that go with Sponge, but a lot of the bingos aren't going to play. Like if you draw even if you draw like the I for like epigons and pigeons, that doesn't fit anywhere. So like as a result, nothing else fits either. Except for like sponged and spongers and sponges. But like, it's not that great. You're giving up a lot of points by playing the Q off, but
yeah.
I guess keeping the Q without a spot is bad too. I don't know. I don't think this is automatic though. Is Sponge keeping the Q?
Well,
that is not on my radar.
Oh. Yeah.
That is certainly interesting.
Because Sponge takes quite a bit now. Pew Pew in the chat there. We are going to have a meeting in January to determine if we go to Collins 24. I don't know the full details because I haven't seen the remit to update our dictionary here in New Zealand. But the question really becomes, do we still allow the expurgated words as well? So we play essentially Collins 24 plus.
If you don't, would you take the new words except for the expurgated, or what's the alternative?
My guess is that we'll take a hybrid and take expurgated plus 24. So because we didn't update with the expurgated, we had a vote, and it was almost unanimous that we keep the offensive words.
Okay. He's playing boiled. You could play build underneath Sponge, for example. There were alternatives here.
Yeah.
Interesting. I would have probably preferred something that gives a better leave. I think both of them are maybe taking some interesting lines here. QI here. Are there any other options?
QI?
QIN too. So it's QI, QIN. I think that's the only. I don't see anything that burns the. Yeah, I think it's just one of those. I guess you could play like Umiak if you really wanted to, but I don't think that's worth it. Well, it's not terrible. Like Umiak's 51. Just play QI. That's probably a better option.
Yeah.
Hideous on Pulse Rack.
Yeah. Our director Alexander said that he thinks we're going to take the Collins 24 no matter what. The expurgation is to be confirmed.
Okay.
Well, Pulse Rack is definitely not hideous.
Not at all. And Joanna's also going to bingo.
She's got her choice of bingos.
Yeah, I do wonder if she's. This is one of those situations where you have kind of a word knowledge check. Are you going to play mispaged or not?
Yeah.
Because you do. It's one of those words that you see it and it's like that's probably a word, but it's also like it's one of those things where you'll see it, but just because you see it doesn't mean it's a word. And you do have pretty decent alternatives like epigram and other things.
Yeah, mispaged and Medigaps.
Yeah. But Miss Page does score substantially more
Usually
than
more, and probably anything else.
Yeah, epigram scores like what? 14.
HM.
Yeah, I mean it scores 88, so it's 10 less. Just as an example, that's probably the next highest play.
And be better than magpies.
Yeah. And there's lots of other things too, but yeah, Miss Page is going to be
the choice.
Yeah.
It looks like she's lining up Primage.
I think that she'll probably see epigram if she's.
Yeah.
She has impaling lined up. No. And she is going to play primage. Interesting. Okay. Paul with Atresia set up.
Oh, good golly.
I don't think Atresia plays, but there are other things that play here.
Now, for those of you who are following us, thank you for joining us. Always nice to have people here. Unfortunately, this will be our last game of the day because of room requirements at the playing venue. And Pew Pew is asking what time do we start in Australia? Well, I can tell you we're scheduled to start at 8:20 tomorrow morning. We're in for 8:30 game. So depending on where Australia are, you will have to make the adjustment yourself. So depending on if you have daylight savings or which state you're in will have to make a difference. So you'll have to work that out yourself. But usually it's somewhere between 2, so you're talking sometime, my guess would be between 3 and 6 in the morning, 3:30, 6:30. So hope you're then. And no, Josh, there is not just one time zone in Australia. How many are there in Canada? Just one, isn't it? Because it's just still one big man masses. Hey.
We are seeing. I do think that people need to slow down a little bit. We saw Atresia came down here quite quickly, and
yeah,
there are a lot of 8s. There are a lot of floaters here. I think that if you're watching this, you want to take more than a minute to when you have a rack like Atresia and you have, I don't know, 8 floaters and unless you're really, really sure that there's nothing else, you really want to take your time with racks like that.
Yeah. But even Joanne, she'll probably kick herself later when she looks and finds that she had mispaged.
Miss Page may be one of those things where she saw and just I'm not sure enough to play this.
She's got pretty strong word knots. I actually would have been surprised.
She has Hafter lined up.
Yeah, she almost has Aptrix.
Yeah. She has parallels to father or something like that. Also to parallel.
Yeah.
She is behind. She needs to find some positional plays that Hafter creating something that's gonna open this. I mean, you do want to make sure that you have some options here. You don't need to set up bingo right away. The X, you do want to prioritize getting rid of the X here, even if it doesn't score that great, because you do want to bingo.
Yeah.
And this is about as open as the board it's going to get. Like the longer you wait, the more it's going to close down. So you do want to prioritize bingoing faster rather than slower here.
Yeah.
So something that keeps the X, like something with feign or something like that, you generally don't want to be too happy about. You're not going to be too happy about that. You want to play the X.
Yeah, you need.
So she has facts lined up. That makes a lot of sense.
She is taking her time at it.
Yeah.
Now, if he had X-father, is that like a defrocked priest?
And Paul from the other side is going to be killing this board. Like there's not that much. This is going to be one of those boards that die. The top left is basically dead. The bottom left is it's pretty easy to kill because once you kill the E and the D and boiled, then that's dead.
Yeah.
The right side won't last forever. HE is the main hook, but you can kill both. Once you kill the HE line on the right, then the bottom right is dead. So this board is open for now, and it's going to be open for a few more turns, but it ain't going to be open forever. And there's nothing that Joanne can do about it. Like it's not like Joanne can prolong the demise of this board.
No. Josh is suggesting Frutex through the U down at the bottom. But be wary about putting the X in the triple lane there, because it'd be.
It's relatively safe. I don't care about the leave.
Yeah.
I want to bingo faster than that. Frutex is not a good enough lead.
Yeah, leaving HA.
Yeah, I want to play fax instead. It's less points, but it's what 16. It's 13 less, but it keeps just a substantially better leave.
Yeah. Frutex, John, is a shrub. Latin. These bloody foreign languages sneaking things in.
I don't even hate like just playing FX off here. Like if she really wants to, like if she wants to just play like Fox or Fax for 26, I am okay with that.
Take it and run.
Yeah, just fish essentially. I guess I want the points enough to play Fax, but I wouldn't mind it if she decided to do that. Even she just play Fax. That makes sense. Yeah.
So let's see. Paul's got Tarland, which ain't gonna work.
Yeah. Paul's just gonna kill his board as fast as possible.
Yeah.
This isn't about scoring. This is about just playing some long, preferably finding a word that ends in T, that makes THE, and that kills all of those lines in primage all at once. So something like a lant.
I've played Paul multiple times, and he's not always one to kill off the board when you think he should.
Okay.
So he may keep it open. And in our nationals this year, I lost to Paul in one of the early games, and there was really one spot to score. There was the triple on one of the triple letters on the left, the one up by Fane in this case. And the first person who got the F was gonna take it, because if you tried to block it, it would open up the triple word, and you still would have lost. And he drew the F, and I was like, bugger. All right, so what do you have now? He's got.
There are some interesting, like the Ain hook is a way to open the board and kind of fork the board if you want to, with like Tane or Lane or Rain or something like that. Because there aren't that many high-scoring hooks anymore. A lot of them are out now.
Something like Lither, so you can open up, so you can get another T and drop it off a train, and open up the top as well.
Yeah, left. I mean, this is a really good rack, so you don't really want to blow it up that hard, but you can do it. You can do that if you. Yeah. Even something like Gain with Again and things. It's just it is kind of, it's not long-term danger, but it is kind of short-term relevant. Does have Dranch lined up. I don't know if that's to play Drant, as you were saying, but
Yeah.
I mean, Drant is one of the things I would be considering.
The thing is, Drent may forks the board, and that helps Joanne really.
No, I meant Drant with the.
Oh, I'm still
Which is
looking
what
at the
I
Ain.
Yeah, which is what I want to do here,
Yeah.
but yeah.
He's got a hard decision because you're right. You want if he wants to win, he's got to close this down.
Yeah, and it's got nothing good to do here. There's not like an offensive option that's any good here. Like, what are you gonna do if you're trying to bingo first? Play like, I don't know, Lad for 13 points or something?
Yeah.
I mean, you can.
Yeah.
I guess you could play something to make rain and score like 24, but is that really what he's gonna do? I mean, he might.
Yeah.
I don't know Paul's game well enough to know if that's what he wants to do.
I fear that he knows Joanne's a very good player, and they would have played multiple times in Australia. But I'm just, for his sake, I hope he doesn't do something silly and open the board for her.
Interesting. Okay. That starts to close the board down. It keeps rather well.
There's still drama.
Yeah, but that's okay.
And they've got to be just in the right spot.
That's a reasonable. It wouldn't be the first thing I'd play, but it's a reasonable option.
Yeah.
Joanne has nth lined up. A lot of options for Joanne here. Many options. They're all kind of. She can play long. She can play like something with like Hinter or something like that on the right. She can fish with something like she can just play like th off or something like that. She can kind of go in between, keep something that's pretty good but not amazing. Something like hilt keeps a not quite as good leave, but still good leave.
Yes, Josh. Joanne did forget to hit her clock for a while. I just went back and went back in the stream. So.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
She did lose a couple of minutes. She had spent time. Neither did I. Yeah. Personally, I hate L's, so I would look to unload an L, but it's very hard to decide what you want in this one.
L's one of those things where you have to kind of understand it and able for it to be good. There's a lot of like really nuanced things about the L that don't make sense, but like L's do really well with leaves that have that are more vowel heavy-ish. Like AEILR is deceivingly good, whereas something like EILNR is deceivingly bad.
Yeah, I'd rather have Ailer than Liner.
Yeah. ENT, nth does come down. And you're beginning to see more and more of the slow downfall of this board as nth does not open anything. So that whole discussion we had about lane and rain and whatever is now dead. Without actually getting anything on top either.
If she gets the C, she needs to get a chain, and that's the only hope on there now, really.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's true. The C is still there. She does pick up low rider, which she has on her rack. And most likely that won't be blocked.
All right. I'm going to give you a shameless plug, Kenji. In your global version of one of your books, Word, Win at Scrabble, you've got L. Friends are Y, B, A, and C, and enemies are N, R, H, M.
Yep.
And it has a high duplication factor, which Chris had to deal with 3 of them in the previous game today.
LL is deceivingly bad. Like I know there are lots of words with LL as a sequence, but there are not lots of words with 2 L's in them.
Yeah. All right. Josh said there's 2 spots for low rider.
There are 2 spots.
Yep.
One of them is substantially better than the other.
Yeah.
and Joanne picks the right spot. Paul does pick up the C for chain. Might just hold on to it though, because he's also picked up the J, which is not a good tile, and especially not on this board.
No.
There are no spots, and there's probably not going to be a spot. So it needs to go ASAP. Joanne, not the best draw either. It's kind of looking like one of those games where whoever draws the last blank is going to win. Although Paul might be able to hold on without it, but that is kind of the key question of this game.
Just eyeing the bag, there's quite a few vowels left as well.
Yeah, a few. It's not overly bad, but it's not great. Joanne having almost obovate, that G needs to be. Yeah.
Here comes the C.
Does play the C. Okay. Gonna have to deal with that J. Deciding to deal with it later. Might be doable. J can be a decent blocking tile as well. But
and he's probably looking in the lower right at join, but that would just be, to me, that'd be crazy because it just leaves it open for joins and joint hooking.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna come down. At least I hope not.
Yeah.
The lanes the NA in name is gonna stay there for quite a while, but those are quite bad lanes. It's pretty hard to start with something unless you draw the blank. Then those are lanes that are pretty hard to hit.
Well, the blank makes a lot of things better.
Yeah.
Forgives a lot of sins if you have the blank.
Yeah. Lots of lanes that are, it makes blanks make mediocre lanes good and make, they make good lanes great, and they make bad lanes look possible.
Yeah, so you got the N and the A, which are ready to be challenging. You've got the P and the R in Primage.
Yeah.
You got the D in Dram and the R in Dram, but those are the D's not so.
You have HE and then whatever, in the bottom for sevens. You got stuff still. The V, 2 of the VBG for Joanne has to go.
Yes, and I wonder if she's just considering like Gov, just unload it and start again.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Maybe Bog or something.
14. She'd be 14. She's down by 2.
Yeah. You do want to start playing some tiles, and you do want to start. You do want to start unloading as much of this as you can.
Yeah.
As we see, Paul does have the blank here.
Yeah.
Might have some interesting decisions when it gets to his turn, but Joanne is running a little bit low on time. Not dire yet, but 8 minutes for this game with that, where it's probably going to be a pretty close technical endgame, might be a bit problematic. The score is close, and it's pretty likely that the game will stay close. So there is some benefit to making a play in the next minute and a half here, especially since there's not likely to be a standout play.
No. All else equal, I would take Joanne in a tight end game. But with Paul with the blank, it's going to give him a very big advantage.
And 10 more minutes, yeah.
And 10 minutes, yes. Sideways blank. It's a tell, Josh. That's all it is.
It is a tell. That is something that is worth noting. It's that sometimes you shouldn't put your blank sideways. All your other tiles are. If you've kept every single other tile the entire game vertical.
I mean, they're close to square, but not close enough.
Yeah.
So, Kenji, can I ask, where are you still in Nevada? Or are
I
you-
am not right now. Right now, I'm visiting my family. But I'm generally in Nevada. Yeah, for the time being.
So your family is that Hawaii?
My parents are in Hawaii. My sisters are all over the West Coast. So right now I'm on the West Coast. I'm in.
Because I'm as you can tell, I'm not from here originally. I'm from Chicago originally.
Yeah.
And I've got family, my brother and sister in Oregon.
Okay. Nice.
So I know
Actually,
you're on the West Coast, so it's only
yeah. I saw
3 hour
Josh
time.
in Oregon about a week ago, which is why Josh is
Needling you.
Yes. Being Josh. Joanne does play Gov.
Yeah.
Which is that O is a good line actually for the lead that she had, but she did not pick well to it.
No.
But that O does represent a decent line, despite the fact that it also has to parallel the A and HE. It is one of the better lines.
So now Paul's really trying to find a place to dump his gin. I really hope he doesn't play Join.
Well, Join would be okay-ish now. It's not nearly as problematic as it was before that spot was
before
blocked.
Gov. Yeah.
I still would not do that, but
oh. We're getting quite a few people in the chat agreeing that the sideways blank is a dead giveaway.
Yeah. It would have been interesting if Gov didn't happen, if JIN and JA above Dram would have been something. And as your wildest fear does end up seeming to occur here with Join.
Yeah.
And you're about to see the problem is Joanne's going to hit the joint hook pretty hard here.
Yeah.
Paul's really needs good tiles and gets good tiles.
Yeah, I think he does. I think he's going to be all right.
Yeah, so he's hopefully going to bingo. There are several bingos that even after a joint is hit with goatee or something. But he needs to find one of them. If he doesn't find one of them, he's actually going to be in trouble. There aren't that many of them. There's non-solid.
There's 10 sevens.
Yeah, but a lot of them don't play.
No, they're not. And there are 42 eights.
Okay, so there's non-solid. What else is there?
Oh, God.
There's goatee.
Oh, but how is that make my life easier?
There's not a lot.
No.
Like outside of non-solid, which I saw quickly, I don't see much.
No.
And non-solid's not easy to find.
No, because he's letting him maybe disenroll through the R. That'll open up the triple. Is that right?
No, he's gonna play it through the blank R.
Oh, he's got that way. Yeah, he's gonna play it. Would you have played it through the other R, going up and down?
No, I mean if I were to play disenroll, I'd play it there. I would play non-solid, but yeah.
Yeah, say it.
And that should pretty much do it. Joanne's rack's really bad here. And there's nowhere open lines anymore. So the top of the line, the top of the board is where all the lines are, and that will go away.
He's going to be up 100 points now, and it's not looking promising.
Yeah, the N and the A are the only lines left. Yeah. Those will get blocked at once. It's pretty hard to create a new one. If you are Joanne, you want to play something like your main objective is to create a line like something like starting with the Y through the L, so something like Yeel if it existed. But yeah,
it's not looking good.
I mean, you have to do something that opens something up there. You have to play it to the O basically to the L. Maybe you can play something else in that area, but you need to open up the top right to counteract the top left.
And she's only got 2.5 minutes left, so she's really gonna have to start cranking it.
I mean, you could play BD, but then Paul's just always going to block that.
Yeah.
I mean, the B is a good a good letter to start words with, but yeah.
Yep. That's what she's lining up as BD. 33.
Oh, the bag's empty.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Paul's only got 6 tiles.
Okay.
Given those, there's so now it's just 33,
Not a
88.
very good rack for Paul, actually.
No.
Not exactly a great litany of scoring options. Plays vault pretty quickly.
Yep. 24.
Does he have a second out for ERR? Is ERR, does he have anything else with RR? I don't
And a quick
see
scan.
anything
No,
else.
it's got ER at the top. And
I mean, it's still going to be fine, but
I'm not seeing much there. Yeah.
yeah, I think
Nope.
I think Joanne can just block it and then go out someplace next turn.
Yeah.
Be a little bit better off, but not enough to win the game. But Joanne doesn't have to go. Yeah.
Wait, there's no spot for Rue.
There is a spot for. Oh no, there's no spot for Rue. Yeah.
Or no, nothing for Euro. That's disenroll, so that's not going to help us.
Probably just something. Yeah. Probably just going to play OE and then play the U off with XU or something like that. Just some sequence like that. Is rused isn't a word, so I think he can play used and then block it that way. There's a few things, sequences.
Yep. Yep. She's just going to take a couple points.
Yep. Yeah, just ran out of time.
Yeah, Paul goes out in for 5, picks up another 2.
Yeah.
Doesn't even turn the board.
Yep.
Well done, Paul.
Good game, Paul.
Yeah.
And see a little bit of comeback from the Australian side, at least on stream.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully it's not me bringing my country a bad luck. Because I'm doing a morning stream as well tomorrow, so hopefully we can snap this.
You're making it more interesting, at least.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody wants the tournament to be over by
No, that's right. We don't want a total bloodbath this early.
Yeah.
Yep. Sign the result sheet, make it official.
Yep. And yeah, open board, not a lot of just very middling technical turns this game.
Yes, it was certainly an intriguing one. I think Joanna will go back and be unhappy about mispaged.
Yeah, that did end up hurting her quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, because he was able to get disenrolled through there later on.
Yeah. Yeah, and it would have been even if that lane wasn't there, then it would have changed the game actually quite a bit. But you never know with these things. Sometimes you play disenroll, and then sometimes you're the one who hits the floater. So it's not always clear. You know, if Joanne would have won the game and she would have been like, "Oh, that was a great play," because it would have helped her. But you can't always be, hindsight. You can't always look at it. We don't always know what's going to happen in the future. So
No. If we did, we'd be much happier.
yeah, Scrabble would be much less interesting.
Yes, that's true. You would know which games not to play.
Yes.
Just an update overall right now after round 7, because they've just finished round 8. After round 7, New Zealand is up 53-31. And we have one unbeaten player, and that's Lawson Sue, who was on the stream earlier this morning.
Yep.
So he's having a fantastic tournament. On 2 wins each are also Dylan Early, who was also on stream, and Cicely Bruce. Let me check. I don't think she was on this morning. No, and she hasn't been on yet, but she will be due to come on, I would say.
Australia did catch up a little bit last round.
Yeah, the last it was yeah, they took 7 out of the 12 that round, so
Yeah.
they have certainly narrowed the gap.
A little bit. It's 20 plus 22 now. Australia probably needs to get this gap. If they can get 2 games every single round, they'll still be around. They just need to hang around and survive the next few rounds to make sure it doesn't get out of hand.
Yeah, 7-5, 7-5. That'll inch you back in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only 18, but it'd take you 9 rounds to get there.
Right. You just can't afford another, 8-4, 9-3 loss. You can't have those.
No, we can't. We need a bit better than. No, I'm sorry. They need a bit better than that.
Yeah.
So, okay. Pretty soon we'll have those results up on the screen for you for everybody to take a look at. Kenji and I are getting ready to end our day.
Yep.
And it's 8 o'clock at night there on the West Coast, so you got
Right.
the whole evening still ahead of you.
Yeah, I gotta eat. So.
Yeah, it's almost dinner time here, and it's a proper dinner time.
Yeah. All right, Scott will be, commentating for you tomorrow morning. I will be here tomorrow afternoon.
So thank you for joining us. Hope you enjoyed the commentary. We do check the chats every once in a while as well. So if you have anything overnight you want to see in there, I'll try and bring it up for you, and we'll see how everything goes.
All right, take care, everyone.
All right.